most of them stuck after getting that first few thousand views.
Now, just because the intro is done does not mean that you can skim on the rest of the script. If you want YouTube to push your videos, you want to retain people in the video for as long as possible. This by breaking down your content into bite-sized points, and then for each point, making sure you present the most important piece of information towards the once you understand how to write a killer YouTube script, you can get an AI tool to generate the basic structure and then fine-tune it according to what you know. This brings us to the fourth and the final step. Now, most unsuccessful faceless channels out there fail because they are unable to maintain consistency in posting and producing a good baseline quality of videos. The only way to beat this is to have a dependable system to lean on when things get tough. The good news is that with the advent of AI, creating this system has become easier than ever. This makes it super easy for you to get your videos out on time and massively reduces the time and effort needed to create a high quality output. Let me show you one such AI tool that can be your video co-pilot and can help you get the first draft of your video out in under 10 minutes, and from there you get your final publish ready video in another 10 minutes. The tool I'm talking about is InVideo AI. It can take a simple text prompt and turn it into a publish ready video in your own voice in under 5.
A CRM shouldn't weigh your budget down.
I've made video content now for 15 years, and I went to traditional film school before that. But in the last 5 years, I started creating video content just for social media. And one of the stats that really blew my mind when I came across it is that there are 2 million people in the world that are making a 6-figure income creating content for social media and platforms online. And in the last 10 years, some of the biggest content creation platforms are YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. And a lot of creators are using one or multiple different platforms to make a full-time living. So if you ever thought about making content and posting it to social media to grow a business out of, or utilize it for your existing business, that process here that I think is going to help you. This is the same process I've used to grow one of my YouTube channels to over 500,000 subscribers and 120 million views. And same way I grew on TikTok to over 500,000 followers and grew Instagram and other YouTube channels. Step one is very critical and one that a lot of people actually skip over, and is having a target audience in mind before creating any video content. You have to know who you want to make videos for. If you don't sit down and think about this, everything else becomes difficult, or some success becomes accidental, and then you can't repeat the same success. So a lot of times business owners that go into the content process, is a very simple process for them to do this step because they already know their ideal customer. But if you're trying to just create a content business from scratch, you still have to think about this. So a lot of times I think of all my interests, I put them into a list, and I think about which one do I know the most about, or I want to learn the most about, and that moves up on my list. Now, the more laser focused you can get with your content, serving this very specific topic and this very specific target audience, the faster you're just going to find success in creating content online. Step two is creating the type of content that the platforms actually want. So depending on the path that you choose to go, for example, you could start on TikTok, or you could start on YouTube, or you could do an organic content posting on LinkedIn using video and text. Depending on which one you choose right off the bat, you have to decide what kind of format those platforms want. For example, this is not just on the technical side, but the vertical videos on TikTok, those are the ones that you shoot with your phone, have to just have a different structure to them. Not just vertical, but the format of the video has to be short, they have to have a very strong opening, and they have to be to the point. Right? Because you have a different type of audience there that has a lower attention span. On YouTube, for example, they could be on the longer format, but you still need a strong hook in the first 5-10 seconds of the video to get people watching the rest of the video. And the format could be longer, but it still has to be organized because it's all about how long you keep someone watching the video through the end of the video. So you need to spend some time learning about each platform. I have hundreds of videos on YouTube and TikTok and Instagram on this channel. If you want to dive deeper in any of those, there are some playlists on my homepage. Now, number 3 is related to the type of content you make, and I recommend you make content for the search engine as the very first thing you do. And that requires you to create a YouTube channel as the very first part of your content strategy. YouTube traditionally pays a lot more than the other platforms, and you could make organic long-form content that actually will reach the type of people you want to reach and it turns them to very dedicated subscribers because long form just has a different kind of relationship than short form things like you find, right? A 30-second video or you spending 10 minutes with me are going to have a whole different result and the different type of subscribers you're going to get from that kind of view. So I recommend you install a plugin. I use this one called TubeBuddy for YouTube, where you basically search for one key term here that you want to create content around and get two ideas. These are the ones people are searching for on Google and YouTube. And your video will, over time, if you use the right strategies for search, show up on the search results. I have hundreds of videos on the first page of YouTube and Google because of this technique. And then you're going to find an audience that cares about the type of content you make because, again, you should be laser focused. And then as you grow, you could add more content to it and serve the type of audience to serve. Number 4 is very important when you're starting out, and that is having a very solid upload schedule. So if you decide that once a week you're going to upload to YouTube and 3 times a week you're going to upload to TikTok, and that's how you're going to start, look at your overall schedule and make sure that is something you can sustain over time, because this is going to take time. So to get to 500,000 subscribers on YouTube took me many years. On TikTok, it happened within 1 year, but TikTok is a whole different algorithm. So if you want quicker growth, TikTok might be somewhere where you're spending a little bit more time. But between TikTok and YouTube, you need to put down your content calendar so you know when you're going to upload. I started a long time ago on YouTube with a daily upload schedule, which is very, very difficult. So I typically recommend people on YouTube start 3 times a week. On TikTok, you could do daily because the videos are shorter and don't take this much effort to create. Number 5 is having a solid monetization strategy. You have to think about this like a business from the start. So if you're just starting brand new and you want to become a full-time content creator, there's a strategy for that. And if you're utilizing this for your business and creating content to grow your business, there is a monetization and content strategy for that. But ultimately, for both of those, what you need to know is you need to utilize all the different ways to monetize videos on YouTube. So for example, on YouTube, the first way you monetize a video is when you apply for the YouTube Partners Program and they give you a revenue share when they run ads on your video. They pay you 55% of what they charge an advertiser, and then those skippable or the mid-roll ads, the ones that play in the middle of the video, you get paid 55% for that. And that could become a significant revenue source for you. On TikTok and Instagram and Facebook, those platforms have a creator fund, so they give you a portion of that based on the videos. It's going to be significantly less. So on those short form platforms, that shouldn't really be your strategy for monetization. The second one is affiliates. So I sign up, for example, the Amazon affiliate program, where every time you put a link in the description of your videos and you mention that, and this could be across any platform, they give you a little bit of money there, sometimes 2%, sometimes 3%, depends on the product. But hundreds of companies have different unique affiliate programs. I'm a part of about 20 of them that I've utilized in 5 years to make another source of revenue. There's sponsorships, there's, again, selling your own product and services, especially if you have a business, and a ton of ways to learn monetization, and I have videos covering monetization in far more detail. Now, as you go beyond this, I do have a complete masterclass, a free masterclass online, specific to YouTube. So if you want to start with the YouTube path, which is, again, what I recommend because it just has far more revenue options, and it's pretty much where everyone goes when they're trying to create a content business or utilize content for their business. So I'll put that link below in the description if you want to watch that after this. And again, I have hundreds of other videos on this channel covering TikTok, Instagram, and specifically YouTube, so you can really dive in and learn those platforms right here on YouTube. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Why get a Google Career Certificate?
I went online. I also looked at multiple programs. I saw that the Google program was flexible.
Having a program like that where you're in control, like, that's amazing. I just wanted to learn what I needed to learn and get out there and find a job and work.
I was doing about 3 hours a week for 5 months, so that's really all it took to get the certificate done.
After I finished the certificate program, I got a 50% pay increase when I got my new job.
How to start my channel from the beginning. This is the video I would watch. Your niche is the number one thing you want to start off with. If you guys don't know what a niche is, the definition of a niche is basically what kind of videos you want to do and what kind of content you want to put out. For example, you have lifestyle content, gym content, beauty content, gaming, vlogging, cooking, DIY, you have to ask yourself, what is the type of content that I want to put out? When you have your niche and when you have what kind of content you want to put out, for example, I do vlogs, I do lifestyle, I do beauty, clothing hauls too. But you also want to choose something that you're passionate about and that you know that you're going to have fun and have a good time making content for. Watch YouTube. I feel like not a lot of people say this. A lot of people that come up to me and say that they want to start a YouTube channel, or like if we're just talking about YouTube, a lot of them don't really watch YouTube. I say you have to binge watch YouTubers, binge watch YouTube every single day, but you have to at least watch some type of YouTube. How do you want to be a YouTuber but you're not watching any YouTube? And I'm talking about like actually watch YouTube, watching stuff that you like. If you don't like YouTube and if you don't like watch YouTube, have your favorite YouTuber, I feel like that's like a tip nobody really talks about. Usually when you want to start YouTube, it's off of you watching YouTubers and watching YouTube and being like, oh, I want to do this. You would be surprised. A lot of people don't watch YouTube but want to be a YouTuber. Investing in quality equipment. Now, this could be making sure you have a good phone to start off with, some good lighting, but you don't have to go straight into filming off of a camera or editing on a laptop on like a very, very high-end editing source. You can start with your phone, but again, make sure it's still good quality, still good lighting, it's still good sound. I know a lot of YouTubers now that really have so many subscribers that still film off their phone, and these new phones like the iPhone 15, y'all, that camera is so good. It's not even just with the iPhone 15, like any iPhone, honestly. You have an iPad, edit on your iPad. If you don't have an iPad and you just have your phone, anything you can do on an iPad, you most likely can do on your phone, depending on like what editing source. Like CapCut is a good editing source. First time I used videos at this point, it was like Vivo. I'll put it in the description. I used to use that to edit my videos when I first started YouTube, and I was editing on my iPad. You don't have to start off with the best quality equipment, but you also want to still invest into making your like this right here is literally, I don't even know how much it is, y'all. This is some good lighting to start off with. You can change it to whatever you want. There's so many of those kind of lightings on Amazon, on TikTok Shop, like on Temu, and then going off your phone, and then you can go ahead and go into buying a camera, like buying a good editing software. Me talking about editing, go straight into master your editing. Okay, I wouldn't say like you have to know how to really, really edit to start a YouTube channel. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like at least know how to do something. Truthfully, nobody's gonna watch a video that is raw, uncut, don't got nothing, like no edits in it, just a little bit of cut here and there from somebody. You want to catch their attention. The first 5 seconds of your video is the most important. Focus on the first 5 seconds. First 5 seconds, you gotta focus on the first 2 minutes. The first 2 minutes of my videos is where I edit the most of my content. Like I'll edit throughout the video too, but like the first 2 minutes is where I really put in work and really make sure that it's very eye-catching, eye-engaging. It keeps the audience engaged. Okay, if somebody puts on your video, the first thing should be something that will catch your eye. These intros, these long-ass intros, please don't. I'm sorry, but please don't. Everybody got the same intro, and they'd be like 20, 30 seconds long. Once they watch it one time, next time, just stop doing those long intros. I have like ASMR, just like little 1, 2, and then it goes straight into the video. And then don't have your intro in the beginning of your video. Like you know how I do like clips, I put clips together and then put music and then like make it all fun and stuff. Or you can take like the most interesting clip from your YouTube video and put it in the beginning of your video and then add your 3 to 5, 6 second intro. Like I'm telling y'all, don't go over 7 seconds of an intro. You don't need no long intro. Nobody's gonna watch it. Like people are gonna click off. I'm not saying everybody's gonna click off. You know, you want to get a little intro made and all this, but just make sure it's not long and make sure that it's quick and simple and easy and it gets straight to the point. Titles and thumbnails. Titles and thumbnails are gonna be your most important thing, especially your thumbnail has to be eye-catching and eye-engaging, and it has to look good. Please do not have all of these texts on your thumbnail with all of these different colors, all of these different fonts. Keep it simple, easy, and eye-engaging, and make it look good. You can either do like 1 picture, you can do 3 pictures, 4 pictures, do like a little collage. Add a little bit of text here and there. Make sure you can see the text. Say, for example, if this was a thumbnail right here and I added a gray text over me with no back shadow, no nothing, it's not gonna look good and it's gonna like all kind of crumble together. Okay, this is my number one tip with titles. When you're doing a title, say for example, if it's like realistic day in my life, capitalize realistic and then do day in my life. If it's like extreme makeover, huge back to school haul, capitalize huge and do back to school haul. Those titles make people want to click videos more. Like people don't really understand the work you gotta put into.
What's this new tool that all the big YouTubers are using to grow their channels? I'll tell you, vidIQ is Optimize. Just connect your YouTube channel, click Optimize, and vidIQ pulls from over 20 million YouTube channels to tell you exactly what you should change with your title and thumbnail. See these green check marks? Those are what you're doing well. And these little red X's are where you're missing the mark. It even gives you a score so you can track your improvements. Not to mention, it'll give you tags, generate alternative thumbnails, and write your video description. Don't fall behind the wave of new content creators. Start your free trial now.
9, 8, 7, 6.
Manage WordPress hosting by Hostinger. Here are 3 super features to improve your website's performance. 1. Our in-house built CDN connects a global network of servers to deliver content quickly. 2. Hostingers use Lightspeed technology for the best loading speeds possible. 3. Object Cache stores the database query results in a fast access memory for faster response times. Check out their impact on your site with Google's Core Web Vitals reports. For Rockstar Security, we provide a malware scanner, an in-house built firewall, and DDoS mitigation. Let your visitors know your website is safe to browse thanks to automatically installed certificates, all free of charge. Updates and backups are automatic and instant. We proactively monitor your websites for errors, notifying you and helping you fix them. Need a hand starting your site? Enter a prompt, and Hostinger's rocking AI tools will generate unique content for your pages. Already have a website? Migration to Hostinger is quick, automatic, and free. Our dedicated team of experts is to help. A crowd of
This is the ultimate content creation hack if you're looking to create a quadrillion posts in a small amount of time. I specifically want to show you how to create 200 social media posts in 10 minutes. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can create 50 in-feed posts for Instagram and 50 short-form videos that you can then repurpose onto Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, and TikTok, ultimately giving you 200 pieces of content to post. As always, timestamps will be in the description below because I value your time and you already know why you're here, so let's jump to the computer and get into it. Jumping straight into ChatGPT, if you don't already have an account, you can create a free account, go to openai.com and just set that up. We're going to submit our prompt. So obviously we're bulk creating and we want to make 100 pieces of content. I've seen a bunch of videos where it's like, create a list of 100 Instagram tips, right? And I feel like that might not be very accurate because 100 is quite a bit of tips, and maybe there might be repeat tips. So I want to add as much variety to my content as possible. So we're going to actually do a little trick, and we're going to do a list of 25. I'm going to show you how not only we're going to do, okay, we're going to do this and we're going to do it 4 times. That's not what we're doing. We're actually only going to do this 2 times, and then I'm going to show you how you can repurpose and recycle our content to fit multiple formats. So let's start it off with create a list of 25 encouraging quotes or inspirational quotes for content creators and YouTubers. I'm going to copy that and submit. Perfect. So we have our encouraging quotes. I wanted to have something that's inspirational, and now we're going to make something that's like tactical, practical. So we're going to do create a list of 25 tips for content creators and YouTubers. Okay, perfect. So obviously each of these line items are going to be there on the list. We're going to generate that right now. So what we're going to do, we're going to copy all 25 of these and upload it to Google Sheets. So I just have a blank sheet here, starting with our inspirational quotes. Going to paste that there. And then in a new spreadsheet, I just pressed this add button, created a second spreadsheet. I'm going to do the YouTube tips for creators. Paste. Perfect. And then we need to export each of these as a
a CSV file. If you don't know what that is, don't worry. You don't need to know what it is because we're just going to do it anyway. So, file. We're going to download, export as CSV. Number one is done. Let's do our second one. File, download, export as CSV. Okay, let's jump into Canva and start making our 100 posts. Real quick, if you're interested in AI trends for marketers in 2023, then you're going to love this free resource created by HubSpot. When you follow the link below, you'll get access to 33 pages of AI marketing tips. HubSpot gathered survey data from over 1,300 global marketing, sales, service, and SEO professionals to put together this bundle of like everything you need to know about AI marketing. You'll get practical tips for integrating AI into your tech stack and key insights into the future of marketing with AI. Again, this 33-page bundle of goodness is completely free, and I will link it down below. Let's continue to make our content. In Canva, we're going to create 100 pieces of content. What we're going to do is we're turning these 25 tips into 25 graphic posts, and then we're also going to turn them into 25 reels, which could be repurposed onto TikTok or YouTube Shorts. And then these inspirational quotes, that is going to be turned into also 25 graphic posts and 25 reels, giving us our 100 pieces of content. But of course, when you repurpose these to 3 platforms, that's actually going to give you 75 pieces of content times 2. 150. Look at us. We're actually making like 200 freaking posts right now. Anywho, just wanted to explain that before we dive in. Let's start with our Instagram graphic. We're going to just keep it simple. Select this blank doc, and we're going to do our inspirational quotes for this one. So there's plenty of templates on Canva that you could use. So under this templates section, I would just look up quotes. There's obviously some here already. So I'm going to select this one, easy peasy lemon squeezy. After you've added your brand colors, fonts, and you've gotten it ready to add the quotes, once you're ready to like, okay, I'm ready to put in all 25 of these things, then what you're going to do is go to apps over here, scroll down to bulk create, and we're going to upload our CSV. We're going to upload
CSV, and here it's telling us, okay, perfect, your data is connected. This is the field that we've identified. Let's plug it in. Where are we going to plug it in? So we need to tell Canva where to plug it in. So we would select this text that you want replaced. Let's connect data and choose the one that is identified. So here, let's continue, and we're going to generate the rest of our pages. And there you have it. This is 25 graphics to post to Instagram. You could, of course, modify it if you wanted the author or the person who set the quote to move that down. And there might be a little bit of tweaking that you do depending on the prompt that you put into ChatGPT and the template that you select from Canva. Other than that, pretty simple. We got our first 25 done. Now let's create our reels. Going back to our Canva home, selecting social media, we're going to select Instagram Reel, and I'm going to find a template that I feel could give some tips. So I actually like, let's say we like this one. We're going to select this template. I'm going to have this text say tip of the day for my fellow content creators. And that way, when we insert our tip of the day, I don't have to keep changing this if I was like tip 1, tip 2, tip 3. So I think tip of the day is perfect. And then this is the one that we're going to change. I think I'm going to do a more simple font. So I feel like that one's kind of hard to read. So we'll do this one. You have your branding all set. Don't worry about the video. We can do that next. But if you have one video that you want to use for all 25, obviously you could make sure that video is uploaded now. I'm actually going to do different videos for different pieces of content, and I'll show you how to do that right after. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go to apps, bulk create, CSV, tips, open. It's identified the main field, which is great. So we just need to tell it where to connect this text to. So I'm going to select here. 3 dots, connect data, select. Looks almost good. I'm going to bring it out a little bit more, something like that. And then we'll continue to make the rest of our 24 pages. And now we can change the video if that's something that you wanted to do. So for me, I don't think I would keep the videos all the same. I actually would just use their stock videos that's right here in Canva. So maybe I'm going to look up content creator, see what kind of stock videos they have here, and try to get the tip to match the visual. So obviously that takes a little bit more time for the sake of saving time for this video. I'm just going to drag this here. Boom, love that one. What other ones do I like? I like this typing on a laptop. So I'm just dragging their stock images right here. Now, something else that you can do, and this is something that my team and I do, you know, the random videos in your photo album on your phone right now? Yeah, upload those to a folder on Drive called Vertical Videos. I went through earlier this year and just downloaded a bunch of my random videos and put them here. So I have a bunch of stuff of me like speaking at conferences, connecting with other people, working at coffee shops. So I have different shots like this. And so these are actually the videos that my team will pull from when creating short form videos for me. So I could just download all of those and then bulk import them to all of these clips, having them in the background. And that's how you make your 25 reels. Now you just repeat this process for the inspirational quotes and the tips again. So obviously we have the tips in video format, but we don't yet have the tip in quote format. So we need to do that. And I'm pretty sure it's self-explanatory, but you're gonna just go back to designs. You're gonna choose maybe like a tips template, one that you really like. Let's say, here's the tip that you want to do. And then again, import the CSV with the tips, put that thing down, flip it and reverse it, right? Now we're going to do inspirational quotes for our reels. So that's how you get 100 pieces of content with variety so that it doesn't seem like, you know, a robot. Now, if you're a content creator who wants to integrate more of ChatGPT into your content creation process, then watch this video next, where I dive into not only how to use ChatGPT in the basics of it, but all the different ways that you can use it as a content creator, whether it's content to something like that. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next one. Follow go. Bye.
Marketing leads shouldn't lead to a dead end.
Today's show
Talk
is
to the
brought
right
to you
customers
by
at the right
The Real
time.
Thing.
Then lead your business to its best quarter ever.
So the mindset is one that's chasing ultimate power and speed, and the other one's chasing ultimate efficiency. If you're in a brief, getting out going fast.
Google
So when
AI
we
helps
went
you find your
10
best
source
customers by
over the other,
optimizing your campaigns
what did
in
we
real
do?
time.
We stroked
Just set your specific
the Google
goals and Google
Config
AI will
now.
help maximize your reach
What
across
did we
the
use as a
entire
crank?
Google
What did we
network.
use cranks back then?
Try Google
And
Ads
there's no
today.
Brian Crower, whoever else, like who are the people that make cranks now? Like Winberg and
So आप एक नया YouTube चैनल खोलना चाहते हो, पर स्क्रिप्ट राइटिंग, वॉइस रिकॉर्डिंग, वीडियो एडिटिंग, इन सभी चीजों का आपको कोई एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है. Well, what if I tell you, ये सारे काम आपके लिए अब AI करेगा. That's right. आज मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा कि कैसे आप सिर्फ कुछ AI टूल्स का यूज करके एक YouTube चैनल स्टार्ट कर सकते हो, कैसे उस चैनल का नाम और लोगो क्रिएट कर सकते हो, और कैसे उस चैनल की पहली वीडियो बना सकते हो जो कि फुली मोनेटाइजेबल होगी. इन शॉर्ट, आज हम सब कुछ AI के हाथ में देने वाले हैं और पूरे वीडियो क्रिएशन प्रोसेस को ऑटोमेट करने वाले हैं. नॉर्मली हम 3 फैक्टर्स को देखते हैं नीश सेलेक्ट करते वक्त: इंटरेस्ट, एक्सपीरियंस एंड प्रॉफिट. और फिर जो भी नीश इन तीनों सर्कल्स के इंटरसेक्शन में फिट हो जाता है, हम उसका चैनल क्रिएट करते हैं. बट अभी क्योंकि हमारा सारा काम AI करने वाला है, तो हम इंटरेस्ट और एक्सपीरियंस इन दोनों सर्कल्स को कंप्लीटली स्किप कर सकते हैं और एक ऐसा नीश सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं जिसमें ढेर सारा प्रॉफिट हो. सो आई गो टू ChatGPT और मैं बोलूंगा कि वो मुझे मोस्ट प्रॉफिटेबल हाई RPM फेसलेस नीशेस का एक लिस्ट दे. And as you can see, इसने मुझे बहुत सारे niches recommend किए हैं, like finance, tech, business, crypto.
I'm not gonna lie to you. If it feels like the YouTube algorithm is ignoring your smaller YouTube channel, that might be because it actually is. But there is also a simple way that you can address this. We wanted to find the ultimate answer to why channels feel like they
So in today's video, I'm going to be sharing with you how you can go live on your faceless YouTube channel without ever showing your face. Now, this little secret of mine is going to help you grow your watch time and also your subscribers. Now, if this is something that you please come closer and
Drag, drop, and elevate. Find, inspire, and fire. Hundreds, thousands, and one. Get things done. Action, caption, and stun. Make it wide. Push it higher. Find your groove. Energize, mesmerize, and watch it move. Design Studio. Thousands of elements for Final Cut Pro. Just one click.
For you to grow your brand as an authority, you need to figure out how best you can generate content fast and give as much value as you can to your audience. And this is actually one of the most important parts, but at the same time, it will be very, very hard for you to figure out how you can consistently generate content ideas that you share via social media and other places to your audience who are going to read, consume, and then see you as an authority. In this particular video today, I am going to share with you guys 3 websites where I use to consistently generate content ideas. And with this, you're going to be able to follow through all of the sites I'm going to share with you guys in this particular video today. And you can start to consistently get content ideas for yourself. Guys, I am Frank Emmanuel, and this time I will share with you guys those tips and tricks, reviews of strategies that will help you to grow your online business. And if you're new to this channel, consider hitting the subscribe button right now and also smash on the bell icon so that you do not miss any of my videos. This video is going to be quite simple and short, but at the same time, packed with smart value that will actually help you move on to the next step in your online marketing game. If you love this video, go ahead right now and in the comment section below, type in get ideas. Yeah, just type in get ideas so that we can actually trigger the algorithm. We can get more people who are looking to get ideas to see this video, and then they can actually follow through and start getting super results for themselves too. All right, guys, so without further ado, I'm going to be jumping straight into my laptop screen right now, where I'll be sharing with you guys this website. Now, there are 3 websites, but then the third one will not only give you content ideas, but will also give you different insights on your market and help you to even do better with your marketing, and you can start getting even more results for yourself. All right, so jumping straight in right now to my laptop screen. Now, the very first website to actually get content ideas is this website, Answer the Public. Now, Answer the Public is actually a very cool website, and this is exactly where we are looking out for what people are asking for. Now, one of the major ways you can actually attract your audience and also get them to fall in love with you is if you're able to answer most of their questions. Now, in the online space, especially people who are just starting out, they have 1,001 questions they are asking. And the most beautiful aspect of this is when you are able to answer these questions they're asking. And that's why I'm actually going to be focusing more on questions right now and seeing how you can get started with answering these questions that they are very much concerned around. Now, for example, if you are in the affiliate marketing space and you're thinking, okay, you want to feed your audience very good, useful, authority content, then what are they asking for? What are the things that they want to know about? And this is where you actually get to come and ask. So I'm going to type in here, once you just go to answerthepublic.com, I'm going to type in here affiliate marketing. And once I type in here affiliate marketing, I can actually do another thing. I can switch up the location to be more specific with wherever I am. But then you can actually leave it in the UK or in the US so that you can actually get more. So these countries can actually help you with gathering much more data, and then you can now streamline them to your own locale. So I leave it here, US.
What's this new tool that all the big YouTubers are using to grow their channels? I'll tell you, vidIQ Optimize. Just connect your YouTube channel, click Optimize, and vidIQ pulls from over 20 million YouTube channels to tell you exactly what you should change with your title and thumbnail. See these green check marks? Those are what you're doing well. And these little red X's are where you're missing the mark. It even gives you a score so you can track your improvements. Not to mention, it'll give you tags, generate alternative thumbnails, and write your video description. Don't fall behind the wave of new content creators. Start your free trial now.
CRM shouldn't set your teams back. It should revolutionize the way they work. A CRM shouldn't block your workflow. It should make it fly. A CRM shouldn't let customers slip through.
Locale. So I leave it here, US, I leave it at English, and I click on search. All right. So once I click on search, it's going to take a while to load up. And once it loads up, it's telling here there are 389 results for affiliate marketing. There are 80 questions. There are 56 propositions. There are 30 questions. There are 208 alphabeticals, and there are related 8 questions. So now looking here, you're going to see several questions that are on here. So here it says, what is affiliate marketing and how it works? What is affiliate marketing? What affiliate marketing pays the most? What affiliate marketing is not? What affiliate marketing is all about? Now, scrolling down, you can even see several questions. Which affiliate marketing is best? Who is affiliate marketing? Who offers affiliate marketing? All right, you can come down, you see where to start affiliate marketing, where to use affiliate marketing, where to begin affiliate marketing. Now, scrolling through, okay, you can even see here it says, which affiliate marketing is best in Nigeria, right? So you see that it's even driving down your questions down to the local using your IP, right? So you can actually see, okay, which affiliate marketing is best for beginners? And scrolling down, you can see propositions, and here you can see where it says affiliate marketing with Amazon. It says here affiliate marketing for beginners. Affiliate marketing is not easy. Affiliate marketing is dead. Wow, so people actually think affiliate marketing is dead. Wow. All right. So affiliate marketing in Nigeria and several other ones. So you can see comparisons. These are comparisons. Affiliate marketing or dropshipping. You can see affiliate marketing and Pinterest. Affiliate marketing and how to get started. And you can actually coming down here, you can see other questions that are placed alphabetically, right? You can see all of them right here from A to Z. And also related questions. And you can see related questions here. Now, what this basically helps you to do is just to figure out, the different questions that your audience are asking out there around that particular space where you are. And in turn, this will help you to figure out how to start generating content ideas. So if you like ideas of content, then this is one site that will really, really help you with, you knowing what contents to even go ahead and write about, right? It could be you writing a blog post, it could be you writing or you doing a YouTube video, it could be you putting up content on Twitter, on Facebook. This is actually one of the spaces where you can get ideas like that. Now, beyond this particular guide, you can also come to the next particular website here, which is also ask.com. Now, this is where you find questions that people ask. This is also another alternative to, answer the public. And here, I am just going to do something like blogging, for example. And you can see here, I'm going to leave the language, the region, and then search. Now, once I search here, it takes a while for it to load up. But then the major thing is when it loads up, it shows you questions people are asking. right? So I actually searched for blogging right now, and you can see what blogging means. How do I start blogging?
So if I was going to start a YouTube channel in 2024, this is the exact 7-step system that I would follow.
For you to grow your brand as an authority, you need to figure out how best you can generate content fast and give as much value as you can to your audience. And this is actually one of the most important parts, but at the same time, it would be very, very hard for you to figure out how you can consistently generate content ideas that you share via social media and other places to your audience who are going to read, consume, and then see you as an authority. In this particular video today, I am going to be sharing with you guys 3 websites where I use to consistently generate content ideas. And with this, you're going to do all of the sites I'm going to share with you guys in this particular video today. And you can start to consistently get content ideas for yourself. Guys, I am Frank Emmanuel, and on this channel, I try to share with you guys those tips and tricks, reviews and strategies that will help you to grow your online business. And if you're new to this channel, consider hitting the subscribe button right now and also smash on the bell icon so that you do not miss any of my videos. This video is going to be quite simple and short, but at the same time, packed with smart value that will actually help you move on to the next step in your online marketing game. And if you love this video, go ahead right now and in the comment section below, type in get ideas. Yeah, just type in get ideas so that we can actually trigger the algorithm. We can get more people who are looking to get ideas to see this video, and then they can actually follow through and start getting super results for themselves too. All right, guys, so without further ado, I'm going to be jumping straight into my laptop screen right now, where I'll be sharing with you guys this website. Now, there are 3 websites, but then the third one will not only give you content ideas, but will also give you different insights on your market and help you to even do better with your marketing, and you can start getting even more results for yourself. All right, so jumping straight in right now to my laptop screen, and the very first website to actually get content ideas is this website, Answer the Public. Now, Answer the Public is actually a very cool website, and this is exactly where we are looking out for what people are asking for. Now, one of the major ways you can really attract your audience and also get them to fall in love with you is if you're able to answer most of their questions. Now, in the online space, especially people who are just starting out, they have 1,001 questions they are asking. And the most beautiful aspect of this is when you are able to answer these questions they're asking. And that is why I'm actually going to be focusing more on questions right now and seeing how you can get started with answering these questions that they are very much concerned around. Now, for example, if you are in the affiliate marketing space and you're thinking, okay, you want to feed your audience.
Want a new career but don't have experience?
Prior to the Google UX design certificate, I didn't have any experience in UX design at all.
I didn't know what SQL was, or Python, or R, or Tableau.
The thing I really liked about this certificate was,
So if I was going to start a YouTube channel in 2024, this is the exact 7-step system that I would follow. Our students have actually been using this system for years now to get their first 100, 1,000, even 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. But I have a disclaimer for you. This system isn't some magic pill, right? You actually have to upload videos. You're gonna have to actually punch fear in the face, press record, and commit at least a few hours a week to your YouTube channel. If you follow this system, you might be surprised by how quickly your YouTube channel grows, and also by how quickly you're able to start generating money from your YouTube channel. So stick with me. I'm gonna break down this entire system for the first time ever on YouTube like this. Let's jump into number 1, which is reverse engineering. Before you start really posting videos, you want to answer a few questions. Who is your YouTube channel actually for? The mistake a lot of people make is that if you try and reach everybody, you'll end up reaching nobody. And then what? What problem does my YouTube channel solve? Who's my channel for? People that want to get into fishing. What problem does it solve? People that want to know fishing poles, lures, things like that. Okay, I'm going to make a video and I'm going to review the top 5 lures for catching bass fish. And therefore, before you even start, you're making a plan, right? You may have heard if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And so reverse engineer is the first R. Number 2, research. We're going to start crafting our title. This could include keyword research. What are the terms people are searching for? There's also the ability to look into how much search like how many people were actually interested in this topic using some keyword research tools. I like to use vidIQ. You also can go to the YouTube search bar and you can type best fishing and it'll start finishing your sentence for you. Best fishing boats, best fishing poles. Another way that you research is you're gonna research your competitors. I'm gonna go see what other videos are out there on this topic. How long are they? What do their thumbnails look like? What is the content inside of the video? What can I learn from these videos? Again, our time spent in research and reverse engineering is our time spent winning the battle before the battle even starts. So when we actually record the video, we're doing it with more intentionality, with more insight, with more knowledge, with more strategy. And this will change everything. Let's get to number 3. So number 3 is record. You want to record your video with strategy. The planning you've done here is going to help you record a strong video that holds the viewer's attention, that ultimately is pleasing to watch. You want to be brief, be bright, be fun, and be done. Turn the video off, and now you have the video ready to edit and ultimately upload, which brings us to number 4, which is release. I'm making sure my title's good, my thumbnail's good. I'm filling out that description line by line, uploading tags, adding your video to a playlist, and then eventually making your video public. Now, here's the mistake people make. One of the things I've noticed is that people get lazy right about here, right? You already might be like, dear God, Sean, we've gone through so much. You know, we've done a lot up until this point. Do not cut corners here. You want to make sure that your video is findable, meaning it's discoverable, making sure that your video is optimized properly. So that's number 4, and that is release. Which brings us to number 5, which is rocket and rank. So this is your opportunity now. Your video is public. Congratulations. You've released your video to the world. It's out there now, and it's sitting on YouTube. And now your goal is to, of course, get your video views. The best way for your video to grow on YouTube is to actually trigger the YouTube algorithm itself. Meaning that if you've done the first 4 steps properly, then in a way, number 5 should take care of itself. However, you can share your video on the community tab an hour or 2 or 3 after the video comes out to maybe get a few more views to your video. Now, there are off-platform opportunities here as well. My friend Neil Patel, he's able to rank his videos because he's built a big email list. And when he releases a new YouTube video, he sends an email, and YouTube loves the fact that he sends all these people over to YouTube that weren't on YouTube. Then boom, your video ranks, and here's the dream. Do you want to create a video today that gets views a month from now, a year from now, and even beyond? So number 6 now, review. So review is all about analytics. Now, disclaimer, your first video is going to probably be terrible. Like your first videos are your worst videos. I know mine were. Spending too much time reviewing them is kind of discouraging. It's not even super helpful. But eventually, this is a key step because what gets measured gets improved. We look at the video and we say, okay, what do we learn from it? Did the video take off? And what your analytics will tell you is 1 out of 10, that's good, or 10 out of 10, the worst out of your last 10 videos. And you can look at these different metrics. And then not only that, remember, the 7R system is about your entire channel as well. So it works for both. Like this is a routine. This is a system that you work over and over consistently. And then the key is you say, how can I improve and get better next time? Number 7, repeat. We take the information we learned from studying our video and we say, how can we begin again more intelligently? What are the winners? What are the videos out of the last 10 videos I've posted? Which 1 or 2 videos did the best? Success leaves clues. Make part 2. Right? So if you've got 10, 20 videos, there's maybe a couple videos where you should follow up, and that's going to influence the videos that I make next. Now, 8 which is reach.
Multiple performance. The brand new rewards card that's free, simple, and easy.
We all want to be productive. But when your company's knowledge is disconnected across a sea of apps, searching for the right information can seem impossible. And when you and your team are not too busy fighting your tech, you might be stuck on mundane day-to-day tasks instead of innovating. But what if there's a way to automate all of that? Enter Stack AI, the enterprise generative AI platform that helps you automate your back office workflows. Simply ask Stack AI what you're looking for. Stack AI will use state-of-the-art language models to search through your company's apps and give you the answers you're looking for, along with its sources.
Here's some amazing YouTube advice from 10 very successful YouTubers. Let's get into number 1.
Any of you listening, if you, especially if you have 0 videos on your channel, your first video is not going to get views. Period. It's not. Your first 10 are not going to get views. I can very confidently say that. So stop sitting there and thinking for months and months on end and just get to work and start uploading. Like, all you need to do, this applies to people who have not uploaded videos but have dreams of being a YouTuber, is make 100 videos and improve something every time. Do that. And then on your 101st video, we'll start talking, like maybe you can get some views, but you know, your first 100 are going to suck. There are very freak cases like Liza Koshy or Emma Chamberlain who have really good personalities and it doesn't take them as many videos. And it's just like people who are 7'5" and making a video. Like, yes, there are freak cases you can find, but for the average person like us, you know, who don't have these exceptional personalities and, you know, backgrounds in filmmaking, just make 100 videos, improve something each time, and then talk to me on your 101st video.
Well, the improve something each time is the tricky one. How do you improve something each time?
The second one, just, I don't know, put more effort into the script. The third one, try to learn a new editing trick. The fourth one, try to figure out a way that you can have better inflections in your voice. The fifth one, try to, you know, study a new thumbnail tip and implement it. The sixth one, try to figure out a new title. There's infinite ways. That's the beauty of content creation online. There's literally infinite ways, from the coloring to the frame rate to the editing to the filming to the production to the jokes to the pacing to every little thing can be improved, and they can never not be improved. There's literally no such thing as a perfect video.
Don't really worry about what your niche is. Like, people get hung up on this, like, I don't know what to make videos about. It would be like a writer saying, I don't know what to write about, therefore I'm not going to write. Or like an artist saying, I don't know what my masterpiece is going to be, therefore I'm not going to hold a paintbrush. It's totally okay for your niche to emerge over time. Yes, you can take a very calculating route and plot it out in advance. You're like, okay, this is my path. Or you can do what I recommend, which is just start making videos on YouTube about whatever you enjoy, whatever you want. If I was starting on YouTube, I wouldn't really worry about the niche thing. I just think, you know what? Let me make videos about the things that I enjoy, maybe some close-up magic because I'm not a total loser. Maybe like iPhones, maybe like, you know, my favorite pen, maybe like, you know, tips of getting started on YouTube, maybe life as a medical student, maybe like whatever experiences in my life that I enjoy talking about and that I think I could teach on the internet. That is the stuff I would start making videos about. And over time, as you start making videos about things that you enjoy, The audience starts to resonate with some of those things. And so your niche ends up emerging over time. I never thought I would be a productivity YouTuber, but I seem to have become a productivity YouTuber because that niche just sort of emerged over time. It was not forward planned in advance. And so if you've got a lot of interest, if you've got a lot of things you're interested in, or even if you don't know what to talk about on YouTube, just start making stuff and you will figure it out. Don't be one of those writers who says, I don't know what my bestseller book is going to be about, therefore I'm not going to write a single word. It's the same with YouTube. Who cares if you don't know what your niche is? Your niche will change over time. I started off making videos for medical school applicants. I now no longer care about medical school applicants in terms of making videos, and therefore it just sort of changes over time. So don't worry about it. Don't overthink it. Just make videos that you enjoy at the start.
Strongest call to action is to watch another video, because now all of a sudden your channel went from like say 8 minutes of watch time to 16 minutes of watch time if they watch another one, and it shows that this person is in your little watch web. It also gives you another ad impression. Like, that is the metric that YouTube cares about. Sure, you can ask them to comment, you can ask them to like, that's totally fine. But watching another video exposes them to more of your content and shows YouTube, I am a channel that keeps people on the platform for 16 minutes rather than just.
Yep, that's incredibly well said. And for everyone listening, 2 call to actions, it sounds like. 1 in the first third, and maybe the like. You don't want to ask them to watch another video and leave your current one.
Yes.
And the outro, just to clarify, is watch another.
Correct, yes.
As opposed to decision fatigue of like, watch, comment, subscribe.
Yeah, people don't do any of it. It's a meaningless call to action.
Patty Galloway was talking about the ideas of your video, and then he was also talking about the titles. When it comes to ideas, and this is something we do, I just don't think we've talked about it enough.
No, for sure.
He said to think of 100 ideas, bring it down to the top 10, and then choose one. He goes, I can't believe when people think of one video idea and they just go and make it. Keep in mind, he's working with like Mr. Beast. He's working with people who require a like killer video idea. The point is, ideas matter so much on YouTube. Start with volume and then work your way in for the best ones.
You know, transitioning from a video idea to actually landing on a title. When Patty was talking about titles, it's just crazy how just the reframing of the right title will cause so much interest. And his word was curiosity.
He gave a really cool example. He was working with a client. Variation of the title was inside a $1.7 million New York loft. They didn't really love it, and there's nothing really interesting about it except the money value, but there's probably more expensive ones or whatever, right? So then they changed it to I found the best loft in New York, and they liked it better. They thought it improved, and then they added one more thing to it, which was I found the best loft in NYC ... but nobody wants it. And they were like, that's the title. They opened up this curiosity loop. If it's the best loft in New York City, why does nobody want it? How can you bring curiosity into that? Because naturally, you want to click on something that sparks curiosity. You want to know the answer, and so you want to click on that video.
On that note of like deciding what videos to make, how much are you how much does it play in your mind of I know if I make this sort of video, it'll get this many views, versus more like I feel like making this video because I feel like it. And sort of that, to me, that's always felt like a bit of a spectrum of like doing things because I feel like it versus doing things because I know they'll perform well. How do you think about sort of videos along that spectrum?
Yeah, so I think this is super lucky that the videos that I know will do well are the most interesting to me also because they're about probably a piece of tech that is so cool that I want to check it out anyway, right? So on one half, it's like, what videos will do well? It's the hottest gadgets, the most impressive new things that people haven't seen before, collaborations with really cool, interesting people. Those I know before we make them are like, oh, those are going to do pretty well. And on the other half is, what do I want to do? And sometimes it's, well, I want to check out this gadget. This seems pretty cool. Well, I kind of want to talk to this person. They seem really interesting to talk to. And suddenly like they're like meshing together and it's kind of the same pool of things. So often, again, it's like I don't have that much pressure to like. I'm not into this video, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I know it'll get a lot of views. That doesn't happen too often for me because if I know it's gonna get a lot of views, why is that going to get a lot of views? Because it's a really interesting piece of tech. Oh, okay. So I'm in.
And has that always been your attitude, or was that a thing that changed over time?
I think that's something I figured out over time. I know that there are videos that I make that aren't going to blow up like the ones that are the most popular gadgets, but I still want to share them because I still think they're cool. And I think if I can make the video in a way that actually shows why I'm so interested in it, then it will eventually.
Oh, wow.
And you'll earn 100 points to get things started. Come as you are to Virginia Lottery Rewards. Announcing Virginia Lottery Rewards, the brand new rewards club that's free, simple, and oh so easy to join. Just sign into your existing Virginia Lottery account or create one, and you'll earn 100 points to get things started. Come as you are to Virginia Lottery Rewards. It's a club that's free, simple, and oh, so easy to join. Just sign into your existing Virginia Lottery account or create one, and you'll earn 100 points to get things started. Come as you are to Virginia Lottery Rewards.
Uh-huh.
Marketing leads shouldn't lead to a dead end. Talk to the right customers at the right time, then lead your business to its best quarter ever.
And that's why we use HubSpot.
Switch to Google Fi Wireless today and use your data abroad at no extra cost on Unlimited Plus, our best unlimited plan. Get off the plane and go with international data in 200 plus destinations when you make the switch to Google Fi Wireless.
Whoo!
Microbes are these tiny little chemical factories that have evolved to live in pretty much every environment on Earth. They also fix nitrogen and phosphorus, which means that they can convert it from forms that plants can't use to forms that they can. Nitrogen is a major component of the air we breathe. It's essential for plants, and actually it's essential for us too. In order for nutrients and plants to make those molecules that are essential for life, they have to have nitrogen in a form that they can use, and nitrogen in gas form is what's called inert.
What's this new tool that all the big YouTubers are using to grow their channels? I'll tell you, vidIQ's Optimize. Just connect your YouTube channel, click Optimize, and vidIQ pulls from over.
Finally, we have reached 50K subscribers. उसके लिए thank you so much. मेरे चैनल के average views 10 to 15K. बस because 3.7 million videos uploaded every week on YouTube. 3.7 million. हिंदी लैंग्वेज में एजुकेशनल कंटेंट का आरपीएम रेवेन्यू पर माइल यानी 1000 व्यूज पर 10 से 40 रुपया तक मिलता है। लेकिन फॉरेन कंट्रीज में या जो कंटेंट बाहर के लोग देखते हैं इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज, उसका आरपीएम है 300 से 800 रुपया। यूट्यूब पे कैसे लाखों रुपया कमाना है उसका हजारों ट्यूटोरियल्स मिल जाएगा, हजारों मोटिवेशन देने वाले मिल जाएंगे। लेकिन ये वीडियो उसका उल्टा होने वाला है, डीमोटिवेशनल टाइप का। किसी को स्टार्टअप के लिए मोटिवेट कर देना कोई बड़ी बात नहीं, ये तो सिर्फ साउंड डिजाइनिंग से भी होगा, लेकिन इससे एक्चुअल में तुम्हारा लाइफ में कोई असर नहीं होगा और ना ही चेंज होगा तुम्हारा क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ। 3 साल बाद जो फीलिंग मुझे हो रहा है वो तुम्हें नहीं होना चाहिए। 2024 में यूट्यूब एज ए करियर बड़ा गलती साबित हुआ। 2-3 सालों से
Right, item number 1 is that no one cares about your videos. This is 2 categories of people who do not care. Number 1, your friends and family do not care. Number 2, the audience also does not care. Firstly, on the friends and family front, I was so worried when I started YouTube 6 years ago that people were going to say bad things about it. I was afraid people were going to judge me. And then I started making videos and I realized no one cares. No one cares. People are busy with their own life, people are doing their own stuff. They do not give a flying toss whether or not I have a YouTube channel or whether I make videos. They're never watching my videos are not aimed at them, and so me making videos was not for the sake of my friends and family. And so many people are held back by the worry of what their friends, their family, their co-workers, their boss, their aunt, their uncle, their dog is going to think about their YouTube channel. No one cares. Everyone is doing their own thing. You can absolutely do YouTube, and I guarantee your friends and family will not care. Secondly, the other degree of people that doesn't care is the audience. When I first started making YouTube videos 6 years ago, I thought people would care. I started making videos about me and my friends singing songs, a cover of Payphone by Maroon 5, a cover of Adele or whatever. And the way I now think about this, and what I kind of wish I'd known before, is that videos on YouTube are not actually free. People are paying for watching your videos. They're just not paying with their cash, they are paying with their time and attention, and those are 2 currencies that are even more valuable than money. And so when you're new to YouTube and you make a video, it doesn't get any views, and you think, oh, the algorithm doesn't like me. It's not that the algorithm doesn't like you, it's that your video is not worth watching. People have not decided to click on that video, people have not decided to watch it because it has not provided them with any value. And these days, increasingly, people have so many choices of how they can spend their time on the internet. The thing they want to do is they want value. Whether that's value in the form of entertainment or education or inspiration, it needs to have some kind of value. And if there is no value in the video, then people will not watch the video. And if people are not watching the video, the algorithm will recognize that no one's watching it and is therefore not going to recommend it. And this is enormously liberating and enormously freeing when you're getting started, because it means you don't need to overthink it. No one's going to watch the first several videos anyway. You have to start off by being bad. And over time, by being bad repeatedly, you will eventually be good at making videos. Your videos will start to add value, you'll start to figure out what your niche is, and then when people give up their time and attention to watch your videos, it will actually be worth it for them, and now the algorithms will start recommending you, and then your channel will grow, and then at some point you'll become a millionaire and then life will be all great. Lesson number 2 is the difference between being an architect and being an archaeologist. Now, what I wish someone had told me when I first started YouTube is that there are 2 approaches to finding your niche. Firstly, there is the archaeologist approach. The archaeologist approach is where, okay, there's some interesting videos I can make over there. You start making those videos, you make a handful of them, and you see what happens. And then you realize no one cares, and you're not very good, and maybe you didn't enjoy making those videos, so then you go to a new topic. And then you do this a bunch of times, and eventually, by exploring enough hot zones, just like an archaeologist would, eventually you'll be making that video, and then something good will happen. Maybe you'll get 1 comment when normally you have none. Maybe that video will get 100 views when normally it gets 3. That's like the equivalent of the archaeologist digging and then finding something like, oh, hello, there's something here. And now that you find something interesting in the area, you continue to excavate, you continue to dig, and this means basically continuing to make more and more videos about that topic. Now, the alternative way to approach YouTube is as an architect. Now, an architect does not bother kind of willy-nilly digging in random areas. An architect has a plan. They've got the blueprint. They know exactly what's going to happen. And only once they have all the information out there and it's all written down, do they start to hire someone to lay the first brick and lay the foundations. If you're trying to approach YouTube like an architect and you have no experience of making videos, you're trying to make the plan, you're trying to figure out your niche in advance, chances are you're not actually going to take any action because it's very difficult to figure out your niche in advance. The vast majority of people that I would recommend should start by being an archaeologist. If you don't yet know how to make videos, it doesn't matter. Your niche is irrelevant. Focus on making the videos, digging like an archaeologist. Over time, as you get better at making videos, you will then start to figure out what works in terms of how you feel about making certain types of content and also what seems to be resonating with the audience. In my case, I started off with making videos about singing, no one cared. I then started making travel vlogs about my adventures on my medical elective in Cambodia and Vietnam, no one cared. I made a series talking about how I was building a medical app, no one cared. I started vlogging about life as a medical student, broadly no one cared, but it was when I started making specific educational videos helping people who were applying to medical school back in the day 6 years ago, that was when people started to care. And based on that, people started to ask me, how do you do all this studying for exams? What study tips do you have? And I started making videos about study tips and people cared. I dabbled with a bunch of other series at that time that no one cared about. Then people started asking me, how are you so productive? And I made videos about that. And then people started to care, to the point that now 6 years later, I'm the world's most followed productivity expert. I've written a book about productivity. It's coming out in a few months, link down below. But none of this was intentional. It was all the archaeologist approach of like digging, making the videos, and consistently just sticking to producing 1 or 2 videos every single week, even while I was a full-time medical student and trying to prepare for my final year exams. So if you're allowing the concern about not having a niche hold you back from making the videos, please don't let it. Just go for it, and I promise your niche will emerge over time. Lesson number 3 is the importance of supply and demand. Now, supply and demand is an economic reality, but it's also very much a reality here on YouTube. And basically what happens here is that the more supply of a particular type of content there is, the higher the bar gets raised in terms of how you stand out. The lower the supply and the higher the demand, the lower the bar gets. So for example, right now, YouTube is absolutely saturated with videos from students teaching people how to learn how to study for exams. There is a very high supply of that content. There's still a pretty reasonably high demand for it, but the bar is very high. That means if you're a brand new YouTuber without any camera gear, without any experience talking to camera, without any experience editing on your phone, it is very unlikely that you'll be able to stand out. Now, based on this reality, there are 2 different approaches you can take. One approach you could take is just improving the quality of your videos. I want to continue making videos, let's say, about productivity. I know the bar is here, and therefore I want my videos to be there, for example, so they cross the bar and so that they stand out in a crowded market. The problem is it's very hard to make videos stand out in a crowded market. Generally, you need some kind of unfair advantage, more than later. But the alternative approach is to not to compete in a niche where there is already quite a lot of attention. We've had thousands of students go through my course.
I applied to over 200 tech jobs and got rejected from every single one of them. And then I found out about others that were landing 6-figure jobs and working remotely, some of them in their early 20s and even well into their 30s, even 40s. I kept asking myself, when is it going to be my turn to win? Until I discovered a new way to get into this new remote work lifestyle, a way that didn't require me to be an expert or to have a college degree or to even have previous coding experience. And now, because you're here, I'll unpack the 3 steps that I took to land the 160K per year role at Canva without a degree. And more importantly, I'll show you how you can apply these 3 steps for yourself, which my former boss, the founder of Canva, even vouched for himself. I'm David Brown.
We've had thousands of students go through my course, the Content YouTuber Academy so far, and like 80% of them want to make content about productivity, personal development, finance, and business because they enjoy that stuff. But the problem with all of those very broad niches is that they are very, very, very saturated. And generally the ones that we find succeed are the ones who niche further and further down so that they can make very specific videos about a specific topic that they have some sort of unfair advantage in. Lesson number 4 is the importance of thinking in systems. Now, back in the day, for the first, let's say 6 to 12 months of me making videos, when I made my first 50 to 100 videos, I was focused on thinking 1 video at a time. I was thinking in terms of videos. I was like, cool, what video am I going to make this week? And then I would write the video, I'd film, I'll edit, I'd publish. And as the video was uploading, I'd think about the title and figure out the thumbnail. I'd publish the video, I'd look at the comments, and then I'd move on to the next one. This is an absolutely exhausting way of making YouTube videos if you're focused on making the videos 1 at a time. The big level up that I had about a year into my YouTube journey was when I started to think in terms of systems. I read a fantastic book called The E-Myth Revisited by Michael Gerber.
which is a book about how small businesses grow and how small businesses fail. And initially I thought I wouldn't learn anything from it, but then I realized that a YouTube channel is a business, and businesses grow through systems and through operations. Now, there are some people that choose to view YouTube as a hobby, and if you want to view it as a hobby, that's totally fine. But if you want to view it as a business, i.e. something that makes money while providing value for other people, rather than as a hobby, which is something you do for yourself for fun, if you want to view it as a business, then there's a profound importance in thinking in systems. So instead of thinking, what video can I make today? What video can I make tomorrow? Think, what is the system that I can build that would make the process of making every subsequent video way easier than it currently is? This might involve, like I do, having a content library, a database of video ideas. This is all the stuff that we teach on our course, by the way. It might involve systematically brainstorming titles and thumbnails in advance. It might involve having a systematic house style for your thumbnails, so it's less work to create thumbnails every time. It might involve having a specific system for how you look at YouTube analytics and what action you can take on them, and completely ignoring the analytics that you don't intend to act upon. The point is, by thinking in systems and by treating your YouTube channel as a business, as a sort of media business, which is basically what it is, you can start to benefit from economies of scale by the fact that you're making multiple videos over a very long period of time. And systems are a form of leverage. It's like the same amount of effort combined with leverage gets you way more output. And especially as part-time YouTubers, if, like I was, you're trying to grow a YouTube channel while you've got a really demanding day job or while you're a student, systems and leverage are one of the key principles that will take your YouTube channel to the next level without it completely ruining your life. Now, if you're in that boat and you do want to take YouTube seriously, but you're not sure exactly what the next steps are, then you can take my completely free quiz. It's called the YouTube Growth Scorecard, and it's a completely free assessment that I put together based on my 6+ years of experience to try and figure out, like, what are the key things that it takes.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A CRM shouldn't set your teams back. It should revolutionize the way they work. A CRM shouldn't block your workflow. It should make it fly. A CRM shouldn't let customers slip through the cracks. It should guide your teams. A CRM shouldn't leave you in the dark. It should deliver insights clear as day. Get started for free.
I analyzed over 100 faceless YouTube channels across several different niches to decode the algorithm and figure out why some faceless channels like this one, and this one become massively successful while other channels like these fail to even get off the ground. And I found that most successful faceless creators apply a very specific formula to their videos. One that we've also applied to this very channel to create viral faceless videos like these. So what is this formula that helps them get great results again and again? What do these successful creators know that 99% people don't? The best faceless YouTube videos follow 4 simple steps. And in this video, I am going to walk you through them all. Make sure you stick around till the end because I'll also show you how you can use AI to put these steps into action and create epic faceless videos in minutes without ever having to shift, record, or edit anything. The first step is by far the most important and also the most overlooked, and that is your idea. You can have the best video in the world on making little wooden dolls. But if nobody wants to watch a video on making little wooden dolls, how are you going to get any views? During my research, I found that most faceless channels that fail have a very self-centered approach to picking ideas. They'll think of topics that matter to them or that they find appealing, and therein lies their biggest mistake. What you want to do instead is pick ideas that people are interested in watching, and the best way to find these ideas is to steal them. Let's get honest. You are not creating a faceless channel to express your creativity. You are most likely making it because you want to make money and turn it into a passive revenue source. So you want to create videos that will help you do that quickly. Start by finding as many reference channels in your niche as possible and figure out what topics have worked for them in the past 2 to 3 months. Ones that have gotten them at least 2 to 3x investment. That is exactly what we did with this video right here, and it clearly paid off. Now, once you have a list of potential topics, you want to filter that list based on parameters. Number 1, is there a content gap in the video? But others have not covered it, it can be a great idea to start with. Second, is the topic evergreen or trendy? Trendy topics stay relevant only for a little while, like our videos on bulk creating YouTube shorts. If you're a beginner and it takes time to execute, it's better to start with more evergreen ideas instead. And third, how quickly can you execute the idea? Initially, when you start a faceless YouTube channel, it's a quantity game, which means you need to produce videos consistently and produce it on the algorithm's radar and get it to start pushing your content out. You can't do that if it takes you a month to create your videos. That brings us to our second most crucial step, creating the package for your video, that is your thumbnail and your title. You could have created the best video in the world, but if nobody clicks on it, is it really worth the effort? For most beginner faceless creators, thumbnails and titles are an afterthought. Most people will come with the idea, script the video, edit the video, and just think of a title and thumbnail when they are uploading. But if you look at successful faceless channels, you will see they have kick-ass thumbnails. For most of the channels, they don't even have a thumbnail, which means the idea needs to be conveyed completely through design. By the way, there's no harm in putting your own face on thumbnails, even if it is a faceless channel. We did that on InVideo, and it really helped our channel's growth. But if you don't want to be on camera at all, you need to spend time designing your thumbnail and coming up with your title before you even start making your video. Again, go back to your reference channels and look at what kind of ideas have worked well for them. There's no need to copy, but take cues from how they design and place different elements on the thumbnail, where your attention goes when you first look at it, and then work from there. Now, when it comes to the title, you want to keep the most important information in the first 50 characters and try multiple iterations to see which title generates the biggest sense of FOMO, or fear of missing out. And your thumbnail needs to complete the story that you're telling through your title. Avoid having this.
You could spend your time looking for the perfect side hustle, or you could go to Printful.com. Printful empowers you to sell custom products online with no risk or upfront investment, and from the comfort of your living room. All you have to do is create your free account, customize products with our easy-to-use design tools, and start.
So how is it possible that after about 2 or 3 years of being on YouTube that I still have somehow managed to stay consistent? After 200 uploads and over 20 million views, I kind of found a good system that I have now that helps me become consistent, and that is having a proper workflow, which is exactly what we're going to be talking about today. Now, honestly, one disclaimer that I want to make is back when I was a solopreneur, or I was someone who was just kind of doing YouTube as a hobby, I wasn't really making money off of YouTube yet. It definitely took a much longer process to get a video up because I was the editor, I was the copywriter, I was the social media manager, I was all of these things. Now, the workflow that I'm going to share with you today, it does take a village. It's not just me executing this entire workflow. I've got a video editor and I've also got a social media manager. So make sure you keep that in mind when you watch this video. However, I still think that you shouldn't click out of this video because there are a lot of best practices that I do in my business that you can definitely use even if you're a solopreneur or even if you have a team. So make sure you keep watching so that you have amazing inspiration on how you can move forward with your YouTube workflow. So the first thing that I do whenever I start working on my YouTube videos is obviously content research. One thing that I try to stay on top of is being 90 days ahead of my content plan, meaning I'm always planning content every single quarter. This allows me to not chase my tail every single week with YouTube content, and I'm able to kind of batch everything all in one go, including researching. And so there are three main ways that I get my content. First one is competitor research. What I do is I have a list of people in the industry who post similar content that I do. I'll go on their profile and I'll kind of look at what's performing for them and what's not performing for them. Now, an important note is that I never ever watch their videos. That's more so for me to protect my energy, but it also allows me to be more creative. I never want to copy another content creator. And so what I like to do is I look at their thumbnail, I look at their video, I look at the amount of views that it's gotten, and that's about it. I don't actually watch their videos. That way, even if a content creator is talking about Instagram growth or something like that, I can also talk about Instagram growth, but not feel like I need to create the same video as them, if that makes sense. So even if the topic is the same, the content will always be different because I don't look at their videos. And so that's one thing I always do. And also protecting my creativity as a content creator so that I can remain original. Next thing that I do when it comes to content research is reviewing my notepad. My notepad is literally my safe haven of when I always drop little content ideas on the fly. And the reason why I do this is because what I found is that a lot of content ideas come to me at the most randomest of times. Sometimes I'll be showering, sometimes I'll be eating, sometimes I'll be out and about. And so I want to make sure that the moment a content idea comes to me, I have it on my notepad and I write it down right away. Because before I used to tell myself, okay, well, I'll remember this for next time. And then once the next time comes and I sit down to brainstorm, I'm always kicking myself that I don't have any content ideas. So I always make sure that I put in my content ideas on a notepad. Now, when it comes to where the content comes from in my brainstorming, when I put things on my notepad, it comes from a variety of places. It can come from the books that I read, the podcasts that I listen to, the TV shows that I watch, the conversations that I'm having with my friends, my clients, my team members. These are all things that kind of contribute to the ideas that bring my videos to life. And so I always put those in my notepad as they happen. The third place where I get a lot of my content ideas from is from my audience, you guys. Periodically, when I'm in a content rut, I'll actually go on IG story and poll my audience and ask you guys exactly what questions you have when it comes to entrepreneurship, social media, coaching, whatever my main topics are. And so that's kind of where I get my main content ideas. I always go back to those stories and look at all of the things that you guys have answered. Not only this, I lean on my team. So I have a customer support team. I also have a social media manager. I always ask them, what are our students asking about? What are the top questions that people are emailing in about? Because oftentimes I find that a lot of people ask amazing questions in the DMs, and I would rather use that as my source of inspiration because I know that people are actually asking about this. And the best part is that even if someone is asking that question to me privately, if I turn that into a video that's to the mass public, then I can always reshare that video to other people who ask a similar question. And I'm also able to help more people through my videos than through just a one-on-one conversation. So if you've ever emailed in or if you've ever DM'd me with a question about social media, entrepreneurship, coaching, or marketing, even if I don't respond or I don't give you the exact answer that you're looking for, just note that I will be considering that in my content plan. And in the future, I'll be able to address that question that you've given me in depth. For instance, I'm pretty sure this video alone was likely inspired by one of you guys who asked me what my entire content flow is. After I've compiled my research, what I then do is I go into my Airtable and I start playing Tetris with all of the content pieces that I have. So let me share my screen and show you exactly what my Airtable looks like. So I use a software called Airtable to manage a lot of the content that I have for my business. And so Airtable is basically kind of like a spreadsheet on steroids. So I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. This is my content dashboard for YouTube, and I have the following columns. Now, you don't have to use Airtable. You can use Notion, you can use Asana, you can use any other project management system. But what I make sure that it's in the Kanban style. So Kanban style looks like this, where you've got a bunch of columns, you've got cards that you can move around. That's how I've set mine up. And essentially I have a few categories. I have queue, scripting, filming, SEO, and completed. Anything in queue, there's just content ideas that I'm brain dumping and brainstorming. Once I'm serious about a content idea, I'm gonna then move it to scripting. Once something is within scripting, this is where I'll actually input the script. And what I like about Airtable is all of these are custom fields that I've created. So I have scripting, description, keywords, upload date, whether or not I'm going to repurpose it to a podcast, if I've paid for my graphic design to create the thumbnail, attachments, all the promotional text, and so much more. And so that's why I really love Airtable. But essentially, first I script something right here, and this is where I put the script. Once the complete, I'll then move into filming. And so once something is in filming, it's going to look like this. And this basically tells me that filming is in progress. After I've scripted the video, I'm committed to filming it. Around this time period is when I start playing with the upload dates as well. So as you can see, when I open up a record, if I go down, I'm able to actually play with the upload dates. And that way I can kind of plan out which video is going out during what day of the month. Then afterwards, once something is completely filmed, I then migrate it to a column called SEO. And in here, this is where my social media manager will take over and start creating the description, adding the keywords and all of that in order for us to truly optimize the video. Then once something is optimized, it's scheduled, the video has already been posted. This is when my social media manager will then move it to completed. And so when you head over to the completed section, these are all the videos that we've uploaded so far on the channel. Not only this, when it comes to this Airtable base, I also have little notes for myself. So for instance, right here, I have a note called CTA, and these are just call to actions that I want to remind myself to say during the video, and it's been really helpful so far. In terms of the rest of the description, I also have a column called templates. This is where I actually put the rest of the description so that we can paste it into the description box. So this is essentially how I organize my workflow when it comes to content planning for YouTube. Now, once I've actually cleaned up my Airtable, including adding the approximate upload dates, adding the cleaned up titles, adding the scripts, and everything like that, the next thing that I do is I head over to my Google Calendar and I actually pick specific dates to block off because I know that I'm going to be batch filming. This usually takes me about 2 weeks. So if I'm batching 12 videos for 3 months of content, meaning that I post every single week, 1 video a week, that's 12 videos in total. What I'll then do is I'll block off those days in my calendar to batch content so that I can communicate to my team that during that time period, I will be unavailable. The main problem that I find is that a lot of content creators don't prioritize batching content and they kind of leave it until the last minute. For me, batching content is so essential to my business because if I don't batch content, everything basically falls apart. So it's actually a huge priority to me to communicate to everyone what my schedule is and time within my calendar. Make sure that no meetings are booked during that time. Make sure I don't accept any speaking events during that time. I leave it as my #1 priority to get done.
Tired of guessing what's wrong with your YouTube videos? Well, vidIQ has the answers. Just connect your YouTube channel, click Optimize, and vidIQ pulls from over 20 million YouTube channels to tell you exactly what you should change with your title and thumbnail. See these green check marks? Those are what you're doing well. And these little red X's are where you're missing the mark. It even gives you a score so you can track your improvements. Not to mention, it'll give you tags, generate alternative thumbnails, and write your video description. Don't fall behind the wave of new content. Start your free trial now.
I dare you to use our completely free Shopify AI store builder. It actually is so awesome that Shopify gave me an award for being the most innovative commerce coach of the year. And they paid me to let you use this award-winning AI store builder completely free. So again, you get it for free. I get paid a commission by Shopify, and Shopify gets a really epic merchant. Moreover, you're going to get my courses for free as well. I've worked with Shopify since about 2015 as an e-commerce entrepreneur and one of their top commerce coaches on the planet. And in the next 20 store builder will build you a completely free store build preloaded with 20 products that are trending right now from a world-class vendor that is located here in the United States. It sells anywhere in the world. So it doesn't matter if you're Australia, UK, Canada, you can still connect to this vendor and ship anywhere in the world. Not only that,
any speaking events during that time, I leave it as my #1 priority to get done. Now, once I've chosen the timeframes that I want to batch my content in, I then start filming. Now, the one thing that's amazing about batching content and batch filming specifically is that if you have a lot of equipment, for instance, if you have multiple things going, lighting, the camera, microphone, whatever your setup looks like, if you know that week alone you're going to be dedicated to batching content and filming, you don't need to set up and take down every single day. For me, for those 2 weeks, I just leave all of my equipment lying there so that when I sit on my chair, I can just hit record and I don't have to worry about taking down and setting things up. That is the one amazing benefit when it comes to batching content. Another thing that I do when I batch film my content is I always switch up my outfit. So even if I'm filming videos all the entire day, all the entire week, for every other video, I'll then switch out my top so that it doesn't look like every single video was filmed on the same day. And by the way, if you have any questions about the filming equipment that I use, make sure you check out www.vanessalau.co/tools. It has all of the camera equipment, filming equipment that I use with links to the actual pages where you can buy it. So if you have any questions about my equipment, definitely check out www.vanessalau.co/tools and head over to my equipment list. Now, when it comes to filming, the next thing that you also want to do is actually batch create your thumbnails. I find that this is the one thing that I'm not really great at. And so ever since realizing how important it is to be on top of thumbnails, I now start batching my thumbnails as well. And so what this looks like is me taking a bunch of different pictures of me wearing different clothes, different facial expressions. And by the way, if you have any questions about thumbnails that gets views and how I create my thumbnails, definitely check out this video that I have right here that goes over the main components that you typically should have when it comes to creating thumbnails and converting. But essentially, I batch all of these. And later on, my graphic designer or my video editor is able to kind of select from a thumbnail library and create different thumbnails for each video. That way, every single week, I don't have to be chasing my tail, putting on makeup just to take a photo for a thumbnail. And instead, there's a whole archive of different thumbnail options that my video editor or my graphic designer can use. Now, once everything is done, the next step is actually uploading all of the assets to my video editor. And the amazing platform that we use is called Frame.io. I use Frame.io to create a bunch of different folders for each single video, and then I upload all of the clips within each folder. This way, everything stays organized, and my video editors know exactly which clips go into which videos. And the specific reason why we use Frame.io is because after I drop all of these clips, typically my video editor will then start taking a stab at editing the actual video. What they do is they upload the first draft of the video into Frame.io, and through Frame.io, why we love it so much is I'm able to actually leave comments and feedback on specific timestamps of the video, and we're able to have conversations within Frame.io. And the reason why this is so awesome is the fact that all the feedback is super organized. We're able to elaborate on the feedback, have conversations within the feedback so it's not a mess. And when my video editor actually clicks on that comment, it takes them to the exact timestamp to what I'm referring to. So there is no confusion or miscommunication whatsoever. So I highly recommend using Frame.io if you are someone who works with a video editor, or if you're a video editor yourself to use with your clients. Now, the next thing that I do too is I make sure that I provide my video editors with a thumbnail. And what that looks like is me essentially letting them know for each video what the overall want for the thumbnail. Maybe I'll take someone else's thumbnail and kind of send it to them as inspiration, but for sure I will tell them exactly what copy I want in the thumbnail. Because keep in mind, the thumbnail is really small and you can really only choose a small amount of words to put in that thumbnail, and you want to make sure those words are impactful. And for me, I still like to brief my video editor on exactly what copy to put in the thumbnail and just to give them a general direction of what I'm looking for that thumbnail. So that is definitely something to incorporate within your workflow, because communication is key. And what I've found is that if you're not clear on what you want for the thumbnail, your video editor or your graphic artist could have a totally different vision that is not aligned with yours. And so you definitely want to make sure that you are super clear on what you're looking for and provide concrete examples. Now, once everything is said and done, we've gone through all the reviews on Frame.io. I've also reviewed the thumbnails and approved it. The next thing is actually uploading the video onto YouTube and optimizing it. Now, when it comes to optimization, what I'm talking about and referring to is the title, the description, the keywords, the end screens, the cards, the pinned comment, the playlist, all of those different things that kind of make up the whole uploading experience and scheduling experience for your YouTube videos. Now, for all of these, I used to do them myself. Now I've offloaded a lot of those tasks to my social media manager. So what she does is she actually will research the keywords, and with keyword research, we use an app called TubeBuddy. We also do the description box and make sure that it has all the appropriate links that we want, that it has all the keywords stuffed within the description box, and basically all the important information is on there. We also make sure that the end screens point to the videos that would be relevant for that person to click on after they watched that specific video. And we also do the cards and make sure that if I'm referring to a video like this, for instance, if you want to learn more about YouTube stuff, that there is a card that shows up at the appropriate time. Not only this, playlists are a really big deal for us because how I've organized my channel is that all of my videos are within playlists, which allow for people to binge on my content a little bit more, and it also allows people to search for my content a little bit easier when they find my profile on YouTube. And so for every single video, we make sure that it's put into the appropriate playlist. And of course, we also make sure that we have a pinned comment on YouTube. And what you'll notice is that for every single pinned comment that you see on my channel, it's generally directing you to my free training at www.followerstoclients.com, because we know that the best place to send people in order for them to learn more strategy from me that would benefit them is that training. And so that's why we make sure to include it in every single pinned comment, because to whoever comes onto my videos, that's likely the first thing that they see, at least on desktop. So we always make sure that we have that in place. Now, once the video is completely optimized, that's when we actually schedule the video. So usually we schedule a video a week in advance, a few weeks in advance, and what it looks like is simply just hitting the schedule button and picking the upload date that we want. And that's basically how we do it when it comes to scheduling content. The next thing that we also do in our workflow is we make sure we have a record of our optimization. This is where our Airtable base really comes in handy, because what you'll notice is when you open up a record within our Airtable for each video, there's a place to put keywords and description. And for me, I'm always paranoid that maybe one of my videos will be taken down and maybe my YouTube video will disappear overnight. And so it's really important for me that we save all of our descriptions and keywords into each card, because if you ever need to re-upload the video, we have a record of it and we don't have to redo all of the optimization. So that is one thing that I always do, or I always make sure my social media manager does, to make sure that we kind of have insurance on our videos. Now, moving on to the next thing that we do when it comes to our workflow, now we're going to talk about post-production workflow. And what post-production workflow mainly concentrates on is promoting the actual video. So for us, we upload videos weekly, which means that every single week we need to promote our videos. And so what this workflow could look like is we make sure that we communicate and schedule in our community tab. This is where we usually post a GIF of the video, and then we kind of give people a summary of what the video is about, get people excited about it, and then link it. The best part about the community tab is you can schedule these posts, so that's kind of what we like to do when it comes to our promotional workflow. Another thing that we like to do is we actually create teasers, or we do 1-minute snippets of our videos. And so that comes in the form of IGTVs. If you have any questions about creating these type of IGTVs, make sure you check out this video that I have right here. I won't go into depth on the step-by-step on how to do it, but just know that that is a part of our workflow. And so once we have those IGTVs, those little videos of the snippets of our video content for YouTube, what we'll do is then we'll go on Facebook or Instagram Creator Studio and schedule those IGTVs out every single Sunday so that people on Instagram know what they can expect for these YouTube videos. Another thing that we also like to do is we also make sure that the link in our bio is also updated with our latest video. So what we use is we use an app called campsite.io, and we love using this feature because you're actually able to schedule the links that you put in your link in bio. And so what we do is we head over to Campsite.io, we upload the thumbnail, put the link to our YouTube video, all that good stuff, and then we schedule it out for when we want the link to be available. And we usually time this at the same time that our video is actually going to be published. Lastly, Instagram story promotion is really important to us. And what we've done to kind of automate the process is over on Canva, we actually have a template on how to promote our YouTube videos every single week. And so what my social media manager does is we kind of upload the thumbnail to that template, and then we also change the copy. And then afterwards, every single Sunday, I just repost it on my stories, and it's really, really simple. And so that's basically what our post promotion for our YouTube videos look like. Anyways, guys, that was a huge long video from the A to Z of our entire workflow when it comes to YouTube. If you enjoyed this video and you learned a lot from it, make sure you hit that like button because it definitely helps us get seen in the algorithm and for more people to benefit from this video. Now, obviously, doing all these things is one thing, but being able to monetize your content is another. So if you want to take things a step further, make sure you visit www.followerstoclients.com. This is a 90-minute training where I actually teach you how to create content that converts, how to actually turn your followers or subscribers into paid clients for your business. And hey, if you don't have clients right now or you don't even have a business, you still would benefit from this training because I walk through the various different business models that exist on the internet and which one I believe is the best for beginners who have little experience and not a lot of followers. So make sure you visit www.followerstoclients.com to learn even more business strategies from me. As always, I post a lot of content when it comes to social media, marketing, entrepreneurship, and coaching. So make sure you visit these two videos that I have right here as well. I promise they will not disappoint. If you like this video, you're gonna love these videos as well. As always, guys, I appreciate you. I hope you guys learned tons from this video, and I will see you in the next one.
When you're 85 years old and you're dead.
I think microbes are the coolest. Microbes are these tiny little chemical factories that have evolved to live in pretty much every environment on Earth. They also fix nitrogen and phosphorus, which means that they can convert it from forms that plants can't use to forms that they can. Nitrogen is a major component of the air we breathe. It's essential for plants, and actually it's essential for us too. In order for plants to make those molecules that are essential for life, they have to have nitrogen in a form that
Virginia Lottery Rewards. The brand new rewards club that's free, simple, and easy to join. Just sign into your existing Virginia Lottery account or create one, and you'll earn 100 points to get things started. Come as you are to Virginia Lottery Rewards. Round one. Round two.
When you're 85 years old on your deathbed, you're not going to wish you had fewer crazy stories. So let me introduce you to the School Game. The School Game is a 30-day challenge to help you build a business absolutely free, all in one place. There's no additional costs, no hidden fees. It's just free, and on top of free, I'm going to be walking through this step by step on how you can build a community, build an audience.
Here are 11 YouTube settings that will ensure you're not ruining your chances of blowing up on YouTube. First, this setting doesn't seem like it would have much impact initially, but since watch time is key, it really does. You're going to want to navigate to the analytics of one of your videos and go to details, then scroll all the way down to automatic chapters. Now, initially, you're probably looking at automatic chapters like they're great. They're probably going to help with the viewer experience. But that's not totally true. The built-in chapter feature is made with AI, and not really good AI at that. You can see in videos that use it that the chapters really aren't that useful at all. And they can actually hurt your video retention if it's enriching your content. So you want to disable this feature and add chapters manually. It's as easy as adding the timestamps to your description with labels. And if you just want to make it super easy, you can just use TubeBuddy. This really helps if you're doing a listicle type video so people can generally see what's coming next. But it also works on entertainment videos too. Lots of high retention content will actually put a bar in the video to show when the next is. It's high effort, but definitely proves that chapters and anticipation to the next point can improve retention. Also, Google indexes the keywords in the chapter. So if you find a video when you're searching, it helps you get discovered. There's another brand new YouTube setting that I bet you haven't utilized. Go to YouTube Studio and click Customization. Then go to Basic Info. This is where we want to fill in a description. This is so vital because when you click on a channel now, it shows the first line of this description right on top of your channel page. You can lead your audience to click on a link or any other call to action right under it. For instance, Ali Abdaal plugs his book here. Mr. Beast just tells you to subscribe, and Veritasium tells you what to expect when clicking on his channel. And the top YouTubers like them know how essential it is to have people and talking about your videos. That's why you want to turn on this setting that allows others to reuse your content. Now, some people may think that it's free exposure to have everyone and anyone talking about your videos. To do that, go to Video Details and change Standard YouTube License to Creative Commons Attribution. Also, right below it, I would click Allow Shorts Remixing so you can allow other creators to react and reuse your content when creating YouTube Shorts. And it's not like they're just stealing your content, because any shorts of yours that another creator remixed are linked back to your OG content. The audience of your videos matter more than anything. For example, if you're making a hockey video, you don't want that video getting suggested to Minecraft viewers. You can actually see what videos you're
Introducing Instagram teen accounts. Automatic protections for teens. With built-in limits for who can contact them and the content they can see. Helping teens safely contact them and the content they can see. Helping teens safely connect to the people and things that matter most. Plus, teens under 16 require parental approval to change safety settings. New Instagram teen accounts. Automatic protections for who can contact them and the content they can see.
If your channel has anywhere from 1 to 500,000 subscribers, you can use because with all the competition included with more established YouTube channels, your content can easily get viewed, even if it's this guy. He made one of the best videos I've ever seen on YouTube. Even top creators like Colin and Samir and Zach Alsop left comments raging about it. But despite all that praise, the video remains relatively unknown while larger channels rack up millions of views. This new update is designed to fix the issue with new content from smaller channels.
Part of the reason he held that position because you had hit pieces like the one Don Lemon did. He went around interviewing black men that were voting for Trump. The ones that he got that couldn't articulate themselves well was the ones he put on the screen. Now, again, I'm not a Trump, I don't vote Trump. I've never voted Republican. I have no interest in doing so. But I'm not going to sit around here and talk about black men not being intelligent because they do. Because I've met a lot of brothers that can clearly articulate to you why they're doing what they're doing, whether you agree with it or not. But what Don Lemon did, he couldn't articulate their position. He made that the face of black men that don't vote Democrat. They ignored any other position other than black men who vote for Trump. And then they labeled those men, they almost Willie Horton style, as being racist. But what you're doing is you're pissing black men the fuck off. Because you're fundamentally misaligned with your framing. It's not being intelligent. You're even leveraging old stereotypes. Stereotypes that go back over a century. I mean, that's relevant, that's participatory, and not because they have a reason to, because they're not writing to know they need to participate. This is what image you're going to put forth in black men, and you're going to use prominent black folk, or what some refer to as the boule, to do it. You're going to have them get on TV and tell the world, even when they share the same demographic, black men are not bright enough to keep up. This is the problem I have with this shit. 2 seconds left.
That's why I'm here, to make sure I help black men understand.
That's what he's there to help us understand, because we're not bright enough to know that we, might want to participate on some type of ground, right? So that's part of it. The other major hit that came about was from Barack Obama himself. So they done brought out what they believe to be Black Jesus to set black men straight. Take marching orders from Michelle and come out here and set us straight. Because we're clearly not following what we're supposed to. So let's see what Obama has to say. Many of you have seen this clip. Again, I'm not showing the video, but audio, copyright purposes, but still fair use. Fair use. Here we go.
Is that we have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. Now, I also want to say that seems to be more pronounced with the brothers. So if you don't mind, just for a second, I'm going to speak to the altar and say that when you have a choice that is this clear, and on the one hand, you have somebody who grew up like you, knows you, went to college with you, understands the struggles and pain and joy that comes from those experiences. So you have to work harder and do more and overcome and achieves the second highest office.
Anyway, the whole idea that Obama's trying to put forth here is obviously a shaming tactic. A lot of this stuff that we've been hearing lately is all shaming tactics. It's all sign language, shame, insult, guilt, and need to be right. Shout out to BGS. That's all this really is, right? And the idea here is that black men are betraying and letting down black women. Okay? Black men, the picture he's painting is that we all supported Obama and everybody was good. But when a black woman goes to run for president, black men in traitorous fashion step back because she's a woman. And this is what he says, is I think you fundamentally are pulling back because I think and this is what he accuses black men of, demonstrating no evidence of having actually listening to black men. And he posits that the reason black men aren't supporting Kamala is because they don't want a woman in office. But what did I show you a moment ago about who black men voted for in the past? And clearly that wasn't a problem. Black men had voted for women before. That's not a problem. It's not a problem because she's quote unquote a black woman. There's a lot of debate about that, but black men are not, even look, at the end of the day, this election is probably statistically going to turn out the same, at least to the extent that the majority of black male voters are probably going to vote Democrat. It is what it is. And just to be clear, I think it was Anthony that said something in the comment section a moment ago about Trump voters. Look, I'm not judging who people vote for, but I'm telling you this. I am defending black men's right to choose who the fuck they want to vote for and not be shamed, judged, or maligned about doing so. Because they're not doing it to any other group. And we know it's white men and white women that are shifting the election, most particularly white women. But somehow black men have to be talked out of their name. I'm not supporting that. I don't care. I will not support black men being maligned and stereotyped because they're not voting in some fashion, one way or the other. I'm not supporting it if it happens on the right. I'm not supporting it when it happens on the left. Not doing it. Black men have the fucking right to choose who they want to vote for and should be able to do so without being shamed or stereotyped simply because someone else doesn't like it. I give a damn if you like it or not. That's what I'm here to support. Black men have the right and the freedom to choose whatever the hell they want to do. And to be taken seriously and to be heard. It's contrary to black men have on why they're choosing what they're choosing, no matter what it is. And there are different things. This is the problem with what the Democrats are doing. They're trying to make the argument that anybody not voting for Kamala is voting for Trump. And therefore, that's a bad thing because he's the Antichrist. Look, first of all, that's not what's happening. Black men are participating on all kinds of levels. And what they really need to be concerned about is how many black men every 4-year period loses their interest because they vote for something and see no demonstrable change in their own lives. And the average black man, they can't tell the difference, in qualitatively speaking, between a Biden presidency, a Trump presidency, a Bush presidency, if they don't see a quality of life difference. If you want them to get excited every 4 years to vote for something, but no candidate speaks to black men's needs until they're desperate at the last second, and even then, Kamala's not the first to do this. Even then, put forth an agenda that's not based on anything black men have really said. We'll get to that. The point of getting back to Obama, this position he took, where he actually made the argument that his black men just not being a woman was so fucking off point, was so ridiculously void of context, void of reference, out of touch entirely with black men, which is not surprising. He's never really been in touch with black men. And we're going to look at that in a minute. At the end of the day, he made this and he suggested that women. Now, let me be clear about something. And I've said this before. He's framing this as black women have been consistent, been supportive, they've been right there. Black men are just traitors, and they're turning on black women by not voting for Kamala, by voting for racist white men. This is the narrative that Obama constructs in his statement. Right? The idea being that he can't understand why. Can't understand the blessings of feminism and the value of their own. This is how he chooses to malign black men. Now, first and foremost, let's put some things into context. He makes this basic suggestion that we need to vote for Kamala because Black women voted for Barack, right? Black women supported a Black man. A couple of things. First of all, Black men did not produce Obama. We were just as surprised when he started to gain traction in the election as everybody else. Because most of the time, when we've seen Black male candidates run for anything, we're usually only there to make sure certain Black issues make the debate conversation. That's it. We have an on-stage debate between presidential candidates. Traditionally speaking, outside of Jesse Jackson's run, you know, Shirley Chisholm maybe, we never really thought of these presidential bids as something that, you know, was serious. They were just tactics to make sure our issues were on the table. When Barack started to gain traction, especially over Hillary, a lot of people were surprised, including Black men, because Black men did not produce him. We didn't put him up there and then ask Black women to support. Let me tell you what happened. When he started to gain traction, I started to hear Black women talk. And one of the first things I heard Black women say was, I bet you he's either married to a white woman or what they call a light bright. The idea was he's probably married to a white woman or an extremely light-skinned woman. Right? That was the kind of slander being put forth toward Obama, not before he started to gain traction, while he was gaining traction. And when they saw Michelle, they fell in love. They did not vote for Obama. They voted for Michelle. Obama was a proxy for them voting for Michelle. The idea was that Michelle was going to set him straight and make sure that their interests were met because she was a real Black woman. Right? That was the idea. They loved the fact that he had 2 daughters. That meant he's a girl dad, he's married to a strong Black woman, and that they would keep him on path. They would keep him straight. The fact that he's not, you know, ADOS, FBA, they're going to sidestep all that. Now, I'm going to tell you, now that we're looking at Kamala, who's married to this Jewish white guy, Black men, for the most part, don't care. Now, interestingly enough, Black women don't seem to care either. Because as long as Black women are scored on the only Black men decide to be non-Black women. The only time I've heard Black women do it is just when Conwell, if Obama was married to a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, that woman was not a voter. Not in any significant number. They would have talked shit. And if they did vote for him, they would tell their numbers for him. Because that didn't happen. And we're disappointed when Michelle said she wasn't going to ever really run on her own. There's a whole contingency of people, most particularly Black women, that could not wait for Michelle to run, to change her mind. And if you think all of the fervor over Kamala is bad, if Michelle was running, it would be ridiculous. Because there wouldn't be arguments about whether or not she was, you know, FBA, whether or not, you know, there wouldn't be those arguments, right? So she, you know, a lot of people would be in line with that. And it's, you know, it kind of has a similar dynamic as Clinton and Hillary. Like if you have a president voters throughout the 2 bids, you know, and, you know, for spouse runs, there's a lot of people that's going to be excited about it. People hope Michelle would. She never changed her mind about it. So they settled for Kamala. And it was Black women that demanded that Biden put a you know, Black woman as the vice president. Wasn't the one anybody really saw coming, considering how bad she lost in the last election, but eventually they got on board with it. And at the end of the day, you know, she went to Howard, she was in a sorority, so, you know, that was enough. They were willing to run with it. And so Obama presents this narrative that Black men are, you know, in treasonous fashion, turning on Black women by not supporting them. Even though Black men were asking for policy, Black men were saying, what do I get for doing this? What actually changed? What happened? And that was shouted down. And it's been shouted down. This is what happened with Ice Cube a few years ago when he put forth this plan and he tried to meet with Democrats and Republicans. And then he was called a Trump supporter when the Republicans were the only one that would meet with him. And then he went on Cocktails with Queens, and they told him that it wasn't good enough because they didn't have enough he didn't have enough there for Black women. He actually didn't have anything there specifically for Black men either. His approach wasn't gender-based. They assumed it was, and they assumed that Black women were given the short stick and decided to challenge him about it. He invited them to help write more to him. I don't think they ever participated in that myself, but I don't know. Nonetheless, Cube was maligned and Black men were maligned. This is where I started to talk about the Black masculinist. This is where I started to talk about Black men starting to get a sense that the way we were raised to think about the community, the way we were raised to think about our relationship to Black women, whether it be social, whether it be dating and mating, marriage, children, family, or whether it be political, it may not be what we thought it was. That was one of the major Black masculinist terms. Now, I've been making the argument, if you read my book, that there have been terms for the longest, all kinds of terms. Moments in history where we started to realize that things are not the way we were told they were. Shout out to Tiberius for the support. I recall seeing Obama's turn towards feminist rhetoric after he was reelected. He's doubled down. Dante Bryant says, thank you, sir. Say it again. So, in that respect, what am I talking about? I'm trying to keep the train of thought. All these things are beeping and flashing in my face and blowing up right. But anyway, this whole push to, and when I talk about a Black masculinist term, I'm saying there were various moments where these things have taken place, and they're starting to accelerate. As we have social media expanding, we get more of it. Because prior to social media, you had to wait for an album to come out, a television show or film to come out, a news event to take place. It was much slower. The advent of social media and smartphones and tablets is going a lot faster. We're getting more of it. Another major Black masculinist term was when Kevin was not. And I don't care, you had brothers that couldn't stand But they saw how some women celebrated his death, threw parties to celebrate his death. And the irony to it, that Kevin was one of the last major he was pushing for marriage. If you watch his show, like antics back and forth with hospital folk, he gave it like he gave it. And you called Kevin and you were smiling in light, he was smiling in light with you. You called him to cuss him out, he'd throw it right back at you. But at the end of the day, Kevin was trying to reestablish Black families through marriage. And when they celebrated his death, something you didn't see Black men do when Bell Hooks died, you didn't see that, whatever Black feminists, passed away, you didn't see Black men dancing in the aisles and throwing parties. And we had to read a lot of that shit as required reading in grad school. You didn't want to hear Kevin Samuels like, yeah, he was playing the video you were watching on YouTube. But I had to sit through and read some of the most disastrous bullshit that you could imagine and have professors back it up and tell you things in class based on their own perception. This was considered required reading. And courses that had nothing to do with gender. Weren't even gender courses. It's not like I went into a women's studies course and they got pissed off at how they talk about men. I'd be in a lit class. I'd be in a theory class, and yet professors would invoke these ideas, these feminist ideas. Like how inhumane, misandrous they were. They sit and take it. They celebrated. That man clapped. They told jokes. He laughed. And Black men, even Black men that didn't like Kevin, stood back and said, well, that's a Black masculinist term. That's a moment where Black men are realizing. Another one, and this will be the last example, but I just want folks who may not have read the book, who may not have heard me talk about Black masculinist term, I want you to understand what I mean. Another one was BLM. You had the groundswell, you had the people that were actively, and they were fighting to end, police homicide, particularly of Black men, since before BLM. And so when people heard about BLM, Black Lives Matter, many of us thought it was just a chant. Many participated, and when we found out it was an organization, many just assumed it was the next iteration of Black protest. And when we started to see them producing their own rhetoric, we started to see this Black feminist kind of framework, especially on the website, where they want to reframe the nuclear family and remove men from the conversation. When we started to see them ambulance chasing the deaths of Black men, to bait and switch the conversation, talk about anything other than Black men, that's when you had another Black masculinist term. And brothers started to pay attention. And there were brothers right there on the spot when BLM tried to take over the Michael Brown protests that were reporting on it all day. Y'all know some of those brothers. Call them out in the chat. Because I'm going to say about 6 of them lost their lives mysteriously. You ain't hear about no other BLM members. Again, we'll talking about these black nationalist terms. Obama made one of the latest ones by making this accusation for black men that wasn't based on anything. He didn't cite anything. He didn't cite anyone. He didn't say I had a conversation with somebody of significance. He didn't say I read this book. He didn't say I had a town hall with 400 black men. And the overall statement from all of them is that they hated women and just didn't want to see a vagina in the executive, He didn't say anything. He just accused black men. And some applauded him. Some of them applauded him for doing it. So the turn itself was Obama saying it, but also participated in that turn was watching how many people supported him. And yet again, I showed you the voting record on black men. I showed you earlier the stance they took, progressive stance they took, and this is the reward they get. I was waiting to see who would notice it. Shout out to D-Pain, Aaron Seals. Aaron Seals called that shit out on the ground while it was happening. Anyway. So as far as Obama's concerned, he laid it out. Now, there were some responses that we'll get to in a minute. Do that. But Barack created a whole nother situation. And then, of course, after that, we viewed Sunny Holston in particular, who had this to say when she was characterizing all the different groups who were engaged in this process of the electoral process and whether or not they were going to support Donald. What did she have to say about it?
We can't poll people's hearts and we can't see into people's hearts. And so when we're looking at these polls and we're looking at who is voting for Trump, you've got 53% of white women that voted for him in 2020. We've got to reach those women. We've got to reach those ridiculous, crazy black men that did vote for Trump. We've got to reach those people. We've got to reach the Cuban men in Miami that overwhelmingly voted for Trump. I don't know what their hearts look like, but I know what their voting look like.
The only group that's safe to malign is black. Look at this thing. Even if you don't agree with what candidate someone's voting for, and you may not even agree with why. It doesn't mean that they don't have a reason, and you don't have to like the reason. But the fact that they admit that they have one and they can articulate one is the basis of an electoral civilization, correct? Malign and you can use old stereotypes to do so. Okay? Black guru. See, as Seals was dead within just a few months of publicly talking about the BLM. Exactly. Yeah. I found out about Seals a little too late. I wish I had caught on to him earlier when he was still alive. I think I found out, I want to say just before he passed. I found out about him before he passed, but it wasn't enough time. I wish I could have found out what he was still out there. But going back to Sunny Holston, she makes this statement quite comfortably, unapologetically. She's happy to malign black men, and she doesn't realize that she is jumping on something that is about to turn. All these people are speaking about black men quite comfortably because they're used to it. They've been able to do it for years. Nobody says nothing. Taming black men. If you're going to talk to Cuban men, if you're going to talk to white, you notice they didn't even say white. You're going to talk to white men. You're going to talk to Jews. If you're going to talk to any of these groups, you address them in their proper form and you suggest what might need to happen. When you talk about black men, those crazy black men, you're going to piss off black men that aren't even voting. It doesn't have anything to do with Trump. It has to do with the disrespect for black men and black male thought. That's what the fundamental problem is. And that's what's starting to happen. Black men are starting. Right? Now, before I get to the term, because there have been a number, I also want to talk about another type of term, because I'm looking at a two-pronged attack that the Democratic Party has been doing, has been engaged in. The first part was using Magic, Obama, and Sunny to attack black men. The other one has been with this black men's agenda. Now, I'm going to start off just out the gate by letting you know, I'm not, I agree with BGS on this. It's not that Kamala's agenda is negative to the point where I don't think any of it is okay. My issue with it is that at no point has anybody really sat down with black men in any critical form, some serious dialogue about what black men's political interests are. Now, the reason I say it that way is because not the How many guys remember this? Remember this from a while back. When Stacey Abrams was running in Georgia. She created a black men's agenda. I find it interesting because if you put black men, political agenda in Google, the only thing you're going to find is so as far as I was concerned, you can't tell me someone in her cabinet didn't run across the black male political agenda, but I digress. This is what she put forward. Black men's agenda, because she was worried about losing the election, so at the last minute she kind of threw this at the wall, hoping it would stick. And of course, black men in Georgia were being blamed before for the possible loss. Sound familiar? I'm not saying Kamala's going to lose. I'm not a fortune teller. There's a lot of brothers that probably have more inside information on that. What I find interesting is that we're already being set up. We're being set up to be the fall guy for her failure. And that, again, that started. I heard those conversations on television the moment she was picked. So it's not like it's just happening in the last couple of days. Black men are somehow already preemptively for her loss. Even though what we saw happen with Hillary had more to do with white women than it ever had to do with black men. Somehow it still remains. Where's the white women who are going to vote? Probably going to have just as much impact on this election. But again, what you have to deal with is not what people say they're going to do. It has to do with what people actually do when they're in the voting booth. It's not black men you got to worry about. Whether we like saying it, hearing it, doesn't matter. Black men really worry. White women will switch on your ass real quick, for whatever reason. So whether we vote for Kamala, we'll see. Black men are already being primed to take the blame. And if she wins, we're going to stop talking about black politics. We're responsible for the loss. But if she wins, we're not worthy of dialogue at all. You've seen this play. So you got Stacey Abrams here with the black men's agenda. I'm not going to go through this word for word. But you can see some of it here. Basically, what she did, she talked about economic security, she talked about healthcare and housing, she talked about education and job training, she talked about criminal justice and public safety. But all she really did is she pulled out, this is one of the reasons, because she did this last night. All she did is she took out things that the Democrats were already doing for everybody, and she just sold it to black men as if this is something that they sat down and strategically planned to attract black male voters. They were already on the books. You just put black men in front of them so you can get your attention. Sound familiar? This is a play that's already been run. We've already done this. Yet this one was in Georgia. But she laid out the blueprint for this. You might be able to get more black votes if you give them the impression that you give a damn about. You might be able to. If you give a damn about it. Like Uru says, by my count, they put up near $1.3 billion for the Dems this election. They gotta find somebody to blame if Kamala Harris loses. They already have. Already ready to go. The public image of black men right now is that all black men just want to vote for Trump. They can't tell you why, but they're only doing so because they feel like their masculinity is threatened. But here's the thing. I do want to make the argument that manhood is threatened. On the left, most particularly, black manhood at that is just as criminally reframed and maligned as it has been for generations. It's just freshly done, but it's an old game, and they never, particularly among the left. Especially if you want to deal with identity culture, intersectional feminism, black men most particularly, and homosexual men in general are still viewed as the enemy. Just in this instance, you can see this in DEI culture as well. Black men are treated like honorary white men, for the most part. We are considered as much a problem as any other group of men, actually argued more so, simply because we're black and men, and heterosexual in that on those fronts. That's a problem in and of itself. So, that being said, this is what's going on. We're getting this treatment again. This play right here, Stacey Abrams, is the same play we see happening with Kamala Harris. This is what it is. And again, I'm only going to go through so much of this. I'm not trying to be here all night. But at the end of the day, this is what we're listening to. Vice President Harris will deliver for black men. He will provide the tools for black men to build wealth, support families, and lead in their communities. Now, why did she put that language out? Because black men are not considered the leaders in their community. It's not how we're framed. This is a lure. This is the idea here is that it might help you to become leaders because for the most part we already know you're not considered such. Most particularly by black women in an electoral position to leverage resources in some fashion. Those resources are going to be leveraged on gender terms that black males don't benefit from. And yes, I agree with you, Black women. Black men are honorary white men without any of the actual benefits of being white men. Absolutely. Out to Jail Block 30 says look out for the and in that agenda. And that's absolutely what we're going to look at, brother. It's absolutely that. So just, here you can just see the kind of breakdown happening. Vice President Harris laying out an opportunity agenda for black men. Now again, look at the language there. Agenda for black men. Google black male political agenda. They keep playing around with this, but you can't tell me these people aren't seeing what we put down. There's no way you're not using. There's no way you're using this language, not seeing what over 40,000 black men have participated in and supported. It went viral on Twitter like a month or two ago. People hated it, but the thing about it was, for every person, most of them, feminists, they stand up and say they didn't like something. Every time it happened, there was a brother that would reach out to me and be like, you know what? I never saw it in writing before. All these thoughts, they weren't even really thoughts. I had these general ideas, these kind of leanings would probably be the best term. I had some leanings toward things, but I never fully understood what it is. I said this before. Another brother reached out to me about a month and a half ago, about 2 months, and he said, black men and women don't have any political differences. So I showed him the agenda. And he read it, and he said, you know what, I'll tell you, may not agree with everything, but this is far more in depth than I thought. He said, I still don't think we have any serious political differences from black women. I said, okay, I'll do this. Sit down. Sit down with one, if not a group. If you can find a group, even better. Tell me if you can get through the first point in black men's political differences. I'll do you one better. Tell me if you can get through the first 2 sub-points in the first point on the black men's political differences. Went out and did it. All he did is text me back and it was like, yeah, we didn't make it past the first segment. Reality is black men do have political interests that don't necessarily have to be antagonistic or oppositional to any other demographic, including black women necessarily. But it's taken that way for one. And for two, we have differences. And there shouldn't have to be anything wrong with it. Black men are vilified for having differences. The only thing is, as long as black men can't articulate what those differences are, tolerate them. Don't get it. Don't make no mistake. The Democratic Party, black men are tolerated. It's really fundamentally what we are. We're tolerated. We're drug out and put on display when it's convenient and useful. To say, see, we have black voters. Even black men support us. But when black men actually start to articulate what they need or want, sudden, interesting. Out to art new school, it's good art. Well, let's see. Out to Douglas says if Trump put out this plan, the same folks praising Kamala would be tearing this plan apart. Yeah. Question? No question. All right. So anyway, so we're just going to look at a little bit of this. So the agenda for the opportunity agenda for Black men. Number one, providing 1 million loans that are fully forgivable to Black entrepreneurs and others to start a business. Now the language here is really interesting because if you just read these 5 bullet points alone, it may not be enough for you, but it at least leaves you with the perception that you're being looked at. Providing 1 million loans that are fully forgivable to Black entrepreneurs, but the words that keep kind of coming up that mess up the program, though, keep messing up the program, is and others. Right? Championing education, training, and mentorship programs to help Black men get good paying jobs, high-demand industries, and lead their communities, including pathways to become teachers. Watching how Black men becoming teachers always really came down to pay. Because if it wasn't enough to support a family, most particularly, and you understand, Black men in the classroom, it's a different experience. I've talked about this over the years. Black male teachers know, and if you've ever taught, in a school environment as a Black male, you understand what tends to happen is you're in an environment full of women, especially if you're doing the lower part of K through 6, K through 8, but it even happens in high school as well. You come in as a Black male, and the first thing you do, you're in an environment that is mostly female run. And what they'll tend to do is give you the dregs of each class. By dregs, I don't mean they actually are dregs. I mean the ones who are considered dregs. Because much of the time, what I found that these young Black men, and they're usually Black, young Black men, they're usually not heard. They're usually not had anybody really invest in them or take them seriously. Much of the time, they've been thrown into special ed and dismissed. That's what they end up doing is they throw you in a classroom and they take all of these choice characters in each class and put them all in your role. And you're expected to straighten them out. And here's the twist. Many Black male teachers actually succeed in doing so. When they come to the administration and say, we need X kind of resource, I have an idea, I think we can take this to the next level, they're slapped down. Often unsupported. I'm telling you this after 30 years of conversations and direct experiences in the classroom. I'm not making this up. Black men will tell you. I got it together. I started to pull them together. We were starting to gain some traction. I had an idea of how we could take it further. And usually they come up with ways to do it that were fairly inexpensive because most of the time we don't generally have direct access to large amounts of resources. They'll come up with ideas and be slapped in. After a while, request upon request upon request get smacked down, but you're told to stay in that classroom, keep the kids quiet, and push them through the graduation. And and not only do they leave that class and that school, they often don't go back to teaching. They change industries altogether. They're there. You know, one of the interesting things that happen when you leave, those young men that were thrown into your class because they were the dregs of their classroom and nobody wanted to deal with them were the first ones to cry when you leave. Same ones that scare the crap out of everybody else. But anyway, so the question about Black males teaching is not about whether or not you can get Black men in the classroom. It's one, are you going to support them when they're there? And yes, are you going to pay them to a livable wage? Why go into an industry if you're not even going to have the means to be able to eat? But then you're going to get slapped down whenever you have an idea that might actually improve the situation. Tell me how that works. So, supporting a regulatory framework for cryptocurrency and other digital assets, men who invest in and own these assets are protected. Launching the National Health Equity Initiative focusing on Black men that addresses sickle cell, diabetes, mental health, prostate cancer, and other health challenges that disproportionately impact them. And National Health Equity Initiative. Okay? Legalizing recreational marijuana and creating opportunities for Black Americans to succeed in this new industry. 15 years to date. all of this and others talk. And others, and others, and others. All over the place. Was to build a pipeline of teachers, including by investing in programs under the Department of Education. See, when you start invoking programs and funding, other groups may hear opportunities. But what I find is a lot of brothers actually hear red tape. They hear a lot of shit that never quite reaches the ground. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it right at this moment. I think I shared it, so I'm gonna see if I can find it. But I was let me see, I came across irony. Yeah, here it is. You know, I'm not gonna be able to put it on the screen because I'm just glancing at it on my phone. But irony, Jose Fernandez actually said something on Twitter that had me laughing about this very plan. He said, Harris's plan for black males is like a zillion nonprofit that opened up in your city. It pretends to solve a problem, then when a decade goes by and it doesn't, the director shrugs her shoulders and says, oh, well, I tried, and retires to a gala based on her work. Every time I start hearing about putting funding to a program that at some point will reach black males at the bottom, I don't think it works. And I don't think most black men expect it to work either. Because for the most part, that's the kind of language that's been used to keep us from funding. But again, as long as you're talking about and others, again, another reason for many black men to suspect that this will never reach us. This is just like, you know, trickle-down theory, right? You know, this is Reagan trickle-down theory. It's supposed to get to the ground level to help people, but for the most part, it never does. Shout out to Shanti Fraser, appreciate the support. That's what it seems like. It seems like another, you know, so, but she's pulling this the same way we saw Stacey Abrams pull. She's going to pull out some general programs that are benefiting anybody. You don't even have to be a Democrat, right? These are put in policy, you benefit from them as long as you tap into them. But we're going to frame it like it's for black men. Actually, when you look at the business loan, or the forgivable loan, I guess it is, $20,000. You actually look at the language of it, right? Small Business Administration and trusted partners on the ground provide loans that are forgivable for up to $20,000 to entrepreneurs. We saw this, I called this earlier this year when Harris sat down with a group of black male entrepreneurs and then she promised to send them funds. And then the next month, he sent out a great deal of resources to very specific groups. None of those resources were targeted at any group or organization that identified as black male run. But there were other groups. That got resources. They were able to dance around the identity politics game to get them. But when it comes to black folk, most particularly black men, well, now we have to be fair and equal to everybody, right? You end up with the only one that doesn't have any free money. Exactly, TIS, something that is, or QS, excuse me. Another PPP loan scam. That's exactly how it feels. Exactly. That's that. So, like I said, Democrats have attacked black men in two primary ways. They did so with Obama, Sam Olsen, Mike Johnson. Then I think they did so with this kind of bait and switch idea on an agenda. Not because the agenda itself is horrible, but because at the end of the day, nothing in it gave us the idea that this would trickle down to the ground level. None of it had to do with anything that it looked like you had to do with sitting down with a large group of black men, not just black men that are in the Democrat Party that want to tell you what you want to hear. The black men whose votes you want, that have all kinds of ideological roots in places and in ideas that you don't necessarily support. But if you want their votes, you got to talk to them. And I haven't seen the Democratic Party reach out and talk to black men in any kind of critical way. Matter of fact, I've seen black women in particular in the party chastise black men because the party has had to even address them. The idea is we're supposed to shut up and vote. And if we don't do so, it's because we're inherently sexist. We're misogynists. So the fact that the Democratic Party has to sit down and talk to black men is considered treasonous in and of itself. And they're just a bunch of sexists that they have to tolerate. In actuality, like with any demographic, you should be trying to earn their votes. And Kamala herself said that when she sat down with the NABJ, the Black Journalists Association. The last time she sat down with them, she missed the first one when Trump was there. And when she showed up and finally sat down with them, she herself said that she needed to earn black male votes. Somehow everybody forgets that. But you don't earn black male votes by cobbling together at the last second a list of things that you're already doing for anybody to benefit from. Right? So Andre says, to be fair, loans are better than the original tax credits, but it's still not black specific as well. Nothing else in her, as well as anything else in her agenda. So those are the two. That's the two-pronged effect. Well, let's look at the blowback. Let's look at the blowback. Right? Now, after Obama's public statement, you had a couple I thought were interesting. One of the most interesting ones that caught me off guard was Pat Smiley. Smiley did a 10-point breakdown of his issues with Obama. And I'm just going to put up about a minute of it. But this is where he kind of framed Obama's interpretation of black men responding to his latest little speech.
I know he is still scratching his head. I've been talking down to these Negroes for 15 years. Now they're gonna act all brand new like they don't know me? Help me, Holy Ghost. No, y'all know who I am. I'm the one who at the Congressional Black Caucus told y'all to stop whining, stop crying, stop complaining, take off your slippers and go do something. I'm the same one who admonished black men during my commencement address at Dr. King's alma mater, Morehouse College. Somebody rescue me if I'm wrong. I'm the same one who gave black men the business at a black church on the south side of Chicago, wait for it, on Father's Day. Y'all know who I am. I'm the one who sang Amazing Grace in South Carolina. I'm the one who broke y'all off some Al Green at the Apollo in Harlem. Now you acting all funny stuff. Y'all Negroes know me. I'm the one who told you repeatedly, I am not the president of Black America. I'm the president of all America. Y'all Negroes are killing me.
That just went in. That was just a clip. That was like the last minute of it. He did a whole 10-point breakdown on the issues with Obama in regard to black men. I thought that last clip really encapsulates what he was saying about it. When you really begin to recount who Obama is, he's always been very critical of black men. And it suggests a large gulf between him and the average brother. But it doesn't, for the most part, a lot of brothers didn't say nothing when he didn't say anything when he was, elected. We hoped he was going to do something that would advance black men. But again, we didn't produce him. He didn't come out of us. He was propelled up there by interests we don't control. And we just hoped on the back end we would get something out of it. But he wasn't a product of Black America or black men necessarily. So this idea that we have to vote for Kamala because black women supported Obama and thus they supported the brothers and we have to turn around and support them, that's not how that went down. We had nothing to do with him getting up there. Black women didn't support him because they were supporting the brothers. They supported him because they were supporting Michelle. And so right now, they're supporting Kamala, even though her relationship, with her husband doesn't mirror anything that they were excited about with Obama. We're supposed to shut up and take it. And most black men don't care that her husband is white. So that wouldn't be the basis for why they don't vote for Kamala. It's just an interesting moment to observe how black women have a double standard on how they regard interracial relationships. But short of that, that's not what black men are basing their electoral plans on. Who they're going to vote for. Not based on who she's married to. It's based on whether she's saying anything that suggests to them that there would be a reason that would benefit them. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to black men, we're still thinking. On the left, we have there's this whole conversation going on about breaking down, the nuclear family construct, right? The idea of the traditional masculinity, father and primary protector of the household. We're going to break that down because you don't need it anymore. All these. Okay. Here's the interesting thing. But nobody wants to say publicly. You get in a relationship with a woman. When the shit goes down, who does everybody look at to fix it? And when the bills are being paid and everything's going well, we're equal partners. When the power is out, then why didn't you pay? Doesn't matter if you had work. You're supposed to make magic happen. Why didn't you do it? Somebody breaks in the house, let alone if somebody gets hurt. Why didn't you stop that from happening? Why did you let such and such get hurt? Why did you let me get hurt? You fixed that. You were supposed to take care of it. Doesn't matter if you had a gun. You were supposed to magically have it, even though I may not want you to have a gun in the house. Right? My point at all of this is there's a social expectation that black men still be providers and protectors, while the rhetoric, particularly on the left, that don't need the traditional man narrative anymore. And what that translates to in terms of everybody's lived experience is that you're supposed to still provide 1950s services, but shut up about it and let her present herself as the head of household. Even though the language is that you're partners, she presents herself as the head of household. When things are going well, as a strong and independent woman. When things are not going well, you failed at your job. See, this is the part that people don't want to talk about. This is why they don't understand Black men. Because based on the rhetoric they've constructed, as long as we don't participate in it, we're just crazy animals that don't know how to act. When you actually look at Black men's lived experiences, and you listen to Black men who have to grapple day to day with the family, with their women, and what's expected of them, even from mothers and grandmothers on both sides of the family, when you look at daughters for that matter, when you look at what men are expected to do, it is otherworldly. It is superheroic, and yet you're not supposed to accept credit for it. You're not supposed to be acknowledged. You need to shut up, play the background, let everybody else play the front. But you provide the floor for them to stand. So publicly we say you don't matter. You shouldn't exist. You're not necessary. Society is at a point where they don't need you. But privately, they can go pay the bills. And don't get it twisted. If she makes more than you, the idea is still, right? Her money is her money, your money is our money. This is the reality of Black male life. And truth be told, male life across race. But Black males deal with it in a whole different way because we deal with a level of hostility and contempt that we don't publicly see other women extend to their men. What I'm proposing here is that as long as that is the reality of Black male life, what you're going to do is push people out of the left and because you want Black men to provide 1950 services, but you want them to shut up about it. You want women to take the credit. Black men to serve in silence. You want Black men pointed out they're caving. They're racist, they're sexist, they're misogynist. But we know behind closed doors, the shit jumps off. Everybody turns to look at you. I mean, I can tell you that when I was married, I was in grad school. We were broke. When the power went off, I didn't have the money till next week. Every once in a while, I had to call and ask a family member. God forbid if you're on her side of the family. That's the last thing as a man you want to have to do. It took a bite out of my pride to have to do it. It didn't happen a lot. Every blue moon it happened. I was in grad school. I was working multiple jobs, but sometimes the check didn't come in fast. When I asked for help, men in particular, not just women, would look at you and say, "You need to fix this." When everything was going well, it was, strong and independent. It's acceptable as long as things are going well. The narrative, however people are comfortable reframing. When it comes to men, standing on business and doing what's necessary, as long as you're the floor and you shut up about it, you're not even really patted on the head. You're just, you're really at the end of the day, you're just not wrong, not silly. But when things fall apart, and there's no structure and there's no order, it's your fault. And even other men will tell you. I think men are reaching a point where if they're going to sacrifice, it needs to be now. Because that sacrifice is not language. That sacrifice is what puts Big Papa in his grave 2 decades, 20 years before his wife. The sacrifice is no joke. This is where I hear people say, well, that's the problem with toxic masculinity. Share the load, it wouldn't be as stressful. Shit. Sharing a load idea that's important because you're still held to the same standard. You don't even get to pick your piece of chicken shit. It's worse than that. But anyway, so let's get back to these returns, the Black masculinist terms, excuse me. Right? So Tavis Smiley blew up. A few things to say. He wasn't here. Some of y'all may have seen this. Right? I'm not going to play the video clip. This was Roland Martin, but you find that Wendell Pierce, actor, had a few things to say in regard to Obama's statements. And he was right on point. He was right on point. This is a tweet he put out. It says, awful message, referring to Obama. Right? The party has to stop scapegoating Black men. Black men are the problem. White men and white women are. No other group votes at 87 to 90% for Dems, but Black vote, men and women. That is a false flag. Black men voted for Trump. Voting for Trump is insignificant. This act is some Black men say, oh, worse. on and shooting those down. Not let my party leaders speak condescending towards them. That's window here. Points out how problematic the stance is, not just for the Obama, but those that support him within the party. Degradation of black men. And this is why I'm saying it's not brothers that are voting Trump that are going to really cause a problem for Democrats. It's all of the brothers. They're offended with this inhumane, stereotypical take on black men, political participation. Brothers that stay home, brothers that vote third party, brothers that vote down ballot, brothers who abstain from voting as a formal protest. See, trying to abstain from voting is an informal protest. That's what you really need to keep an eye out for. And not just in one election. You need to keep an eye on it progressively. And we've seen that happen. I didn't get a chance to clip it before the show, but one of these CNN shows, I think it was, actually did kind of breakdown of female withdrawal from voting over the last 6 elections, I think it was. Black men's numbers were lower than black men. Black men have been pulling out, but they don't get anything for their vote. And now, when there's an opportunity to listen to black men, to invest in black men, what you do is you double down on shaming and the dismissal of vote. And that's one of the black men's. It's the major in response to both prongs of the Democrats' attack on black men. Whether it's the Magic Johnson, Sonny Halston, Obama attacks, or it's these false flag agendas that aren't based in anything black men have actually really said in any critical numbers. Either way you approach it, what you're going to do is turn off your black men. If you want to make the face of it, black men Trump voters go ahead. The Trump voters would be outspoken to tell you they're voting for Trump. The guy who's protesting just walked away from it. You often are going to see him on camera being able to, you're not going to see him in a panel discussion or CNN is you like people who participate. People that aren't even going to bother to debate with you. See, that's apathy. And apathy is worse than hate. Apathy is worse than opposition. Even in a relationship. You're in a love, ideally you want to be in a loving relationship. Your partner is pissed off and rageful at you. That's not the worst response. The worst response you can have from your partner is when they check you. That's much worse than pissed off. Patrice O'Neal used to talk about it all the time. He's talking about if you could get passion out of a woman, you could flip that passion from hatred to love. He used to joke about watching movies in his style is to purposely offend a woman and get her pissed off, and then he would flip it and turn her rage into light, intense light. Because his idea was passion. And you can get her passionate, you can make it work. But if you're dealing with someone who's and they have nothing but dead eyes for you, they can't be made passionate, they can't be instigated into anger, into rage. You just don't give a damn. It's the person you need to be with. That's the person that may have checked out of the relationship. So yeah, that's what we're looking at. Wendell Pierce kicked it off as well. Also, that's not. They weren't the only ones. Now, there's a number of videos out here with Nina Turner. I'm not going to play them. I'm just going to kind of put forth one of, let's see. I'll put forth one from ready, but I didn't remember which one it was. Damn it. I lose it. Just this is next week. So if you can see it a little better. This is next week. Obama's blaming black men, the Democratic Party's failure. And this is October 11th. Nina Turner herself, former Ohio State Senator, Senior Fellow at the Institute on Race, Power, and Political Economy at the New School. I'm not going to go through and read the whole article. I do think it's a good read. It's interesting. Now, I got to say, there's bold enough to say things that a lot of people won't. He attended the ADOS conference a week or so ago, and had some things to say about supporting Black men. She was talking about how she didn't want to let the Democratic Party turn Black women against Black men. I like what she has to say. She was the one, that made the statement not long ago. She's been drumming this consistently over the last 7 months. The Democratic Party has emasculated Black men and Latinos. She said more than likely Latino men as well. Here's the thing. I still think, for the most part, she's like an enlightened kind of girl. And she's not completely out of this kind of framework altogether. I think she just really had a moment. She said so. She said she sat down and talked to the Party. What makes her different, she was willing to sit down and listen to Black men. And champion what she learned from them to explain why things are not going the way people may want them to go. She championed Black men. How many people are willing to do that? How many Black women in the Democratic Party are willing to do that? Not very many. Yeah, US says Nina challenged me and I on CNN recently. Black Guru says, I like Nina, but he defends me that a Black woman must be made the public face of defending the dignity and electoral rights of Black men. You know what though? What I'll say about that is that's making her the face of it is a media job. Now, if this happened 30 years ago, it may have been a stronger case. But here's the thing. In this era, how many brothers do we have on social media who have their own shows, who are producing their own blogs, writing their own articles, are completely ready to stand up and point out what we've been talking about in these spaces for years? How many get a chance to? We're here. Not like Black men are quiet, especially now. With all the resources we have, and all the technology that's available, Black men have been quite vocal. It's the media industry that's made it a point to ignore Black men. And they're willing to let Nina Turner speak for us because she's more palatable than the brothers in this space who would speak full-throatedly to the problems that Black men have. They don't want to sit down with us. They don't want to sit down with brothers who are not part of the network altogether. Say, I'm an independent. I don't give a good goddamn. You might, you want to sit me down with Republicans or Democrats. I'm indifferent to the parties. I'm concerned about what policies we have with Black men. Now, I understand the political engine. It may not be able to get involved in the language of Black males. My only relevant question is when it reaches the ground, does it touch? If Black men don't benefit, I don't give a damn about policy or issue. I need to see tangible numbers about how what we're proposing or what you're proposing to do for Black males is actually impacting positively. Tiberius, like you said, some support. T, appreciate the Dems. I think all those disillusioned young white men are going to show the Dems how not close this race was. Let's see Dems speak down to that. They won't. We're already being set up to take the ball. Booker T says Nina Turner's from the Bernie Sanders camp. Yeah. They fractured the party by, the Democrats fractured the party by how they handled Bernie. Because there was a lot of people that were invested in Bernie. The way that whole thing went down, they shot themselves in the foot. A lot of people left a bad taste in their mouth, even if they stayed in the Democratic Party. It's not surprising she comes out of the camp. She says in both 2008, 2012, I was proud to be an Ohio delegate for President Barack Obama. So I was shocked to hear what former president had to say while speaking on Black men during a surprise visit to Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign field office in Pittsburgh. His words made my jaw hit the floor. In fact, they made my blood boil. Now, this is what I like. This is another thing I like about her. She not only said this, but wrote it on multiple shows. You can watch a video. Right now, I'm not going to go do the video because I can't get the copyright stuff. But I like that she put it in writing. I like that she put it in writing. Because at the end of the day, sometimes there's so much video available that we lose track of it. Over time, you forget where it is. There's so many different ones. But for me, I'm a bibliophile. Having things in writing. Now, don't get me wrong. These websites will erase articles in a second. So you got to keep anything you find. But the fact that you can find it in writing makes it easier to cite, the papers, presentations, so on and so forth. So I particularly appreciate that she did it in multiple mediums. You didn't just get on a show and do an interview. You also did it in writing on Newsweek, right? I appreciate it. Like I said, I like her. I do, and I appreciate what she was willing to say and do to put forth what Black men been saying. I don't like the fact that she had to. I don't like the fact that they ignore Black men enough that we're heads away. We're now spoken Black women to do it for us. Why? Because we're children that need to be spoken. Can't speak for us. Dangerous. They say the wrong thing. Cost them some money. Speak to the wrong Black male. Make the wrong promises. They don't want it. They gotta make sure they bring in an insider who understands the rules, even though she's kind of a rebel. They're willing to work with her. I'm not gonna go with what I want to say. Hearing these remarks, voters is talking like this, as if they are children. It's not just the paternalistic thing these words. Black men are misogynistic and can't bring themselves to vote for a woman. The issue of our men is blind. For starters, it's false. Black men are socialized in the same patriarchal society that every other American man is socialized. You know, see, that's why I say she's an enlightened guy. And she will turn this patriarchal language in a minute. But here's the thing that I don't think a lot of people recognize about Black men. Black men are also socialized in a female environment at home and at school. Think about it. When the average Black male grows up in a single parent household under a mother, right? You've been taught from birth to follow what the woman tells you to do. And then when you go to school, where at least in elementary school, the teachers being female are over 90%. And if you stay in school, especially all the way through a doctorate, what you'll find, for the most part, depending on the industry, is the majority of female teachers. So what I'm saying is you go from birth all the way to graduate. Black men have been following women's lead in families in decades. It's not new for generations. So this idea, this kind of flip that you even hear Nina Turner going into about Black men being socialized in the same patriarchal network, all wrong. You may call the larger society patriarchal, but we refer to the Black community as democratic. It's not ours. Others have learned to be supportive and to follow within the context of the kind of person. I would argue no more emotional labor as far as women, we've been raised to support women from birth. That's not to say college, but ancestry, social, and that's the language that's missing. So even when a man tries to speak for her, she'll still turn to a feminist rationale to explain that as fundamentally still part of the patriarchal network. She won't acknowledge the fact that Black men are actually socialized in a gynocracy. That's a very different position than any other demographic community. Greta support. It's a different position. And yet when Secretary Hillary Clinton ran for president in 2016, 81% of Black men voted for her, while 32% of Black men did the same. Black men allegedly being so reticent to vote for President Harris, her lowest numbers are with Black men under 50 years old, 72% of whom supported Harris. If white men supported Harris at 72%, they'd be held up as an example of how men can support women. So why are Democratic Party leaders like former President Obama vilifying Black men? It's simple. The Democratic Party is setting Black men up to take the That's simple. Absolutely. And it is an outrage. They're trying to pin this on Black men. If Harris loses, it will not be on Black men or any other group of voters. All will lie squarely with the candidate and the party she represents. It's her job to appeal to Black men, not to lecture those who aren't feeling. Exactly. So, absolutely right. They're already, but like I said, it's a double win, right? Black men are being set up to take the ball. If she wins, you're not going to hear any applause going to Black men, no matter what percentage we vote. You'll hear applause for Black women. You'll hear applause for women altogether. Right? It's going to be a lot of we did it, women did it. So if it fails, it's Black men's fault. It's Maine's fault. Steve's strong independent women made it happen. Particularly strong independent It only works one way as far as that. It doesn't matter how well we do, how much we support, we don't even get a pat on the head. It's just why so many brothers are wrong. Because it's not enough. It's not enough. And Obama may have turned all of this on its head by making the statements he made public. Because now we're starting to see all kinds of articles coming out, blasting. Right? Blasting. And these aren't articles that black men are necessarily producing. There's a number of them. We have established comments coming out about Obama's book attacking black men. Now, black men, and this is what I'm proud to see, are responding in record, especially in video, especially in social media. Scores of black men are outspoken. This is one of the reasons that I haven't been as productive in terms of producing videos on my channel. Because when I started this channel, the desire I had was to create a vocabulary of black men who articulate themselves and fight back against misandry, most particularly anti-black misandry, from any corner it hails from, whether it's from the Soviet rights, or whether it's from the women next to you in your bed. I wanted to help black men by creating a language where they have terminology that they can use to challenge the bullshit that's being brought. Last year, I started to notice that I saw more black men speaking up for themselves than I've seen in my entire life. There were at least 3 incidents where I shed a tear. Somebody threw me some stuff on Twitter, and I said, another battle I did. Right, get up on Twitter, getting ready to argue with these crazy feminists, and I started to see this thing. It wasn't coming from academics. It wasn't coming always from people that were well read. I just saw more and more brothers from every corner and every level that just stopped taking this shit. What did I ever see? They started speaking up, and even if they didn't know everything, they still would say what they knew, and then somebody else would jump in and add something else. And for the first time, instead of jumping in and fighting that battle, I just sat back and looked, and I said, oh my God, it's happening. It's happening. Black masculinist term is starting to feel like a wave. It's starting to seem like in comment sections, in social media, from Facebook to Twitter to even Instagram, I'm starting to see more brothers pushing back, and not just against the Blue March, starting to see them push back against the Derek Jacksons and the mainline feminists, the CNNs, and the television feminists on The View and every other channel that are quite comfortable, even ESPN, quite comfortable with maligning black men. You start to see more black men speak up than ever. It's done. It's happening. I didn't expect it to, but it did. And now I'm prouder of my brothers than I've ever been in my life. I've never seen this much. I've never seen this many black men stand up at the same time. The same way taking the shit up. Says, my facets of life, there's no group of people that feature as much female leadership as black American men, whether it's in business, school, clergy, government, media, charity. Yeah, absolutely. But this is what I'm saying though. At the same time, I'm seeing more brothers stand up. And they're starting to push back. And they're starting to not give a fuck what people like. That is what I've been waiting. Now, I ain't going nowhere. I just kind of had to find my footing in the midst of all of this because I didn't expect it to happen that fast. You know what I mean? Like, I've been up here since 2020. I didn't know. I didn't really have a time frame on it, but I just didn't know when it might happen and all of that good stuff. When it did, it blew me away. And I started to see people quoting the space coming from all over the world. Quoting terms and concepts that only come from this space. It didn't matter if it was mine or anybody else's. It just let me know how many people are actually paying attention. Our brothers from South Africa to China, from Britain to Australia, from Mexico to New York, writing me to tell me what they're doing in their own lives. And that's on top of what I'm seeing in social media. Dr. Rich Turner, appreciate that. He says, Obama approved that from the Keisha's communist office in the land. Black men are never thought until they decide to be harmed themselves first. Now, it's one thing to see a statement like that on my show, but when I see a statement like that on other people's show or in the comment section of a place I never expected to see it from, we have no idea what it is. I'm moved in a way I never thought would really happen. Shout out to Black Males, I appreciate that. Try to contribute to the movement, like BGS always says, I threw my shekels in the pot for everybody else, but I'm just, yes, there's a point where you throw enough shekels in there, and you get a wave. You get one of those Scrooge McDuck waves of shekels. I don't know what the fuck it is, but I can tell you, it moved me like I've never been moved. Anyway, there's on your left moment on Twitter. Yeah, man. Yeah. That was a perfect analogy. Yes. I was Captain America with a broken shield in that piece, but I'm still going to war, and the next thing I knew, brothers were coming out of everything. It's just I'm starting to see it, and so the whole crux of today's show, Obama thought he was going to pile on, speak Sonny Holson and even Magic Johnson, that really were going to pile on black men. It always happened. And then we would take it the way we've always taken it. You saw a blowback. You see a blowback happening right now. We have never seen it operate like this. That Dr. Neal, the MI is forced to be reckoned with. We are seeing that force. And I'm Compassionate Callous again. Credit to him, do a beautiful job. If you don't know what I'm talking about, down in the media version, it's a beautiful work that needs to be shouted out. Appreciate that, brother. Doing some powerful stuff. Pull up the other version of it there. Anyway. So yeah, so I started to see a response I never saw. It moved me, and I'm trying to figure out how I want to participate now that the service I've been providing, I don't think it needs to be provided in the way I have been. Now I just have to figure out where I can be most useful. Right now, I just had a moment of pause where I just had to take my head off and salute the brothers like, man. I don't feel like I gotta go in rooms and fight by myself anymore. I'm seeing brothers come out and I'm actually now there have been a couple of black women. I've ran into some Nina Turners that surprised me, but I've also seen some non-black women who have been listening. I don't know this is a new era. I don't know what the nature of it is yet, but we're gonna keep pressing. But it's still important to know. Ed says, I'm interested in seeing the international man's response to what's going on because we know that other men are watching. Jail Block says, I never thought of collaborating with Tariq Nasheed. Not particularly, but I was on his last documentary. Well, I don't know, not his last. I was on the documentary. So I met him, participated in that. But no, I hadn't thought of anything, formal as far as that's concerned. If you haven't checked that out, go check out the Upgrading documentary. So I wasn't expecting to go that route, but I just had to share that. That's why you haven't seen a lot of me. I'm just trying to find my footing because this major shift that started to finally happen. It's like it's the same thing that happened when you do your doctorate. It goes on for years, and they don't tell you how long it's going to take. The kind of doctoral programs I was in, you got to write a dissertation, and some people that takes 6 months, some people that takes 10 years. The coursework, as long as you take the full load, only lasts a certain amount of time, but after that, they can't tell you. Well, you go into it, you have this daunting job you need to do, and you don't know how long it's going to take, so you don't think about it in terms of when I'm done. You just put one foot in the next until one day somebody says, you're done. You're finished. You're walking the stage, right? That's kind of how it happens. That's how this moment felt with black men. get into the same try to make sure, try to say something. And then the next thing I know, there's somebody saying, you know, you're done, right? It was just, you know, these brothers, they taking the shit, right? Seeing people just throw hit me, man. And the funniest part, I say same thing. I think this is really the most brilliant part. I'm seeing brothers who are not well trained, who haven't even really been in these spaces, soaking it all in, but they've heard enough. They've heard enough to use, and they've been hitting people with it, like raising questions that you didn't know how to raise yourself, and it's happening. So that said, I'm excited about it. So this stuff is starting to blow up in the Democrats' faces. This stuff is like actually starting, right? But we're seeing brothers outspoken, and they're talking shit right back to Barack in ways I know he didn't see coming. And they are in the face of anybody that has something to say to maligned black men. I'm happy to see that. I'm actually happy to see it. It's starting to happen. But you know how we got to we got to talk about the main reason that Kamala's proposal is offensive in terms of her agenda. At least offensive to me. Because she didn't have to recreate some stuff. She didn't have to. We already have. 40,000 plus members in the Brotherhood of YouTube Theology. Again, and oh, you know what? I said I was going to go to the PDF version. I'm going to show you what Chief Palace did. We had a few phone conversations going through it, and I got nothing but respect and appreciation for the brother. He did a fabulous job. You check this out. Again, you can download this free on the website. But right, this table of contents. All of these links are clickable. Right? You can go right to them. So if you want to see Title 7 reform, click right on it. Title 7 reform. Page 32. This is a 38-page document. Right? You can read through all of these. Go through any one if you want to. The law reform, right to it. There's a lot of statistics that you'll find. Everything here is on the website. So it's all the same information. The way he puts it together, it's so well done. Attractive to the eye. Information is as relevant as usual. The data is there. Citations are still there. You know, but if you don't, you want something you can read when you're offline, you want to be able to go through it. There it is. Same information. All that you get to. So again, shout out to Passionate Callous. Excellent work, in my opinion, on this. This is what some of you brothers asked for. You want the PDF version, you want the printable version, and you can carry it with you so you can show to other people. There you go. And I didn't ask him to do this. To my knowledge, nobody asked him to do this. He just decided to. One day he just started sending me shit. This is what it's looking like. And I was just like, all right. See, but again, was another moment where I was just like, didn't have to ask anybody to do this. He just did it. This is what I appreciate. But again, just to make sure of the basics, we want you to be able to at least see. And again, table of contents are. That's it. That's the short list. 18 black men located in Kansas family court reform, enforcing education, affirmative action for black men, targeted homelessness programs. This is the same thing we've been talking about for 4 years. Brothers have just been building on it, and it's not done. We got plenty more to add as long as you have ideas, and especially if those ideas are pulled from your lived experience. This is what we need to expand. So y'all make sure you give Compassionate and Callous some love. I know he was in the comment section a minute ago. Don't leave here without shouting him out. Brother did some fabulous work. You know what I'm saying? But this is the kind of thing I'm talking about, man. When brothers take it upon themselves to do something because it will benefit other black men, He didn't have to be asked. He didn't have to be cajoled. He didn't have to be argued with. He didn't have to be shamed into it. He did it because he wanted to help. What are you going to do? Now, again, the only reason I'm doing today's show is because I don't like how comfortable people are with maligning black men and suggesting that they shouldn't have the freedom to make the choices they want to make for their own reasons. I'm stepping up to defend black men. I will always do that on one level or another, no matter what I'm doing, because this is my life's work. But what will you do to contribute to that issue? What will you do to improve the quality of your collective lives by stepping in and saying, we're not going to take this shit anymore? What front are you going to fight on? Because there's a lot more work that needs to be done. But at the end of the day, being black men, not taking any more shit, not just playing this servile role that other people have outlined for us, moves my heart. It really does. There's nothing like seeing it. You know, nothing like seeing it. So that's it. Shout out to all of you for coming through tonight. I really appreciate it. Just wanted to drop a word. I most particularly want to hear in the comments your response to the things I'm saying. What else do you have to add to it? What do you think we should be doing? What other ideas do you have? How else do you think we should respond to this vehement attack of the Democratic Party? Right? Party we've been giving our votes to for decades, as we were told to. And we see that they really didn't. At the end of the day, any group that wants your votes should earn it. And when it comes to politics, strange bedfellows goes without saying. I'm not opposed to strange bedfellows in the sense that, you know, if voting has to go a different way to achieve a particular end, all those things. The party do most of the things with honor, legacy of what black men have contributed, and another party will, then they have my attention. Now, I'm not necessarily just limiting that to Republicans. I told you, I'm an independent. I don't give a damn. Whomever is willing to seriously listen to black men and put some things into action, that's my attention, and more than likely, my vote. What is it going to take for you? What is it going to actually take to earn your vote? Can you articulate? What are your list of issues that would turn your vote from one direction to another? You see, this is one of the mistakes the Democrats are making. They're mistaking the fact that our votes are given. Now, that has been the case, but it's changing. And they're not necessarily concerned about how people vote today. They're concerned about how they're going to continue to vote because they see it changing. They see it dropping. At the end of the day, you have to answer the question first. Who's going to turn your votes? If any party with the will to attract black male voters can get it. You know what I'm saying? I feel like somebody that just got out of a divorce. Oh, you can get it. You get somebody out of a divorce in the right window, you can get it. The question is, you know, who wants it? Right now, the black vote has still come out of the legacy of civil rights. For the most part, we don't have large numbers. We don't have, you know, economics in our favor. It's not like we're able to bring to bear a crazy amount of wealth that will, you know, humble other groups. That's not what we have. What people tend to barter over the black vote is the moral high ground, the legacy, the statement that whomever has the black vote is on the right side of humanity and is doing right in terms of human justice. Justice and human big concern right now in America. And I'm not saying this is the only thing, but this is a significant part of it. The legacy of struggle that will come out of it comes with symbolic value that any demographic that wants to be able to claim that they operate on behalf of the people. And that's what the Democrats have been touting. And don't get it twisted, when the Republicans get black votes, they like to be able to claim they've got black votes. For the most part, each major party will tout black people as long as they can get black votes. We've just never really pushed them demanded something from our company. Not to the extent that we do. This is what I want to see. See? Unlike radio, where it's evolving and maturing beyond the two-party political system, the stratified Western world class system, it's a new day. Absolutely. That's what I think we're watching. We're talking about in this tournament. That's one of the things that's happening. I think there's a major change afoot. And black men are leading that. And we've always been canaries in the mine. But it's reaching an end. So, that's it. Appreciate y'all coming through tonight. Appreciate you guys participating. I want to hear more. Let me know what you missed. Let me know what else we talked about. Let me know what else we need to do in this sense, because there's a major opportunity that I want to take advantage of. So that being said, y'all have a good night. I'll be back. See y'all soon. I'm here to tell you, brothers, we are not criminal spot boys. Intellects, man, children, sperm donors, child support, those free, unintelligent henchmen, obvious assassins, Oklahoma mercenaries, unpaid bodyguards, interchangeable stepfathers, child discipline proxies, unpaid repairmen, workhorses, emotional tampons, not defined by meaning peace.
Jeremiah, Jeremiah, Jeremiah. I love you. I miss you. I love you, son. I'm thinking about you every day, all the time, son.
Enter Stack AI, the enterprise generative AI platform that helps you automate your back office workflows. Simply ask Stack AI what you're looking for. Stack AI will use state-of-the-art language models to search through your company's apps and give you the answers you're looking for, along.
Well, this must be sexism. This must be misogynoir. No, we learned a lesson. A lesson that I have been trying to teach for a very long time, that we have to follow an agenda. We don't have to follow a person. We don't have to follow an identity. We're following an agenda. That's what we were saying. And listen, see, we see this up on the internet. Kamala Harris, I grew up in Black church. I grew up attending 23rd Avenue Church of God. Harris, my pastor is Amos C. Brown of Third Baptist Church. Charlemagne, God is good. Harris all the time. Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell y'all why y'all are having problems, Ms. Harris. You're having problems because we lived through Obama. Obama's pastor was Jeremiah Wright. Black liberation theology. He said that. Obama said that. Listen to that. If you want to judge that man by his pastor, you would have thought Obama was about everything we were about. I'm not judging you by your pastor. Stop trying to get this woman. She's black or she's ADOS or whatever, or that she's tied into the culture. We're not buying that anymore. You can be tied into the culture and do like Obama, a bunch of great songs, everything, and then still hate us. Or still be indifferent toward us, or still feel post-racial, or still feel like you don't owe us nothing, or still feel like one wave lifts all ships or whatever. We have made a decision. Now, some people have made a decision, have decided to go one way, other people have gone third party, but we have said that we are no longer beholden to the Democratic Party. I said years ago, we are not your mule, and I hate that I said that because now everybody right around, we're not your mule, we're not your mule. Make up your own little catchphrase. It ain't that hard. You can't even come. But anyway, I digress. There were clues, Kamala Harris, in your campaign. There were clues that this sort of, you can't do what Obama did because Obama happened, and we learned. Some of us were teachers during that time. But Kamala, you can't do what Obama did. You can't go up there and sing us a song. You see that, Al Green? Obama decided he was going to be daddy in chief. Y'all saw it. He was going to be your father in chief, not your president. He was going to go in front of those Morehouse men and berate them on their day. And I wrote about that then. I wrote about it when I was back working with Boyce. And I said, he's berating these young men on the day they deserve congratulations. If anybody deserves congratulations to graduate from Morehouse as an ADOS man, you deserve it. Instead of telling you congratulations and I'm going to have policy for you, that man got up there and said, don't make excuses. He's always been anti-ADOS. And because he used that play, and some of us were teaching, hey, that's a con, that's a play. Some of us were saying that way back then in 2009, 2010. This group has learned we're not falling for that anymore. I don't even know why anybody has Kamala talking about her church. We already know what she's not. And it don't even matter. Listen, let me tell you something. You could be an ADOS candidate at this point. I want to
see your agenda. Yes, you can say I come from y'all and we come from the same place, and we'll appreciate that. But that still should not override your agenda. I want to hear about what she wants to do. There have always been clues that this was going to go this way. So those of you all who are doing all the work in the world online and telling us, oh my God, I can't believe y'all, we gave you clues. Smart enough to come in out the rain. We gave you all the clues in the world that this was not going to work this time around. We gave you all the clues. Y'all got Charlemagne running around looking like a fool. He ain't read a book in forever. Why is this thing giving me the wrong thing? Hold on a second, y'all. Giving me the wrong shot. I tell you, the day has just been, let me tell you, the day with the cameras has been a time. First thing, y'all know, first thing I did an update, the thing wouldn't work. It was about running around here. Then I turned it on and it was a hot mic. Oh, I'm so lucky I stopped cussing. As much as I used to what? Because y'all got to get so I stopped that. I'm trying to give it up. But here's one thing, right? Here is one thing. On differences, and this is how you know you have a problem. I missed this because this was during the summer, so I missed it. There was so much going on, ladies and gentlemen. There was something to behold. A couple of errors. On differences with Biden, Harris says, not a thing comes to mind. Now this was while let me just show you what he said there. We hope this camera is right this time. Okay, Harris made the comment during an interview on The View when asked if she would have done something differently than Biden during his presidency. There is not a thing that comes to mind, and I've been part of most of the decisions that have had an impact, Harris said, going on to tout their accomplishments together. Listen, let me tell y'all something. This is the moment that you wait for as a candidate, because you got to support the person that you're with, but you wait for somebody to say, hey, how would you be different? That gives you your time to shine. Hey, that gives you your time to talk about, hey, whatever it is. Whatever highlights your agenda. I'm a woman of this one. She might say woman of color, whatever she might say. That gives you your time to talk about everything you've been wanting to talk about. Everything that you are, everything that made you want to run. What is your motivation? What are your internal drivers? This is your moment to give us that. And she said, nothing comes to mind. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you one thing. Nobody runs for president just to be a continuation of the person that they ran with. You are not a continuation of this old white man, Kamala. And if you are, then you have no inside. That's not who you are. And if you are with your problem, why are you running? Because you get with the president to be the vice president, so one day you can be the president. All these people are ambitious. So what do you want to do when you get there? Nothing comes to mind. There are clues that this is not our fault. This is your fault as a candidate. Who are you? What is your agenda? This identity stuff, I'm just brown, black, woman, that's not going to work. What do you stand for and what do you stand on? This was her opportunity to prove that to everybody. And she said, nothing comes to mind. And then when something finally came to mind, she said, oh, I know the difference. I'm going to have a Republican in there. You don't even know how to read the moment. This ain't the moment. The Republican Party is over here, and they have gone further to the right than they normally do. You know that. And the Democratic Party, these two parties despise each other more than they ever do. And that's your thing. I'm going to have, because that's the same dumb stuff Obama said. He was reading that George Stearns Goodwin book, Team of Rivals by Abraham Lincoln. He said, I'm going to be bipartisan. And then he tried to be bipartisan, and the Republicans beat the hell out of him. So how in the world do you come through here and do the same thing and try to run the same game? I don't get it. Somebody got to tell me, because I don't understand what's happening. But let's move on. Let's continue. Shall we? They got the same artists. I just want to show you.
Did you know there's an easy way to get more views on your old YouTube videos? And the best part is it's free to try. Meet vidIQ's Optimize. Just connect your YouTube channel, click Optimize, and vidIQ pulls from over 20 million YouTube channels to tell you exactly what you should change with your title and thumbnail. See these green check marks? Those are what you're doing well. And these little red X's are where you're missing the mark. It even gives you a score so you can track your improvements. Not to mention, it'll give you tags, generate alternative thumbnails, and write your video description. Don't fall behind the wave of new content creators. Start your free trial now.
You could spend your time looking for the perfect side hustle, or you could go to Printful.com. Printful empowers you to sell custom products online with no risk or upfront investment, and from the comfort of your living room. All you have to do is create your free account, customize products with our easy-to-use design tools, and start selling. We'll take care of all the production, packing, and shipping for you while you sit back and watch the profits roll in. Kickstart your next side hustle for free with Printful. Sign up at Printful.com.
Come on. How though? I'm not talking, even when you get off the people who are just to the right and have decided that they're going to disrupt the Republican Party, it seems like in order to peel some of those folks off, you might have to disrupt the Democratic Party, but you're not that kind of candidate. But that's the kind of candidate that this moment demands. That's the only way you're going to beat Trump, it seems like. Now, you might pull it off. I don't know. But it's going to be close. If I had to put money on it, Kamala right now, I wouldn't bet on you. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to bet on just a continuation of the person that we call Jim Crow Joe. You don't even know what you're going to do different. Who are you as a human in the world? Now I want to show you something. We're looking at the most recent unemployment numbers, right? Right. So what I want to kind of bring home is the Black unemployment. This is based on the most recent data on unemployment. And I want to talk about our expectations, because there seems to have been an expectation that we were going to do the same thing we've always done. We've always had higher unemployment. The Black unemployment rate remains higher than the overall unemployment rate. For comparison, white workers 3.6%, Hispanics 5.1%, Asians 4.1%. It's always been this way for us, but everybody assumed that we were never going to do anything about it. We were never going to take any action on our own behalf. Do you realize what that means for people to assume you're not going to take any action for you? Yeah, that's crazy, right? Long-term trends. No significant reduction observed in Black unemployment despite economic growth in sectors like construction, healthcare, and food services. And that's what people are talking about when they talk about immigration. They're talking about, hey, there was growth, there was economic growth, it just didn't benefit us. But people don't think we can see it, or we have sense enough to understand what's going on. You don't understand. That's not what's happening, Yvette. You just saying some stuff. No, I'm not. The trends, when the economy recovers and everything, and we still don't benefit, and we see it. We're not crazy. We see what's happening. Nobody's crazy. Nobody's homophobic. We see you. Let's keep going. And it's all from this. It's all from this. So if you want to go check it out yourself, please go check it out. Please go check it out here. I think it was out on the 4th or something like that. Again, I missed it when it came out, when the numbers came out. But I want to show y'all one other thing before I get to Kamala Harris. And I want to show y'all a little experiment I did. So y'all remember this study, Wealth of Two Nations, the U.S. Racial Wealth Gap, 1860 to 2020. Y'all remember this, right? Now, I want to remind y'all what Kamala came out with. She came out with mentorship, some loans, cryptocurrency, you all know what her agenda. I talked about it we did a 2.5-hour show on Monday on Patreon. I talked about her agenda and all that stuff, right? Not much meat to that bone. Most of it was her general agenda. She just said what's going to be good for Black people. Okay. But I want to show you an experiment that I did. I took this Wealth of Two Nations, the U.S. Racial Wealth Gap, 1860 to 2020. I took this and put it into ChatGPT. And I said, ChatGPT, because I said, can you little AI thing, can you read this report? And I want you to tell me what the report is about, and I want you to give me serious answers for the Black community in terms of how we fix this. This is artificial intelligence. I want to show you what AI came up with. We're talking about Kamala. She didn't have time to explain a minute. It told me, first of all, the implications for Black poverty and poverty, what the problems were, increased vulnerability. This is AI. The racial wealth gap exacerbates poverty. limiting upward mobility for Black families, slow convergence risk. Without intervention, the wealth gap could take centuries to close. This is not telling me the truth. Policy focus shift needed. Capital markets disproportionately benefit white households, worsening inequality over time. Now I say, well, ChatGPT, tell me what policy proposals we need.
Tell me something
Can I tell you
good.
something? Can I tell you something? Can I tell y'all something? ChatGPT didn't tell me nothing about mentorship or cryptocurrency.
Woo!
I said, give me some serious policy proposal. I didn't give it no kind of, you gotta make it transform. No, tell me what fixes this. It said the first thing, direct wealth redistribution. Implement reparations to close the wealth gap and redress historical injustices. A robot is giving me better policy proposals than the church, than the lady who's talking about a black church. Amen. Number two, affordable homeownership. Provide targeted support for Black homeowners to reduce housing debt burdens. Reparations were number one. Financial market inclusion. Expand access to equity investments and financial literacy programs for Black households. I don't like literacy yet, but but let me just say this is what they said. I'm just letting that go to show you that because I don't do the literacy yet, but that goes to show you I didn't do nothing to it. I didn't give it no real crazy prompts. Debt forgiveness initiative. It was some of that coming with stuff. Wasn't it giving us loans and maybe forgiving them later? Well, maybe she gets 1 point for that. Eliminate educational and predatory loan burdens disproportionately affecting Black families. Progressive taxation investment. Tax capital gains heavily at the top and reinvest wealth building initiatives for marginalized communities. You see, you know I didn't do that because they said marginalized. That was ChatGPT. I told it Black and it went marginalized. You see what it did? It did it to me too. It was people of color on it. ChatGPT with people of color, marginalized community, disadvantaged. That goes to show I didn't mess with it. But it still sounded a little bit better than what we've been hearing from Kamala Scale. Okay, policy proposals addressing the racial wealth gap on behalf of American descendants of slavery. Reparations payments implement direct reparations to descendants of enslaved people, reflecting generational wealth and historical harm. Trust funds for Black families establish funds to provide every eligible family with capital to invest in housing, education, entrepreneurship. Debt forgiveness program erase burdensome educational and medical debt that disproportionately affect Black Americans. They got some class stuff in there too, but it still sounds better than what I heard from the Equitable financial access and investment programs, access to equity markets, develop programs encouraging Black participation in high return investments like stocks and business equity. That's post reparations though. Remember, reparations was first thing. Financial, this is the same one I think. Provide zero interest loans for Black-owned entrepreneurs to foster entrepreneurship. Well, after we get money, we can do a lot. Land restoration programs, return land unjustly taken from Black and provide new land ownership opportunities. ChatGPT on fire over here. Equitable taxation properties, reform property taxes to reduce the impact of overassessment in predominantly Black communities. What else we got? Education and employment equity programs, free and subsidized higher education for us. Yep, targeted employment opportunities. All that. Anti-discrimination in lending, progressive taxation on capital gains, social safety net expansion. Now, if I had tweaked this, if I had played around more and said just all the proposals are specific to the ADOS community, blah, 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 I could have gotten way more than this. I didn't want to make it. I didn't want to be that biased with it, right? I didn't want to set this thing up and be like, you just told that thing. You might as well have wrote that yourself. No, I just want to put in a general question and come out and see what the little machine told me. That's all. I mean, that's all I want to do. The machine, I don't feel like I don't feel like the machine did a bad job. Given what I gave it. Price gave it, I just gave it that report. Yeah, tweak that prompt. All you gotta do is go in there and tweak the prompt. You'll get a bunch of other stuff. Then all you can go in there and say, hey, you know, I want to focus on wealth. You'll get some other stuff. What I'm telling you, fam, before we go on too far, what I'm telling you, though, is the ChatGPT had a better black agenda than Kamala Harris. How? How is that possible? I don't know why people kept talking. Yvette, she just got in the race. I don't know what you expect. She could have went in there, but you know why they won't do it. You know why they won't do it. When we talk about reparations, because it's going to make white folk mad, and it's going to make some racist Hispanics mad. It's going to make a lot of people mad. And because y'all just robbed the grocery stores and the CVS. And I don't know why y'all think y'all deserve anything. And it's going to make all of them mad. They go around calling us monkeys and stuff all the way around the interwebs. Listen. We're not going to be able to win the white vote if we do that. Not my problem. Not my problem. Well, we got to try to win working class white folk. You mean racist folks who don't believe in justice? It's not my problem if you can't win them. I'm telling you what we need. Even ChatGPT said, regardless of the other stuff it said that I may not agree with, the first thing was reparations. And you telling me you can't talk about the thing that fixes me because you still got these neo-Confederates around you who don't want to hear about it. Well, that's not my problem. How you deal with them because you left them, that you should have brought them to heel after the Civil War. I don't know how you deal with these people that you never decided to do nothing about. I will tell you one thing, no, that is your problem, not mine. That is your problem, not mine. That's like when I go to the store and they tell me, we ain't got no oranges because the distribution and the trucks and hey, hey, I don't need to hear all that. It's not my job to hear all your problems and why the orange didn't come in on time. All I can say is I'm gonna go down the street and give me some orange. I'm gonna go buy somewhere else. Because it's for sale. Whether you're talking about over here, third party, whatever. I'm not buying here. We've been buying here for a long time. And the food been spoiled. And y'all been telling us, well, at least it's food. It keep you alive, even if it don't taste good. You've been feeding everybody else all kind of bounties and fresh food and snacks and breakfast and lunch and dinner. And we got to come talk to you because we losing you. Well, you're losing us too. Now what? And nobody ain't got to have no shame about nothing you talking about. Ain't nobody ashamed of nothing you. You shouldn't be that way. Let me get back to where I was. I don't know why you that way and why y'all act that way. ChatGPT was getting down. Affordable homeownership. They was getting down. Permanent commission. They said they had racial wealth audits require public and private institutions to conduct audits on their contributions to the racial wealth disparity. What? Commission on Reparative Justice established a federal body responsible for monitoring reparations and policies and their outcomes. What? ChatGPT. You better preach. Data transparency, collect and publish wealth data. We got to to track progress for a closing wealth data. I would tweet that for Now let me just go in here for a second. I'm not gonna be here too long, fam. I just had to holler for a little while. I haven't been on here to holler with y'all for a minute. I had to holler for a little while. Everybody done woke up. Enough. Because you don't need everybody to wake up. What I told you, I just need a critical mass. You don't need everybody to wake up. Everybody ain't gotta be woke and looking alive. You don't need all that. No. Kamala, what does forward mean? Like the young guy like, Obama change we can believe in. He lied, but change means that we're going in a different direction. We didn't, but okay, he lied. What does forward mean? I don't see anything about you that means anything. Listen, Trump, I'm not a Trump supporter. I've said that. That's no shade to anybody who is. I'm not. But what I will say is that everybody knows what they're getting with that man. Like they know what you're gonna get with Trump. He's not lying. He's gonna get out in front of things and say, I'm gonna tell you what. People people really don't know what you stand for. I don't know what forward means. Forward means I'm walking. Like if I tell you, if you call me and you say, hey man, what you up to? What you doing? And I say, forward. If I say, if you ask me, where am I going? And you say, where you going? And I say, forward. What does that mean? Does that mean anything to you? It don't mean nothing to me. I'm trying to figure out what that means. If somebody says forward. We don't know what you want to do. It feels like you're a placeholder. And every time you get the opportunity to go in a certain direction, you pivot to the right. And I have a theory that Kamala and Barack are part of a managerial class of politicians who don't have any vision anyway. They're here to manage things and not provide any kind of vision. And to the extent that Kamala does have some vision, I think she's conservative. I think she has not been allowed because she's in California, and then she's the party that went a little bit to the left. She would be better off as Bill Clinton when he was. But let's get this off the list. Are they catching up? As black voters hesitate on Harris, Democrats race to win them over. With a frenzy of activity, the vice president and her allies are trying to strengthen her support with black voters whose growing alienation. Whose growing alienation, the party leader had not confronted directly until now. There were clues. Y'all tried to accuse us of misinformation, but there were clues. There were clues. Clues, baby doll, clues. Let me tell you. In Atlanta, a group of black entertainers and elected officials took the stage at the brewery to urge a crowd of black men to support Vice President Kamala Harris. I should have went. I probably would have got jumped though, child. In Milwaukee, dozens of volunteers fanned out across black neighborhoods to encourage sometimes skeptical residents to vote. And in a blitz of national media interviews and campaign ads, Ms. Harris herself made her case to black voters. Let me just say one thing: you got to vote, even if you. I don't care if you vote for third party. I don't care if you vote Democrat, Republican, or don't vote the top of the ticket at all. You got to vote, because let me tell you what they do. They track whether or not you vote. What do you mean, Yvette? They're going to track how many of us come out to vote. And if we come out but we don't vote for them, they're still going to say, we have these many voters, we got to go chase. Right? If you don't vote at all, then they're going to say, these people don't come out. We got to go find the white vote. We got to go find Latino vote. You want people to chase you. So all those people say, no tangible, no vote. We staying home. They're dumb. Don't follow dumb people. Let that be a motto. You have to play smart politics. You don't have to vote for Kamala. You don't have to vote for Trump. You don't have to vote for whatever. You can do what you want to do, but you have got to show up. I have always said this. There's way more on the ballot. You be complaining about the police and the sheriff is on your ballot. You be complaining about they should have gave him that kind of time. That's racist. And the judge is on your ballot. You be complaining about the taxes, and that was on your ballot. Show up, research before you go. Show up. You don't want to be like me. I was there one time, not too long ago. I had researched everything except this one thing. It's like an excise tax. I'm in the vote booth trying to pull out my phone over there. Look. Hey, over here, look at me. Don't bother me, little lady. Like I'm trying to figure something out over here. We got Cornel West, who's shout out to him at the ADOS conference. Some people, I saw somebody put Stein in there, but like, listen, you have choices. Stop acting like you don't have choices. You probably have more third-party choices this time around than you had in a long time. But let me keep going. I just want to make that clear. Don't stay home and feel like you did something. Don't be who Obama always talk about. Obama always talk about Pookie on the sofa. Pookie on the sofa. That's the only thing he knows to talk about. Adolf me to talk about Pookie on the sofa. In his mind, y'all always on the sofa. Please don't be on the sofa. Don't prove his little dumb racist stereotype right. You got a whole bunch of stuff. It's election year. It'd be a whole bunch of stuff on there. The flood of recent door knocking, ads, rallies, and celebrity-studded outreach events across battleground states reflects Democrats' growing alarm about their weakening support among black voters. A years-long drift that the party's leaders have not confronted so directly, and with the stakes so high until now. Yeah. It's a real big confrontation, ain't it? Hunting ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Huh? headed into war for nobody. We're voters and we have a right. We have every right to say, hey, this is what we want and this is what we don't want. And you can't say, well, where you gonna go? Away from here. Away from here. We don't have to do this no more. We're not gonna just go where you go and chase all the white voters, go chase all the Hispanic, go chase all the Asians, and then just look at us like, what y'all doing? Why y'all not out here voting for us? No, anybody doing that? Doing that? Pew pew. Pew pew pew. But it ain't no fun, brother. Got good. Now let me go to the next part. It says a New York Times CNN poll last week found that Miss Harris was underperforming President Biden's support with black voters in 2020 by roughly 10 percentage points. Ooh, she's doing worse than Jim Crow Joe. Ooh, they had no idea. How in the world every time we thought we had a cheat code with Obama. We just get her in there and she look like them and she can and they go, no, we know. And let's change all that. No, we're not doing that no more. Ain't nobody doing that no more. 10 percentage point, and by 15 points among black men, a drop off. Now understand something. She's underperforming amongst all. It says black voters, not just black men. Black men just more. She's underperforming amongst all black voters. Don't nobody talk about the women. She's underperforming with all of us. She's underperforming with all of us. It's not just the men. What they wanted to do is just make the men into the scapegoat. But no, you're underperforming with everybody. This whole community you're underperforming with. You haven't offered us anything. Nobody know about no mentorship. I don't know about no cryptocurrency. You ain't giving nobody else that. A little bit of loan, whatever. The poll found that former President Donald J. Trump was making inroads with 15% of black voters saying they were back. People who are one-issue voters who just don't favor immigration. That's their one issue. Some of those voters are protest voters who are just tired of being taken for granted by the Democratic Party. And you have to take all those voters seriously. You can't come out like Obama did and say, you look at Michelle like, what Michelle gonna do? What Michelle gonna do? That's not nobody's mama again. What you gonna do, Obama? What you gonna do? Y'all gotta get out. Y'all gotta you somebody who understands your life and where you go. She don't understand our life. What are you talking about? How many of y'all put your hand up if you had a scientist for a mama and a professor for a daddy, and you spent part of your life in Canada? You was in Westmount, which is a Westmount. Put one in the chat if that's your life. If that's part of your life. There is one aspect, it looks like, of Kamala Harris's life that intersects with an experience of our life, which is her HBCU experience. That's not the entirety of life. Y'all got to just stop talking about Howard University. And it don't matter nowhere. It don't matter no way what you understand. It matters what you don't do. Where was Joe Manchin from? What was he from? West Virginia or something? Talking about coal mine, all this stuff. I'm sure he understands some stuff, but he was always in between the Republican and Democrat. Just because somebody understands something anyway don't mean nothing, but she don't understand us. She not your sister, your mother, none of these people. She don't understand your life. Stop lying to us. See, and I said this, and I'm not going to get into it, but I said this the other day. I said what Obama should have did. And this is what all politicians have to do for us. Let me give y'all a cheat code of how y'all deal with us since y'all so lost. You put together a real agenda with real policymakers. There are real policymakers out there who have been writing about how to get resources into our community. There are real people who write about policies, all different kinds of policies, environmental, racism, everything. We have a lot of it up on ADOSFoundation.org. But there are people whose expertise is these houses, all that. That's their expertise, right? You really have to meet with some of these people, and you have to care about that, and you have to incorporate a lot of what they say. Obama has to say, listen, let me tell you, ADOS men, let me tell you what this woman is going to do for you. Let me tell you how she's going to improve your life in the first administration. Let me tell you what she's going to do for you in the first 100 days. You have to have that conversation. You have to have it with us. You cannot shame us into doing anything. We don't owe you nothing, Obama. We don't owe Kamala nothing. We don't owe none of y'all nothing. You decided to run for office, and you have to give us an exchange for our vote. That's it. The end. That's the end of the book. Put a period on it. The days of you coming into a room and telling us to take our bedroom shoes off and all that stuff and run. I told y'all when he said that, you should have ran him off the stage. I'd have tackled Obama if he told me to take my bedroom shoes off. You was under a pineapple tree or a coconut tree in Hawaii when people was fighting and doing all that kind of stuff. You ain't never had a running shoe on. Who are you to tell? Listen, I may have all kind of differences with people at the CBC, but he don't get to tell them to take their bedroom shoes off. All these people, listen, these people, it feels like to me that these people are on the road to Martha's Vineyard, and they do not care about us. Obama is not doing what Jimmy Carter did after Jimmy Carter. He's not even doing what Bush did. Bush just went away and decided he was gonna paint horses and stuff, whatever. But like, you are not doing anything. You are making Netflix documentaries and stuff and living a life out there in Martha's Vineyard. You don't care about us. This was a stepping stone for you. It was part of a dream for yourself. It was unearned. And Kamala wants the same thing for herself. We know that we are a stepping stone for you, but if you're gonna do that, you have to do something for us. We're not just gonna let you ride off the Martha's Vineyard and tell us about your basketball documentary and about this movie you got coming. Who cares? We're just so tired of being you. And we're not gonna do it. And we don't owe you nothing. We don't work for you. You're not our boss. You're not our man. You're not our daddy. You're not our mama. We don't owe you nothing. Let me go into this really quick, because this was interesting. This was the part of the article that got me. They know what we're doing, y'all. They know what we're doing. Interviews with more than 3 dozen whistleblowers, strategists, and elected officials offered a complicated picture of a community, powerful group of Americans whose waning devotion is partly from feeling that their decades of loyalty has delivered little return. The party now finds itself in the unfamiliar position of needing to treat Black Americans as voters who must be persuaded to support them rather than unflinching supporters who will back liberal candidates without a second thought. Oh! We always should have been that way, though. That always should have been us. We never should have been unflinchingly backing these people without a second thought. We always should have been, hey, what are you going to do for them? You got to persuade us. What are you going to do for us? We are late. We are late to disaggregation. We are late to seeing ourselves as a distinct group. We are late to everything that is going to make our lives better. But everybody better catch up. Everybody better catch up. Anybody got time? Anybody got time to be playing around? We got time. Anybody got no time for that? We have a right to say, hey, how long we been with y'all? You would say in any other relationship, hey, how long we been married? How long we been boyfriend, girlfriend, boyfriend? How long we been together as partners? You would say that to somebody. What am I getting? Just promises. You will have a whole fight. Y'all will be outside in the grass. The neighbors be done call 911. They fighting again. It's domestic. It's domestic. I don't know. I'm in the house. I ain't going out there. They fighting again. Ooh, they might have to break up. And they will be telling all your business. Because you would understand. I've been here and there's no exchange. It's just promises. That's what we've been getting. But we ain't never went outside to fight in the grass. Now we fighting in the grass. They don't know what to do. Oh, the Negroes is rocking.
Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for $1 only at the Toyota Tire Savings Event.
At Domino's, you can carry out cheesy, golden and crispy, one-topping pan pizzas for just $7.99 each.
Man. Whole bunch of little arrogant little boule, whatever. I'm not boule. I talk to more regular people, but do you take their concerns seriously? Or do you talk down to them? That's over with too, this era where you just talk down to everybody. You're the only person that read a book. You're the only person that graduated from somewhere. Child, shut up. You're going to get shut up. Listen, a lot of people about to get shut up because the gatekeepers is over with. It's a lot of people about to get shut up. It's over with for y'all. Y'all was supposed to pull Kamala through this. Y'all was supposed to pull her through this. Now you got people out here telling people vote this in exchange, not a gift. You were supposed to pull her through this. Young black men in particular say they feel disillusioned by the political system and do not see how Ms. Harris's policies could help them. Their apathy and frustration with Democrats have provided an opening for Trump. Ms. Harris has just a few weeks left to persuade hesitant black voters that she is the candidate who can bring change. So she done said herself she ain't bringing no change. There was nothing in what she gave us to say that she's gonna bring any kind of change. I don't know what everybody talking about. She ain't bringing no change. She didn't even say that. She ain't promised that. Bringing some change. She's not, But this should have happened years ago. Well, Sharpton. Let me just say this, fam. Let me just say, I'm about to get out. Let me say this, though. This proves we were right. You know, people tried to talk about us like a dog. Like not dogs. I love dogs. It wasn't even like that. Just y'all. No, we are trying to tell y'all this is about policy. Y'all still thought it was going to be about just some kind of race. And then when we said you can't even make it about race because she's not us. Oh my God, I can't believe y'all. Man, stop playing these games. Stop playing these games. We have let people know, and we are letting people know that we will not. Regardless of which way we go on, yeah, forward change. Forward. It sounds like military. Forward, march. Look at me. Where we going? The march in the military. Somebody still got to tell you which way you going. Like, you can't be like, everybody have like A-cards. Like, platoon leader. Come nigga, man. Hey, where we going? We just marching? Anyway, fam, listen. I'm gonna go to the phone, but I think everybody should really feel vindicated because what you just heard the Democratic Party say in the New York Times article is we got to figure something out because they're not going for the usual thing, but they're just committed to us, regardless of whether we're committed to them. They are saying that we are not doing that anymore, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a sea change. That's the sea change I've been waiting for. Let me tell you, I have been in a great mood ever since people been going at Obama's neck. Ooh, I've been waiting for that. Because I used to say, this man is talking down to y'all. You don't know, you just hate, you a hater, you a hater, you're a hater, you're such a hater. I don't hate nobody, but this man, y'all don't see this man is talking out the side of his neck to you. Now, we need some tough talk. How come we the only ones that need tough talk? How come y'all only ones that need tough talk? The man said we feed our kids fried chicken. If a white person said that, y'all will tackle them, but this man, you gonna let the man tell you that you feed your kids fried chicken? Oh, maybe, some people don't feed their kids good. I'm happy everybody finally caught on. That's all I can say. Give me a minute, fam, to set up the phone. I'll be back and we can have a little conversation.
There's an exercise in the book, The Business of Expertise, where David Baker talks about drop and give me 20. Okay, so that's the military exercise to say, like, if you're in good physical condition, you should be able to drop and give me 20 push-ups right now. So for people, sit down and think, what are the 20 things in my life that I know somebody to the point in which they would pay me to know those things? And really sit down and work on this and write, and your first time articulating an idea should not be on camera. Really just sit down and build structure, build an outline to what it is that you want to say, find supporting information, go some research, or find some quotes, and then now you've got some meat on the bones. Then put that content out there so that you can sound like a more informed person, and you can do this on any platform. There's an exercise in the book, The Business of Expertise, where David Baker talks about drop and give me 20. Okay, so that's the military exercise to say, like, if you're in good physical condition, you should be able to drop and give me 20. Ah.
All right, fam, we are back. We are back. We are back. I'm going to go to my first call. I'm going to go to 301. 301, what's your name? Where you calling from? What's on your mind? What's going on, Rashid? How you doing?
I just wanted to call in. I just want to
Oh, thank you.
Like the things that you said 8 years ago are now, or I won't say, they just start bearing fruit, but I'm saying that the tree stem has got stick, and the tree stem give you strong roots. So I'm going to say thank you, because it is insane how so many people were just buying in at first. The whole Kamala Harris girl, oh, she's with the AKA, oh, she's going to do this, that, and third. And then you know saying she should have had a black person since day one that she joined in the Biden campaign, because Biden's so old. And now it's like it's this 20 days to election, and now she's like, oh, I got a black agenda. But her black agenda is more the same old BS, where she's telling you how all this will help you, but it's a lift off of policy. So, you know, I'm like, nah, I don't want to lift off of policy. I'm not in the middle of it. You know, like my board has lost their house over these years, the hyperinflation, all the stuff, well, not hyperinflation, but with the cost of living going up so much. You know, like my best hitting on hard times. I personally was laid off in June, and is now looking to get another job. Yeah, it's going to be, you know, and a bunch of stuff, you know, that was going to keep me held over, and me and my girl been humping it down. Okay, but it's
Gotta get flat.
It's insane now. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, it's funny because, you know, we were trying to promote things because, you know, a lot more companies seem to be, you know, more willing to hire you for a little bit better if I guess they kind of see you, you know. It's a pretty wild over here. But, we're trying to give us catch-all policy, and they try to tell us, oh, well, she's for you, it's like, how specific. And then Obama would have come out and act like he's somebody saying, and be like, oh, no, this person grew up like you, this person grew up like you. I never went to Canada for schooling and then came back to America when stuff had changed. You know, like
Well, you're right, fam. Also, don't fly in from Martha's Vineyard and tell me what I need to do. Right? Like, don't come. I can see your house. It was on Architectural Digest. Well, I know where you live. Don't come in here telling me we voted for you to do some of the stuff to get us in a better position. You got yourself in a better position. About nothing. I don't need to hear from you, Playboy. Like, stay where you at. You and Michelle do y'all with your kids and whatever. I don't need you to come in from Martha's Vineyard. You're not even coming from no thing to really where you was really helping me or doing nothing for my people. Like, leave me alone. But I remember I asked y'all when were they gonna bring them out. I said, when they gonna bring out the Clintons and the Obamas? Because that's, you know, I haven't seen them yet. They finally brought them out in the backfire. Because I don't know what y'all. He just got too old.
I think it's wild that Obama's mom gave him something like $300,000 to go run for office. And Glad talked to the family. I was like, when's the last time someone gave you $10,000? When the last time that somebody just walked up and said that somebody in your family was like, you know what? Oh, you need to go work. You need to go run for office. You need to go get a car.
It's grandma, I think, yeah.
It's just a pile of money for you to just win in your sales and just fly around. I'm like, no, they never asked for us. And it's like, it's just so that they keep talking about how they were glad.
But here's the other part about that, Colin. Like, you can't compete with people who it happens for them and it don't happen for you. So if you want to go start a business, this person's getting $50,000 from mama, and they're gonna collect $100,000 from here. You're gonna get $100,000 from, and you, how are you competing with that person, right? Because then they go also go and get probably some venture capital or whatever. Ain't nobody working with you. People act like the only people who are acting like we can compete with that are people who are lying to sell you flashcards because they need you to believe because that's their sale. That's their sales pitch. The truth is just the truth, though, and that's why we don't have business. It's not because we're lazy or nothing. No, you're undercapitalized, and you also don't have the social cap. You don't have the family, so you don't have the inheritance. Those are the things that you need. So you're right, fam.
Yeah, thank you. This house makes the way for someone to call it. I just wanted to call it and be like, yeah, thank you. You know, the only thing you've been saying for over the past decade has come to fruition. People started actually sharing some videos and actually start, you know, flipping your actual videos and show what you talk about. Because you've been right 100%.
Hey, fam, I appreciate it. Yeah, I spoke to him yesterday. He gonna get back.
This is a place where you can create your online course with a guide.
I appreciate you. You have a good one. Bye-bye. Going now to 347. 347, what's your name? Where you calling from? And what's on your mind? What's up? I'm good, girl. Good.
Well, let me tell you something. I'm not really on top of that. I want you at the end. I wanted to tell you that the conference was the best thing I've did in a very, very long time. Love did that down. You and your staff, you were so humble, so neat, and so wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
And I had the time and education of my life.
we listen. I just want to take this time out to shout out to people who would, the people in the ADOS Advocacy Foundation, the ADOS Research Institute, and the ADOS Empowerment Project, because we unveiled the ADOS Research Institute while we were there as well, and they're researching. Their job is to research, the stuff that we haven't had research, and so we have PhDs, master's degrees, people there who their job is to research the stuff that we don't get to research in terms of ADOS. So I want to thank everybody who was there, because one thing I keep telling people, listen, and the reason we're asking for money for this reparations push is that nobody who was there, all the people you saw who were there working, nobody was getting a check. Those people have job, right? This is all volunteer. And like, man.
Listen, it was amazing. All of the staff was sweet, humble, helping. The love that was in that building, remarkable. Y'all did an excellent job. I can't wait for the next one. Honey, you were taking those pictures. Cordell West, I got a picture with him. I got a picture with you. Nina was in the building. I mean, if you missed it and you hear these words, it's okay. There's going to be another one. Let's put our donations and our money where it belongs at ADOS and keep this movement going. Because we got it going, but we got to keep it going.
We do, and
my prayers, Queen.
Thank you, fam. I appreciate you. It's the thought, and listen, it's the thought that counts. And let me just say, like, one of the things that I like to stress to people is that we should all be servants of each other, right? It shouldn't be like Yvette is this or this person is this, or because we had Dr. Tito Izzard who was talking about health and ADOS outcomes over there. We had Mr. McPherson who was talking about his book After Race. We had genealogists over there the next day. We had our own Terrence who was talking about activism. We had so much stuff going on. The breakout day, we had keynote day, we had the day before that. Like, we had 3 days of conference where everybody got fed, and everybody was taken care of. Like, we have to be servants of each other. There's one thing that I want everybody to take away from this conference. After this, don't go and buy and be a part of things where the people don't love you enough to make sure you're taken care of and educated and you have a good experience. Don't go there. Like, that's not love. Those people do not love you. If that's the way you're treated when you go to somebody's conference or summit or whatever, that's not for you. So I hope we set a standard. So
In the genealogy class, we had people of my uncle. I had seen him, and I don't even know my great. Honey, I was in the conference sector. I need this number. I need that number. I know my great grandmother, honey. I was on in the front, getting my lessons, and like I said, the food was excellent, the staff was excellent. Shout out to all of you who put this together, honey. They looked you down in New Orleans. Like I said, if you missed it, it's okay. The next one, come on now, honey.
I was just happy the food was good, because you can keep my people in the room if the food is good. If the food ain't good, they gonna go find something. But we had the local reparations people in the room who were doing that. We had economists. Shout out to Mr. McMillan, who was the economist, who came down on very short notice. Like, we had Dr. Cobb, we had Reverend Campbell on the keynote. Like, we brought all these people in. Like, and it's just us being of service to you And I think we have to get back to a community where we are of service to one another and not in competition with each other. We are in collaboration with each other and in service to one another. Ain't no, well, that's Yvette. No. I'm your sister, I'm your auntie, I'm your cousin, your mama, your daughter, depending on how old you are. That's who I am. So I think we have to get back into that mindset of being in service to each other. And I hope we set a standard for that for y'all.
Oh, you did the standard, honey. The standard was how in the house, it was professional, it was knowledgeable, it was love in the building, and I was so grateful to be a part of something that's the main thing. When I got back, I put the word out, 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 ready for this world, education, because the African class, because let me tell you something, I need that class because some folks I don't talk to that look like me done told me something about we don't deserve reparation. And
Yeah.
so I said, love and kindness is how you draw them. Well, honey, we drawing them. We switching minds, touching hearts.
Well, yeah, we will, and I think one of the things we have to learn too is the difference between convincing somebody of something and influencing them in something. And I think that has to be a class as well at some point. About how to do that. Like, but we're gonna get to all of it. We're gonna get to all of it. It was just we have to. I missed a lot of the food. I got some of it, but I saw pictures of stuff. I didn't get a chance to eat. No, I got the no. I got the fish. I did not. I got the fried fish. I didn't get the warm pretzel. I don't really eat beef. I did get the fried okra. I did not get. Somebody had some brisket. I don't really eat beef, but so that's fine. But I didn't get any of the breakfast. So, but listen, it's all good. It's all good.
Well, listen, sis, I just want to say I love you like
Love you too.
kudos to the staff. We're going to lift you up and cover you in prayer.
Appreciate you.
And the movement is moving.
That's it.
With the movement.
That's it, fam. That's it. I appreciate you. You too. Have a good one. Bye bye. Yeah, I didn't get no shrimp and grits either. so no, I didn't get breakfast any of the time breakfast was good. So I didn't expect that. I did get the fish and that salad had a nice little vinaigrette. And there was I don't know if there we had a lot of desserts too in the staff room, so that was good. I don't really eat desserts, but I did this time. 803, what's your name, where you calling from, and what's on your mind? Hey Stephanie, what's going on with you?
Hi. So, I've been listening to you for a couple of years now, and you've always made up some really good points. I wanted to ask you, well, first I wanted to make a comment about President Obama's position on Black men coming out to vote, and specifically coming out to vote for Kamala Harris. And it reminds me of a comment, famous comment that Bill Cosby made some years back about young Black men needing to pull up their hair and essentially pull themselves up by the bootstraps. And while I think Bill Cosby has gotten enough flack for that, it was surprising that President Obama came out and made the comment that he made. And I understand your position about Kamala Harris that or the expectation should not be that Black men will automatically vote for her. What will be the alternative to a VP Kamala Harris ticket? I understand that everyone should have autonomy, everyone should exercise their right to vote however they choose. But in your opinion, at this stage in the game, we don't have a lot of options, right, that would benefit Black people. So what would be
Here's the thing. I have to be careful because I'm not making any recommendations this year. So I'm not in the ADOS Advocacy Foundation. We're not making any recommendations for who to vote for, right, and who not to vote for. The only thing that I'm really speaking to is the limitations of the candidacy. If Kamala Harris and everybody really looked at this, they would see this as me actually giving them the cheat code to win. I've said that from the entire time. I've said that since before she was the candidate. I've said that when Joe Biden was the candidate. And I actually told them to go and look at the ADOS Foundation platform. And I said at one point I would help Biden figure out what this platform needs to be, because I don't really care. I want to figure, because I want to get the agenda to people, right? But I think if the agenda isn't there, we have a problem. So the thing that we have to ask ourselves is, are we going to vote third party? Are you going to vote for someone that it's not another Obama administration, even though you don't have any reason to vote for that? Are you going to vote for Trump, which is maybe for you on immigration, but remember tax cut, draw all the money to the top, you didn't get anything? Are you going to do something like that? Or are you looking beyond that? Because I do believe that what ADOS, people say, well, if you don't vote for Trump, it's going to be better. That's possible, right? That is possible. That is absolutely possible. But the other question becomes, if Kamala Harris does lose, and it's too close to call, but if she does lose and the Democratic Party says she lost because we couldn't get the black vote, does that then cause them to show up for our votes in a way that they have not shown before? So the question isn't just about the next 4 years. The question is about what impact this election has well after this 4 years. Does this election and what we decide to do or not do lead to some kind of realignment? Does it lead to them chasing us the same way they chase white working class voters now, the same way they chase white women, the same way that they chase Latino voters, the same way they chase Asian voters? Will we get chased? Right? So I think there's a bigger question than, what do we have to lose in this election? We always have a lot to lose. But I think there's a bigger question in, okay, what does this election set the stage for in the next election after that and the next election after that? Because it is time for a realignment. We realigned with the Democratic Party, we haven't went back, but we haven't gotten what we need from this party. Sure. Oh, she is.
Build a brand, but do you also think that those types of candidates will at some point be able to align themselves with a bigger Democratic Party ticket, or are we beyond that? And I'm again thinking about the attack ads on Joe Biden, for example. Is there room for an alternative viewpoint within the Democratic Party?
Well, I mean, I think that's the Democratic Party's decision, but I think a lot of that will have to do with turnout, right? Because even if you don't have to ever talk to Jill Stein to adopt some of her policies, you should talk to Dr. Cornel West, but you don't have to talk to him to adopt a lot of what he's talking about and what he stands for. So the question becomes: is this election, or will this election be enough to move Democrats in a direction of what a lot of people who naturally align with the party want, but don't see it coming out of Democrats? So that's going to be the key question, not whether they align with those politicians specifically, but whether or not they align with some of those policies. Will some of the money start to stay here instead of going overseas into different places? Like that's part of the question too. So because we can't do a lot of the stuff we want to do if they keep funding adventures abroad like this. So the question becomes: are Democrats going to align, and what does it with some of those policies that are popular with Cornel West or Stein, and what does that take? Does it take them losing an election? Does it take them losing the vote, the ADOS vote? What does it take? So, but that'll be ultimately their decision, and our decision as well.
Let's hope it doesn't get to that point. But
All right. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Yeah, that good. 617, what's your name? Where you calling from? What's on your mind?
Dr. Arnell.
Hey, what's going on, fam? How you doing?
Good to hear from you. I'm a long time person,
Okay.
and I've always watched the show for years. First time I called,
Okay.
and I just, and I would say, just before I say preface it, you do great work. I enjoy your show. I like you because you're insightful, and it creates arguments and clear and cogent, and I like the way you put together the I get your presentation. I'm a college professor myself. I'm an English professor.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I think but let me just say this. I understand why people are upset. Like I understand why people are scared. But I think we have to figure out like how do we get out of this lesser of two evils paradigm? Like this lesser of two evil stuff is killing us because it's just you just have to pick your poison, and poison isn't good for you, right? Regardless. So I think that kind of becomes the key for me is that there's this kind of political arrangement that our people signed up for that is not good politics for us to just be like, well, you're not as bad you're not as bad as this person. That never gets us to good. That never gets us to like true liberation. That never gets us to real redress. That never gets us to real justice. That just keeps the wolves right outside the tent, right? And we still in the tent. That's just not good enough. And we have to figure out what we're willing to do and what we're willing to sacrifice to get to that point. I would have loved if Kamala and everybody had heard us long ago, right? And decided, but they don't. Truthfully, there wasn't enough of us. It's just like me and y'all and we screaming, but now it's caught on. Now this whole the way we've been talking has caught fire, and now they have to deal with all of it. You can't just no. I see my words all over the Twitter and internet now. So you have to deal with our way of thinking and our way of doing politics, even if you don't have to deal with Yvette, even if you don't have to deal with Adolf, because I'm talking about in terms of the movement, because the cat's out of the bag. Like, you can't put this back up, and you got to deal now. And we all have to deal. Yeah, pre Goldwater, right? Goldwater go read about Goldwater. That's a whole nother thing. But go ahead, fam. No, I was on board with Bernie for a little while. I was on board with Bernie over Hillary. See, if the choice we talk about Bernie and Hillary, I'm gonna choose Bernie, right? But the thing that turned me off with Bernie is that he every time, at first I was like, well, he doesn't understand reparations, right? Because we all came to it how we came to it. But after he kept going around and saying like, no, it was like, okay, this is a problem. You know what I mean? Like, you just can't keep going around and saying we're gonna do all this, we're gonna do everything that everybody's ever wanted on the left. But the one thing that we can't do is reparations. You can't keep saying that. So the certain point you have to back up. Yeah. Listen, here's what I told somebody, and I end on this. I told somebody said, should black immigrants get reparations? They need everybody. I said, you have they don't have the extreme poverty, they don't have the white poverty, but you have, I believe that the story is right? That is when we start talking about the left poverty, then we start talking about those sorts of things. I understand that. What I have always said though is that we have not substituted for that is poverty that I'm favor of, but this is not something that you see like this is the best that comes with us. So I'm favor of something that would share poverty and wealth in America. Because like all of these things that I just believe that we accept each other. Reparations is sacred justice for me. But I believe that a lot of stuff that people talk about in terms of how it is with those from the other cultural countries. Yeah, that's fine. It's just not the same thing as redistribution of wealth. Appreciate it. No, I appreciate you. Thank you for putting it out there. Appreciate it. Thanks, man. Have a good one. Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to that. Like, you can bring, people can always bring that to the negotiating table. That way, the women gonna get nothing. No, you can get something too. It's just not wicked. Like, there should be programs in place where, you know, there should be all kinds of programs in place to make the standard of living higher in America. But like, that's not recreational. You're not gonna get cash payment. That's not the same thing. You still there's still stuff you can have. But anyway, fam, I'm going to leave it at that. If you I apologize. I got to get out of here. 11 o'clock. I don't want to have everybody on too long today, so that's going to be my last call, fam. I appreciate you. I still got some callers out there, so I appreciate y'all. But that's going to be the last call for right now. I'm trying to not to keep everybody up so late as much as I do. I was trying to get started at like 9 o'clock. That was a stupid thing. But anyway, it was 9:15. I put it at 9:30. It was just stupid. But anyway, fam, I'm gonna let y'all get some rest. I think that's something that we don't think enough about. Like, what do you want? Right? What do you want? What do you want? Like these next 4, 8, 12, 16 years to look like? Because this stuff goes like that. Whoever gets elected, we spent 8 years. That's 2 years away from a decade. Like, think about what you want these years to look like and what you're willing to do to get those years, right? And get these years to look like what you look like. We don't need it. We need to be able to pressure people. Politicians respond to pressure and not applause. We got to get the pressure in place. Everybody's trying to run for office, yeah, but we have to have a mechanism and a movement in place that pressures those people. So if you haven't gone to joinados.com, please do that. And listen, I'll see y'all next time. If you're on Patreon, I'll see you tomorrow. If not, I will see y'all. I'll see you next. I'll see you what's the day? Wednesday? I'll see you Wednesday next week. All right. Bye. Bye, fam.
Gold, a name that echoes through history. It has captivated civilizations for millennia. Its allure is timeless. But what is it about gold that makes it so special? Gold is more than just a metal. It is a symbol. It represents strength and durability. Gold does not tarnish or corrode. It withstands the test of time. This makes it a fitting metaphor for enduring qualities. Gold also embodies permanence and value. It is a precious resource. Its worth has been recognized across cultures and eras. From ancient civilizations to modern societies, gold has played a pivotal role in shaping economies and civilizations. Throughout history, gold has been synonymous with luxury. Its gleaming surface and intrinsic value have captivated the imagination for millennia. Its rarity and beauty have made it a highly sought after material. From the early civilizations to modern times, gold has been a symbol of wealth and status. Kings called themselves using it to signify their divine right to it. They used it to showcase their power and prestige, often decorating their thrones, scepters, and crowns with this. Gold has also been a symbol of love and devotion. Its enduring nature makes it a perfect representation of the certain bond, often given as a gift to express affection, marking significant milestones in relationships. Wedding rings, for example, are traditionally made of gold. This tradition dates back to ancient times, symbolizing the unbroken circle of love. This signifies the enduring nature of love and commitment, a promise that is meant to last a lifetime. Gold has been associated with magic and wisdom. Ancient texts often featured gold embellishments believed to enhance their sacredness. In many cultures, gold is believed to possess mystical abilities, used in rituals and ceremonies to invoke divine favor. It is thought to bring protection, ward off evil, and enhance spiritual awareness. Gold amulets and talismans are worn for protection, like alchemists, for instance, gold the highest good. They believe it helps future immortality. They sought to transmute the base metals into gold, a process they used to unlock the secrets of the universe. This was not just a material pursuit, it was a spiritual quest of life, a journey to understand the God of existence. Gold, in its purest form, represents the ultimate goal of spiritual material perfection, a timeless symbol of humanity's highest. Beyond its physical properties, gold has a profound metaphysical significance. It is not just a precious metal, but a symbol of purity, wealth, and power. Throughout history, gold has been revered and sought after, not only for its beauty, but for its spiritual resonance. It is often seen as a bridge between the material and spiritual realms. This connection is believed to facilitate communication with higher planes of existence, acting as a conduit for divine energy. Its radiant energy is thought to resonate with divine frequencies, making it a powerful tool for spiritual practices. Meditators and spiritual seekers often use gold to enhance their connection to the divine, believing it can elevate their consciousness and open their minds to higher wisdom. Many cultures associate gold with the sun. The sun, with its life-giving rays, has been worshipped as a deity in various civilizations, and gold, with its similar radiant glow, is seen as a terrestrial embodiment of this celestial power. The sun, being the source of life and energy, is often depicted as a golden orb. This symbolism extends to gold itself, which is thought to carry the sun's life-giving energy, bringing warmth and vitality to those who possess it. Gold is thought to carry this same life-giving energy. It is believed to have the power to heal, rejuvenate, and protect, making it a cherished element in various healing practices and rituals. It can invigorate the spirit and illuminate the path to enlightenment. By meditating with gold or visualizing its golden light, individuals seek to awaken their inner potential and achieve a higher state of being. Gold is also believed to attract abundance and prosperity. Its presence is thought to draw in wealth and success, making it a popular choice for those looking to enhance their financial well-being. Its shimmering surface is said to reflect a mirror to the universe, amplifying intentions and drawing in wealth and success. By focusing on gold, individuals aim to manifest their desires and align themselves with the abundant energy of the cosmos. Gold is not just a symbol of spiritual connection, it is also believed to possess healing properties. Its energy is said to be balancing and harmonizing, promoting physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. In ancient healing traditions, gold was used to treat various ailments. It was believed to strengthen the heart, improve circulation, and boost the immune system. Gold was also used to alleviate inflammation, reduce pain, and promote tissue regeneration. Today, gold is still used in alternative medicine practices. Gold acupuncture, for example, involves inserting fine gold needles into specific points on the body. This is believed to stimulate energy flow and restore balance. Section 5, Gold in Spirituality, a Global Tapestry. The significance of gold in spirituality is a recurring theme across cultures and religions worldwide. From the ancient temples of Egypt to the sacred shrines of Asia, gold has been used to adorn places of worship, signifying the divine presence and the sacredness of these spaces. In many traditions, gold represents the highest aspirations of the human spirit. It symbolizes enlightenment, purity, and the realization of one's true potential. This universe of gold in the realm of spirituality highlights its profound impact on human consciousness throughout history. Section 6, Gold in Hinduism, the divine spark. In Hinduism, gold is revered as a symbol of divinity and spiritual purity. It is associated with Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, prosperity, and good fortune. Gold is often used in Hindu rituals and ceremonies as offerings to the gods and goddesses. The color gold is also linked to the concept of Brahman, the ultimate reality and the source of all creation. Brahman is often described as a golden light, representing pure consciousness and divine energy. Section 7, Gold in Christianity, a symbol of divinity. Christianity also attributes significant symbolism to gold. It is often associated with the divine nature of Jesus Christ. Gold represents his kingship, glory, and the eternal nature of his kingdom. One of the gifts presented to the infant Jesus by the Magi was gold. This signified Jesus' status as the King of Kings. Gold is frequently used in Christian art and architecture to depict halos, symbolizing Section 8. The Alchemy of Gold Transforming Consciousness. Alchemy, the ancient practice of transmutation, viewed gold as more than just a precious metal. It was seen as a representation of spiritual enlightenment and the perfection of the soul. Alchemists believed that by transforming base metals into gold, they could also achieve a similar transformation within themselves. The process of alchemy was not merely about material transformation, but also about purifying and elevating one's consciousness. Gold, in this context, symbolized the philosopher's stone, a legendary substance believed to possess the power to transmute lead into gold and grant immortality. Section 9, Pimp God's 24K gold leaf cigars, where luxury meets spirituality. This is where opulence meets a higher state of being, where every puff is a journey into a realm of unparalleled luxury. Pimp God LLC, a brand synonymous with luxury and exclusivity, has captured the essence of gold's allure in their exquisite 24-carat gold leaf cigars. These cigars are not just a product. They are a symbol of status and sophistication, designed for those who demand nothing but the best. These cigars are more than just a smoke. They are a statement of elegance and refined taste and of a lifestyle that embraces the extraordinary. They are a testament to those who appreciate the finer things in life and seek a deeper connection with the world around them. In every gathering, these cigars become the centerpiece, sparking new conversations and creating memories. Each cigar is meticulously crafted using the finest tobacco leaves and adorned with a delicate layer of 24-carat gold. The craftsmanship involved is a labor of love, ensuring that each cigar is a masterpiece in its own right. This fusion of luxury and artistry creates a smoking experience that is as visually stunning as it is sensually satisfying. The golden sheen of the cigar, combined with its rich, smooth flavor, offers an indulgence that is both rare and unforgettable. It's not just about smoking, it's about experiencing a moment of pure, unadulterated luxury. Section 10, elevate your experience, indulge in the extraordinary. The experience of enjoying a Pimp God 24-carat gold leaf cigar transcends the ordinary. It is a ritual, a moment of indulgence that engages all the senses. As you light the cigar, the aroma of premium tobacco fills the air, inviting you to savor the moment. The gold leaf, shimmering under the soft glow of the ember, serves as a reminder of the preciousness of time and the importance of indulging in life's luxuries. With each draw, you inhale not just smoke, but a legacy of tradition, artistry, and the pursuit of excellence. Section 11, conclusion, a golden legacy of luxury and spirituality. Gold, with its enduring allure and profound symbolism, continues to captivate and inspire humanity. From its association with luxury and divinity to its role in spirituality and healing, gold holds a unique place in our collective consciousness. Pimp God's 24-carat gold leaf cigars embody this legacy, offering a tangible connection to gold's rich history and multifaceted significance. They are an invitation to indulge in the extraordinary, to embrace the fine in life, and to elevate everyday moments into something truly special.
Juggling multiple bills and your family and your relationship and your career and your social life can be exhausting. If you've fallen behind on track, then stick around to the end because I'm going to show you exactly how to systematize this automatically. Hi guys.
What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me. When I seen that Kamala Harris had proposed that nonsense to black men, stuck out in my mind was, why are we the face of decriminalizing on a federal level marijuana laws, which me personally, I have never, ever been into marijuana, never smoked weed. I am not that type of person. I've never had to worry about whether or not I could get a job because I had weed in my system or anything like that. But why are we then becoming the face? When you are proposing policies or just making a proposal in general to try to pacify us, why are you not asking us what we want, but instead you're giving us what you think that we want to hear in order to try to satisfy you and then quiet down black women in our voting groups? But when I heard that, I had to pull up my Fox News and have a conversation with Laura.
Joining me now is Jay Jackson, an online entrepreneur who caught my eye over the weekend, and Anton Daniels, a YouTuber and content creator. Anton, let's start with you. You've seen the 5-point plan, which includes the weed, includes the 1 million forgivable loans. That's just obviously never going to happen. What is your take on this after Obama essentially insulted black people?
Well, the first thing that hit my mind, and when I had the conversation with a lot of people that look like me, men specifically, was why didn't they address issues or they valued us before this started to become an issue and Obama decided to put his foot in his mouth in the first place? That's number one. But number two, if you go down and you look at it, it becomes even more disrespectful because it's almost like, oh, we're gonna make sure that we legalize marijuana laws because black men are disproportionately affected. Oh, we're gonna give you loans, forgivable. I thought that was grants. But then at the same time, instead of making sure that we're safer, that we have opportunities, that we have lower taxes, that we can get the jobs that we want, they want to dangle more fruit in front of us, low-hanging fruit, in order to sell us on scraps, in order to get us back into the Democratic plantation. It's not going to work. It's just more disrespectful.
Now, Jay, I talked to a friend of mine today that said it might be at 15% now, but that's just the beginning. If Trump gets back into office, you're going to see those numbers increase, I believe. You were personally offended by Obama's pitch last week. I saw your, I think your TikTok video. What of this today?
Well, I mean, I agree with what Anton just said. If Obama really wanted us to support Kamala or Kamala, however you pronounce her name, that should have been his pitch or his presentation to black men that he was speaking to. Give us something of substance. Like, I have a higher standard. And so each of her 5 points, okay, those are decent gestures, I guess, but there are some additional things that I believe that need to be done if you want to get us to, vote for you or even pay attention. I mean, the things that we value in terms of our border, in terms of capitalism over socialist communism, those types of things, we value the protection of our country. And I swore to protect, to fight and defend our country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And what I see from the Democratic side is just that. They are enemies within our country, and we have to do everything we can to keep them out and fight them.
But Joy Reid on MSNBC, she's a very prominent African-American female commentator, and she said something different about the plan. Watch.
I commend black men. Brothers, let me tell you what y'all did. You went out there and played hard to get and got a whole long list of policies specific to you. That is how votes are supposed to work. You're supposed to be asked for your vote. You're supposed to have agendas presented to you. Y'all got that.
I mean, Anton, I'm not sure why she's, it seems like she's changing her vocal inflection there. But is that it? Like, the men just were waiting for some goodies that, again, are never going to materialize. If they were going to materialize, you would have seen those things in the last 4 years of Biden and Harris. But no. But is that what men have been waiting for?
None of those things, not any one of those 5 points, me or make me available for them or is going to change my life whatsoever. Not one. And the majority of those 5 points, 3 of them, is something that she was already talking about before she unveiled it, and then she rebranded it as though she were literally giving it to Black people in particular. Listen, all they had to do was ask us what we wanted and what we thought, and we would have told her. We're more aligned with Trump's agenda, and it doesn't matter how much low-hanging fruit they try to give us. We're not voting for you, and we can think for ourselves, and we are educated, and we understand exactly what we want. But they were listening to respond instead of listening to understand. And it's unfortunate because they're going to lose our vote.
Yeah, well, and I gotta say, Jay, the idea that Kamala Harris, we're gonna get into this a little bit coming up, but that she can, like, you know, wave off the concerns about millions and millions of illegal immigrants being fast-tracked into the country all over the United States, in cities, in schools, not the kind of schools that a lot of the elites send their kids to, but public schools that are now under huge pressure. And I guess everyone, minorities, inner city folks, are supposed to just say, "Oh, thank you. Maybe we have a few million more," because we're gonna legalize weed federally. Come on.
Yeah, I think the priorities are completely off. I mean, I'm going to be a new grandfather here in the next couple of months, and so I want to
Congratulations.
Yeah, appreciate it. I want to make sure that my grandchildren are able to go to schools that are safe and have better education. And I just think the priorities need to be adjusted. So, I mean, we know that our school systems aren't great in minority neighborhoods or low-income neighborhoods. And so what are we going to do to make sure that the education system is better, to keep out people who are illegal? Like, I'm all for people coming into our country. People fight, die, and kill to get to America because that's how amazing she is. But at the same time, I want you to come in and go through the legal process because that's why we have systems, that's why we have processes, that's what makes our country great.
I know y'all don't believe it, but we are educated. We're not stupid. We actually go to websites and we do our research. And so I see a lot of women that's on these platforms, that's on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and so on and so forth. And they're trying to convince us that we need to get on board with them and vote for Kamala Harris. And they don't even understand what they're looking at. They don't even understand how insulting it is. And you can't diminish our masculinity and then sell us a bunch of stuff that at the end of the campaign season, less than 20, 21 days before we vote, which somebody like me, I've already voted because I want to make sure that I'm not too busy to get to the polls because my vote count, and I also understand what's happening down ballot, right? I understand the judges that we're supposed to vote for. I am paying attention to the villages. I don't just vote based off of party lines, but I understand the candidates, and that's why I vote in the primary and I participate in the national elections. You can't convince us to do something that we don't want to do, and it's disrespectful for you to think that we listening to you based off of identity politics. And I've been beating this home for a long time, and I'm so thankful that there's a lot of men that's willing to use their platform and waking up and they're having a conversation with y'all and they saying it doesn't matter how many ad hominem attacks you do us, doesn't matter how many times that you call us out of our name, don't matter how disrespectful you become, don't matter how much you say, see what y'all got. No, Black men are much like every other American in the United States of America, and we are all similar, and we all want the same thing, and we're not going to use something that's unconstitutional to justify giving you our vote. What we know, and we can pay attention to what happened over the last 3.5 years versus what happened during Trump's administration. The funny thing about this whole thing is they keep telling us what Trump is going to do, but all he did for us when he was in office was usher in an prosperity, growth, minimum inflation, and then making sure that we can continue to run up the bag and feed our family. And what did we do? What did we do? I believe that this is the punishment. I don't think we would have appreciated him as much as we do if he had won in 2020, which I wanted him to win in 2020. I voted, but I don't think that we would have appreciated him as much had we not experienced a Kamala Harris Biden administration, when she's openly admitted that she wouldn't do anything different because she was very much a part of all of the decisions that was happening at this time. Biden was just the face of it, and now that she's running this campaign, we get to see who she truly is, and it doesn't matter how many radio town halls that you do and all of this stuff, we can see straight through it. The more that y'all talk, and I see that Obama's off the campaign now, I see that they just shut him down, they sent him back home. Who knows where he's at? He's probably at Martha's Vineyard having a good time, chilling with his billionaire buddies, making Netflix documentaries. They got Obama off of the campaign trail. Clinton is throwing the Kamala Harris campaign under the bus by talking about Lincoln Riley and making mistakes. So we done with these people. We're not listening to them. And again, thank you, Fox News, for continuing to have me and then advocating for the things that we advocate for. And I'm looking forward to a bigger partnership. And more importantly, I'm looking forward to you guys making your vote count by getting involved and making sure that you show up to the polls and vote for the informed candidate that you think is going to be best for your family. For me, it's Trump. For you, I respect you enough to hear you out, and hopefully you are informed and you can substantiate your vote by making an informed decision for your family, not because you're being shamed to do so. I love you. I appreciate you. Make sure you tap to the Patreon links in the description. Also, T Chanley, 40% off the first quarter plus 20% off the light. And then come and kick it with me in person so we can have a conversation. All of that information is in the description. Discount code Anton. I know you're smart enough to apply it. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm going to holler at you later. Peace.
Hey guys, just visiting a property that I made money on that I didn't have to wholesale, fix and flip, or buy and hold. In fact, I'm teaching thousands of people how to do this as well. They don't have to find the deals. They don't have to use any of their own money. They don't have to manage properties, contractors, permit issues.
Here in the United States, we now have a deadly bacterial illness that we need to be worried about. Now, this is something that has been going on for some time. However, it's getting far worse much quicker. Today I want to break down what's going on, where this is coming from, and who should be concerned. And just to warn you, if you shop at Walmart, Target, Costco, Kroger, even 7-Eleven, well, you should be concerned. I'll break all this down in just a moment, but all I ask is one thing. It takes 2 seconds. Go ahead, hit that like button if you enjoy these daily updates. And now, let's begin. So yes, it is true. People that shop at Costco, Walmart, Target, Trader Joe's, even Kroger and 7-Eleven should be concerned because of this. 90% of Americans are in financial.
And it's two very different visions for our nation. One mind that is about taking us forward and progress and investing in the American people, investing in their ambitions, dealing with their challenges. And the other, Donald Trump, is about taking us backward.
Some of it is about fascism. Why can't we just say it?
Yes, we can say that.
Yeah, how about we not say it because it's stupid? You know, like, we got so many points. We got so many points, man. And I want people to really know fascism. Let's use the actual definition. Shall we? Fascism is a far-right, authoritarian, ultra-nationalist political ideology and movement characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition, belief in natural social hierarchy, subordination of individual interests for the perceived goal of good of the nation or race, and strong regimentation of society and the economy, opposed to anarchism, democracy, pluralism, egalitarianism, liberalism, socialism, and Marxism. Fascism is placed on the far right wing within the traditional left-right spectrum. What do you call
What do you call a liberal? A person that says they're liberal. I don't even know if they're liberal. I think that both parties have some fascist tendency to them. It's not just one person. A dictatorial leader. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like that applies to the Democrats as well. I feel like that's how we get treated.
Did you know there's an easy way to get more views on your old YouTube videos? And the best part is it's free to try. Meet vidIQ's Optimize. Just connect your YouTube channel, click Optimize, and vidIQ pulls from over 20 million YouTube channels to tell you exactly what you should change with your title and thumbnail. See these green check marks? Those are
treated with certain lifestyles or certain belief systems that other people's have. That's that fascist? That you want to change my language, that I have to vote it, or I'm a bad person, I'm a horrible individual? Like, dude, I grew up not using all these pronouns and shit. If I don't use them correctly, I'm labeled all types of horrible things. And I could care less how you spend your time. Or whatever you do, be happy, man. But you want to control my language and change it and make it conform to something because you want it to be a certain way. And you say that's for the good of the country. That's what you say. That's not fascism. It doesn't really matter what you label it. We don't want it. We don't want people telling us how we had to talk, live our lives, how we had to. Nobody wants to. They like to get hung up on this labeling thing. But see, when they get to comparing Trump to Hitler, it just sounds so like gaslighting of people. That's why people say it's caused so many problems throughout this country with the people that have attempted on his life because, first of all, it's not true. It's just not. We know what Hitler did. It's like the comparison is disgusting. The ghost can smack you 3 times. Like the people that died during that time, I would think that would be considered disrespectful. For you to compare Trump, or frankly, any other U.S. president in the last 50 years or 60 years to that. You may have a lot of problems. And definitely not no saint. Trump is definitely not a saint. But hey. And another thing. What do you call a president who drops bombs on innocent people? Besides war criminal. What do you call a president that does extrajudicial killings by the way of drone on U.S. citizens without trials? Would that be considered dictatorial? Obama did those things. But she would never call him fascist. You don't think that's a fascist belief? I think it is. Let's keep going, guys. I think I got one more.
One thing they've been saying, a lot of your press here get criticized. You know, folks say you come off as very scripted. They say you like to stick to your talking points. And some media says you have.
That would be called discipline.
Oh, okay. Speak
Okay,
to that.
we're going.
No, okay. Some people say you have an inability to fearlessly say who you are and what you believe. I know that's not true. But what do you say to that criticism? And is it fair for SNL to make fun of it?
Hasn't Maya Rudolph been wonderful?
Yes.
I think I have nothing but admiration for the comedy, and I think it's important to be able to laugh at yourself and each other.
But what do you say to people
in
who say
the spirit of obviously comedy and
Yes.
not belittling people as my opponent.
But what do you say to people who say you stay on the talking points?
You know,
I would say
belittling in comedy, all depends on who's doing it and how butthurt you are. You know, because the roast is a belittling. Like, for instance, I think Charlamagne is a hack and he knows it, and I think he is unscrupulous and unethical in so many ways. But whoever, I don't know why, like he just landed in this position where he gets this power that he didn't ask for. And he only got it because he's pliable. Like if he actually stood up for anybody in any real amount, there'd be so much dirt that comes out about him to destroy him. It would happen so fast your head would spin. So he's just doing what he has to do to get his money. I'm not condoning it nor agreeing with it. I'm saying it's disgusting. And that's a roast. That's me calling it out. I guess you could laugh if you thought it was funny, but it ain't funny to me. Kamala Harris, when they say that you are scripted, they don't mean you stay consistent in your speaking about certain issues. they mean. When we ask you a question that's totally unrelated to your stump speech, you go back to the stump speech, sister. That's not the same thing as Charlemagne, once again, being a hack. You want to articulate the difference. You know damn well that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about one potato, two potato. We're not talking about memorizing the planets. We're talking about, we ask you a question, and you run all the way down the block, all the way down the street, round the corner, stop by the 7-Eleven, stop by the Five and Dime, stop by the grocery store, pick up a couple things, stop by the deli, grab a couple sandwiches, stop by the bakery, blah, 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 all to come back and tell us the same tired stuff when it doesn't even apply. That's the problem. That's disgusting hackery and also word salad. That's not a bonus. That's that good. That's that consistency. That's that discipline. You consider being a hacker discipline, being a obfuscator, being a cover-upper. That's what you're doing. You're avoiding criticism. And you're scheming and plotting to avoid answering. That's not good. Here goes a clip from CNN. Bakari Sellers was with Abby Phillip and they had a conversation here. And I just put this in because it's the same topic. And I just want to let Bakari know that we saw how corny he is.
I mean, I wouldn't couch it as a friendly interview. I mean, I think you have to look at the substance of the question.
I mean, Abby says that the interview that Kamala had with Charlemagne was a friendly interview. And Bakari is going to deny it. Yeah, he's going to deny that Charlemagne sitting down with, that it was a friendly interview.
Feel like they can trust her.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't couch it as a friendly interview. I mean, I think you have to look at the substance of
And
the
he
question.
literally endorsed her, so I think
But
described as a friendly interview.
respectfully, it was substantive, right? And I think that, and I think it's very substantive. I think that her answers were thoughtful. I thought that she got off talking points. Even Charlemagne at one point said, how do you feel about people who say that you stick to your talking points? And she said, that's what I call discipline. And
She just said she loved it and she thought it was great. She thought it was great to say I'm disciplined. That's why I bring up my stuff speech when you ask me anything.